You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in. But it's time now, you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire you.
As Jiraiya stands in the middle of the Mist Village, ready to confront Pain, his former student, Jiraiya sees a young man step out from the shadows. Jiraiya is shocked at how much the boy is the spitting image of the 4th Hokage, with the same spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. This can't be. I had heard rumors, but I didn't believe them. But Jiraiya's suspicions are confirmed when he hears Pain say, "Naruto, this is your final test. Kill him and we can start the final phase of our plan." Then, Naruto nods his head and begins covering his body in the Nine Tails chakra, ready to fight Jiraiya. The story starts on the day Obito attacks the Hidden Leaf village. Obito uses his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, hoping to cause some damage before taking the Nine Tails to Madara and Zetsu. But, unfortunately for him, he greatly underestimates the 4th Hokage, Minato, and after a very short fight, Obito is defeated and forced to retreat after being separated from the Nine Tails. But, not wanting to waste the chance he was given, Obito waits in the shadows, looking for a moment to take back control of the Nine Tails. So now, Minato must stop the Nine Tails as the 3rd Hokage and the other Leaf Shinobi evacuate and rescue civilians from the burning Leaf village. Minato and Kushina subdued the Nine Tails after forcing it out of the city, but with Kushina still hurt from giving birth to Naruto, Minato is forced to use the Reaper Death Seal to fully capture the Nine Tails. And with Kushina still too weak, he trusts the future of the Leaf to Naruto. Kurama, not wanting to get sealed again, makes one final attempt at killing Naruto to stop the sealing process. But Kushina and Minato are able to stop him just in time, saving Naruto and successfully sealing Kurama and a message inside of Naruto. Minato asks Hiruzen to take care of Naruto and the village as he and Kushina die from their injuries. Hiruzen tells his bodyguards to grab Naruto as he must rush back to the village and let everyone know that the Hokage has died after saving them from the Nine Tails. But as Hiruzen leaves, Obito returns and effortlessly kills the Third's bodyguards before grabbing Naruto for himself. Hiruzen tries saving Naruto, but Obito is gone just as fast as he appeared, taking Naruto back to Madara and Zetsu's hideout. When Obito returns hurt, Madara already expects that the mission was a failure, but Obito tells him, "I got the Nine Tails right here," as he shows Naruto to Zetsu and Madara. Zetsu laughs, not understanding why Obito has brought a baby to their hideout, but Madara sees the seals on Naruto's stomach and rightfully assumes that the Hokage sealed the Nine Tails inside of Naruto after it was taken from Kushina. Madara mocks Obito, asking if he intends on changing the kid's diapers or if he's gonna force Zetsu to do it. Obito snaps back, "No, I'll just break the seal like I did before." "Huh," Madara says as he begins to scold his student. "That's the Reaper Death Seal. I can't break that seal, let alone you." Obito begins getting frustrated, shouting back, "Fine, I'll kill the boy, then recapture the Nine Tails." Obito stares at Madara, waiting for his approval, but Madara stops him, saying, "If you kill that boy, there's no telling how long it'll take the Nine Tails to revive itself. And like you said, then we'll have to find it all over again without any clues of its whereabouts this time." Madara thinks for a moment, then whispers back and forth with Zetsu. Madara tells Obito that him and Zetsu must watch over the boy until he's old enough to help them. Madara continues saying, "We have the Nine Tails captured as long as we have that boy here, and if we raise him under us, when the time comes, we'll have a full power of the Nine Tails, helping us capture the other tailed beast. As you know, Obito, soon I will die, and it will be up to you to revive me and finish what I started. This boy will be your right hand." Obito is skeptical, but he trusts Madara's plan. Over the next few years, Obito trains while Zetsu takes care of Naruto. Obito continues working towards his and Madara's goals until Madara passes away from old age. Obito debates whether to give the young Naruto Madara's Rinnegan, but still decides to give it to Nagato, fearing Naruto would be too strong to control with the Nine Tails and the Rinnegan. Naruto continues growing up, getting to know Obito and Zetsu, seeing them as his only family. Obito also likes the company of Naruto, feeling he's able to be himself around a child who won't judge him. But he and Zetsu are still strict with Naruto, forcing him to train even at a young age, and with the guidance of Obito he grows very skilled quickly, showing how much of a prodigy he could have been if he was not shunned by the Leaf and never taught the skills of being a ninja. By the age of 10, Naruto is able to beat several Zetsu clones he trains with daily. He also learns how to control his chakra at a much younger age, being able to make clones at the age of 8. Obito even teaches him the Uchiha Fireball Jutsu, just to see if he could learn it, which he does at around 10 years old. Life like this continues until Obito introduces Naruto to Pain, informing Naruto that they will be joining the Akatsuki in an attempt to bring peace to the world. Pain tries scaring Naruto and testing if he could learn anything about Obito, who is still pretending to be Madara Uchiha. But Naruto was trained well enough not to back down from Pain or share any secrets. Madara explains that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and that if they train him well, he will easily be able to capture the other tailed beasts for them, so they can complete the ritual. Naruto doesn't know what he means by ritual, but he's excited to help his only friend Obito with his goals. He is also excited at the possibility of meeting new people for the first time. So, after being accepted into the group, Naruto, Zetsu, and Obito leave their hideout and join the Akatsuki, where they start meeting the others. Naruto is nervous but keeps quiet into himself as Pain explains why he brought them here to the other members. But Naruto notices one man is especially interested in him. He sees a man with black hair staring at him, who then walks over and introduces himself. He says, "Hello, my name is Itachi Uchiha. Who are you?" Naruto looks at Obito, not sure if he can answer, but Obito steps in, eye to eye with Itachi, telling him, "This is Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Itachi is visibly surprised, as he remembers from when he was little, hearing about the Hokage's son being stolen the night the Nine Tails attacked the Leaf. And Itachi is instantly able to understand that Naruto is the 4th Hokage's son. Itachi leaves Obito and sits back in his chair, thinking of what this could mean to his own mission of supporting the Leaf. But he keeps his thoughts to himself for now. Pain informs Obito that the rest of the Akatsuki will arrive shortly to discuss their next move. While this is happening, life in the Hidden Leaf continues, with the 4th and his family mourned for sacrificing themselves to save what was left of the village. The 3rd Hokage is still Hokage, but forced to deal with the need of more security. Danzo still orders the massacre of the Uchiha. The kids of the Hidden Leaf become Genin and break out into teams, hoping to become Chunin. Sasuke still wants to take revenge on his older brother, Itachi, for murdering the family. While Obito, still posing as Madara, talks to Pain, Naruto walks around the Akatsuki compound. Obito quietly tries convincing Pain of the benefits of keeping Naruto around, saying that the Akatsuki currently doesn't even have enough people to capture all the tailed beasts. It would be a few years before they have the strength required to take on a full village in pursuit of a Jinchuriki. And once we gather a few, an alliance forming to stop us is inevitable. Don't you want the Nine Tails helping you out in that fight? Pain questions if Madara is getting too soft, caring more about the boy than the mission. Pain tells Obito, "I would have no problem capturing the tailed beast myself, and having a child around is an unneeded distraction." The two continue arguing back and forth until Itachi steps in, saying, "I know it's not my place to speak, but I agree, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki fighting for us would be a great help. It's well known that my village was almost completely destroyed by the Nine Tails. It even managed to kill the Hokage by itself, without a Jinchuriki to draw out its full potential. If it is too much of a bother for you, Lord Pain, I will be personally responsible for him. You won't even have to lift a finger." Pain looks at Itachi, then begrudgingly accepts. "Fine, if you want to take care of the boy, then do it. But if he slows you down, I will change my mind. Now, I must return to the Mist Village. I will be in contact with you all as I continue gathering more members." As Pain leaves, Obito questions Itachi's motives. Obito says, "I'm glad you see things my way, but why volunteer to watch after Naruto? What do you have to gain by this, Itachi?" Itachi calmly avoids the question and asks Obito, who he still believes is Madara, "How is it you've come back to life after your death match with the 1st Hokage all those years ago?" Obito knows Itachi is smart enough to see through his lies, so he drops the questions while he's still ahead. Obito thanks Itachi for watching over Naruto, then lets him know that he will be gone for a while. But as Obito leaves, Itachi places his hand on Madara's shoulders, telling him, "Just so you know, the leaf is off limits to everyone but me and the Akatsuki. I have personal ties to the village much fresher than yours, so, with no disrespect intended, touch a single leaf in that village, and I'll come have a chat with you again." Obito says nothing but smiles under his mask, then simply vanishes with his Sharingan powers. Itachi wonders what this Madara could be hiding, but he swiftly leaves for now, off to find where Naruto left to. Itachi finds Naruto deeper inside the hideout and tells him that Madara has left you here to learn from me for a while. Naruto seems sad and nervous, but Itachi comforts him, saying, "Don't worry, I know you must feel alone and scared being here, but I won't let anything happen to you." Itachi then kindly holds his hand out to Naruto and takes him to his new room inside the hideout. After Naruto settles in, Itachi begins training the young ninja. Itachi eases Naruto into the training, letting Naruto get warmed up before adding some pressure. Itachi uses his shuriken throwing skills to keep Naruto at a distance, but Itachi is impressed at how much more confident Naruto becomes as the fight moves forward, trusting his skills and getting closer and closer to Itachi, dodging all of his shurikens. Finally, Naruto gets close enough to have a strike exchange with Itachi, who is still definitely going easy on Naruto. Itachi lands a big strike, knocking Naruto into the air, then quickly sends a fireball at Naruto. I wonder how he'll handle this, Itachi thinks, as Naruto is still in the air. He sends his own fireball at Itachi, exploding both and causing a smoke cloud. Impressive, he was able to match my fireball, Itachi thinks to himself as Naruto comes flying through the smoke, armed with his kunai, ready to slam it into Itachi. In the last second, Itachi disappears into a flock of crows and reappears behind Naruto. Itachi tells him, "That's enough for now. I'll tell you what you did right and what you did wrong." Naruto stops and listens to Itachi, going back to his more shy persona as the fight is over. Itachi tells Naruto, "Your speed and believing in yourself is great, but if I had made a full power fireball jutsu, then you would have been struck by it and hurt badly. Don't assume you're stronger than your opponent. Always be ready for the worst. But you have great potential, so I'm excited to have you as my student. Now, rest. Later you'll meet my partner, Kisame." Naruto spends a few years training with the Akatsuki, mainly with Itachi and sometimes with Kisame, but continues to get much stronger. While in the Leaf Village, Sasuke and the other Leaf Genin are getting ready to take the Chunin exams. Sasuke is still in a team with Sakura, and a random fodder ninja replaces Naruto. Sasuke still has his confrontation with Rock Lee, as they promise to fight each other in the future to see who is stronger. They all pass the first round of the test and enter the Forest of Death, where Sasuke is attacked by Orochimaru and given the curse mark. Then the second stage of the Chunin exam continues, as they did in the show, until Team 7 runs into Gaara, who has already passed but sneaks back into the forest after succumbing to his bloodlust. Gaara rushes Sasuke and his team, forcing Sasuke to save Sakura by pushing her out of the way. Gaara uses his sand to smash Sasuke against a tree and begin to squeeze the life out of him. Sasuke is powerless to get out of Gaara's sand grip, as he tells Sakura to run. But as Sasuke is struggling to get out, his other team member runs over, throwing paper bombs at Gaara's sand and loosening its grip enough for Sasuke to escape. Sasuke quickly grabs his smoke bombs to distract Gaara and give them enough cover to escape. But as they reach the finish line, Sasuke's teammate is yanked back into the forest, where Sasuke hears him scream until it stops. Sasuke stands terrified by what happened as he sees Gaara walking towards him covered in blood. Gaara mumbles to himself that Sasuke is next as he readies his sand to grab Sasuke. But a teacher quickly jumps in and stops Gaara, telling him that there is no fighting once they cross the finish line. Sasuke then runs past Gaara, who is still there, smiling at what he did to the poor young ninja. Sasuke runs over and finds his teammate's body lying dead on the floor. This hurts Sasuke deeply, as he had just started liking his new friend, even if he never showed it. And this leads to Sasuke vowing vengeance on Gaara. Sasuke carries his friend's tattered body inside. Gaara has already left, but Sakura is there and also crying at what happened. Sasuke tells her that he will get revenge for their fallen friend and promises to train enough to take Gaara out in the next round of the Chunin exams. While Naruto is training with Kisame and Itachi in the Akatsuki compound, Sasuke and the other Gini are in the last phase of the Chunin exams, a tournament to decide the best Gini in the ninja world. After a boring preliminary round to eliminate some of the remaining ninja, the remaining 8 participants are ready for the next match. But with Naruto not being in the tournament for obvious reasons, we need to choose a different competitor to take his place. So, Rock Lee will be fighting Neji in the tournament after beating Kiba in the preliminary round. Sasuke still has his fight with Gaara, Kankuro still forfeits his match with Shino, and Shikamaru still lets Temari win because he's too lazy to keep fighting. So, with Temari and Shino already advancing to the next round, the next fight is between Neji and Lee. Rock Lee tells Neji, "I've been waiting for my chance to prove that I'm just as good of a ninja as you are, and my time has finally come. I'm sorry if this is too sudden, Guy Sensei, but I know Neji won't give me another chance to activate my secret technique." So, as soon as the match begins, Lee releases the first 2 gates as Neji activates his Byakugan. Then, both ninja rush forward, trading strikes back and forth. Neji is surprised that Lee is able to dodge his strikes since he has never seen this side of Lee, and is used to outclassing him with his gentle fist taijutsu. After blocking all of Neji's attacks, Lee lands a powerful strike that sends Neji back and gasping for air. Neji thinks, how long has Lee been saving this, and how far can he go? Neji sees Lee flying towards him with a strong kick, so Neji tries stopping Lee's chakra flow, but again Lee is too fast, and knew that Neji would try this, so he shifts his weight so he can dodge the attack. Lee again tries sending Neji flying with a barrage of attacks, forcing Neji to counter with his palm rotation. This blocks Lee's first attack, then allows Neji to keep attacking and start damaging Lee. I don't want to take too much more damage, Lee thinks, as he knows he will still have to fight Sasuke or Gaara after this battle. I'll have to save my 3rd gate for later, Lee thinks as he backflips out of Neji's attack range. Lee quickly takes off his leg weights to everyone's confusion, then tosses them in the air and kicks them straight at Neji. I'm sure they're heavy, but he can't expect them to do that much damage, can he? Neji says as he barely weaves between them. Neji continues running towards Lee, but as the weights land behind him, a huge cloud of dust forms, covering the arena floor momentarily, as everyone is astonished at the weight Lee has been carrying. Neji is surprised, but keeps moving forward, wondering if Lee had forgotten that he can see through the smoke cloud easily with his Byakugan. Still, even when Neji sees Lee coming, he can't react fast enough and Lee blitzes him as he cuts through the smoke and boxes Lee with a quick barrage. Neji is wobbled by Lee, but he is able to pull out one of his explosive tags and uses it to gain a little separation. I can't believe how fast Lee is, I just have to hope my palm rotation is fast enough to stop him. As Lee recovers from the explosive tag, he dashes at Neji, ready to end the fight. They both collide, matching each other blow for blow. Rock Lee is trying to put out as much strength as possible without pushing his body past his limit, while Neji continues spinning as fast as he can to stop Lee from getting through his defenses. But finally, Lee finds an opening, flipping forward and dropping a kick right over Neji's head and slamming him to the floor. Lee sees Neji laying on the ground, and he knows it was a solid hit that Neji wouldn't be able to get up from. So, after the judge checks on Neji and confirms he is knocked out, Lee is announced as the winner to everyone's surprise. Sasuke can't believe that Lee was even stronger than he thought, but is confident he would be able to copy his movements with the Sharingan. He then starts getting ready for his own match with Gaara. As he and Gaara get ready, Might Guy talks to both of his students, telling them how proud he is, then promises that both will continue getting stronger together. Lee of course agrees with Guy Sensei, and Neji begins getting a newfound respect for Lee and decides to take him more seriously as an equal. Now, Gaara and Sasuke's match continues much like it did in the anime, with Sasuke and Gaara being pretty even until Sasuke lands a Chidori on Gaara, injuring him and sending him in a fit of rage. Then, as Gaara tries to hold back Shukaku from taking control, Orochimaru begins his attack on the Leaf Village, trapping the third Hokage and sending the Sand Village Jonin to attack the Leaf Ninja. Temari and Kankuro jump into the arena to try and help Gaara calm himself, then retreat to give Gaara enough time to compose himself so they can all help in the attack. Seeing Gaara and the others getting away, Sasuke chases after them. Sakura sees Sasuke leave and wants to help, so she gets some of the other Leaf Genin to follow her as she rushes to catch up with Sasuke. As Sasuke gets closer to Gaara, Kankuro stops to slow Sasuke down, but he is stopped by Shino, who offers to fight Kankuro so Sasuke can continue after Gaara. Sasuke finally reaches Gaara deep in the woods. When Gaara decides he's done running, Temari tries to convince him to keep going, but Gaara pushes her away, saying, "I need to kill that Uchiha for putting his hands on me." Sasuke starts by shooting off a fireball at Gaara, who uses his sand to cover his body from the attack. And the next thing Sasuke sees is Gaara's body being covered by the sand, as Shukaku is getting closer and closer to coming out of him. Gaara blasts sand bullets at Sasuke, who, even with his Sharingan activated, can barely dodge them. As he fights, he begins to feel his curse mark getting stronger, and it is forcing more of his attention to control it. Sasuke ignores this and continues to fight his way closer to Gaara, but he can feel Gaara's strength start to overwhelm him, despite the extra training he has done with Kakashi. After a few more fireballs, Sasuke retreats to catch his breath as Gaara rages trying to find him, until Sakura interrupts the battle. Gaara hears her calling Sasuke's name and it immediately tries attacking her to draw Sasuke out. As Gaara leaps towards Sakura, Sasuke charges his Chidori and jumps out to save Sakura. Gaara sees this and tries smacking Sasuke with his tail, but Sasuke spins around and lands the Chidori to Gaara's back, slamming him to the ground and stopping him for the moment. Sakura thanks Sasuke for saving her, but Sasuke just tells her to run. "I'm sure Gaara will still be able to get up, and I'm not sure how long I can fight while protecting you too." Sakura points at Gaara in fear as he begins to laugh, and his body is almost completely covered in sand. Gaara shouts, "I'm gonna enjoy killing you, Sasuke Uchiha," as he sends a wave of sand at them. Sasuke grabs Sakura and leaps into the trees, narrowly avoiding the sand tsunami, as Gaara continues laughing and screaming in the background. Sasuke again tells Sakura to run, as he promises to handle it. "I won't let Gaara hurt another member of our team," he tells her. As Sasuke starts doing the hand signs for Chidori, he hears someone shout out, "Sorry Sasuke, but I can't let you get all the glory." Rock Lee jumps onto the tree that Sasuke and Sakura are standing on, and offers to help Sasuke take out Gaara. Sasuke tries to convince Lee that he can handle Gaara alone, but Lee tells him, "I don't know what Gaara is turning into, but I can tell it's bad. There's no shame in needing help, Sasuke. I'm sure I would need help to beat this monster too." Sasuke reluctantly agrees to team up with Lee as Gaara slams his massive sand arms through the trees as he makes his way towards them. Gaara shouts out, "Stop hiding and face your death like a real ninja, unless you're too scared to face the demon inside me." Lee and Sasuke take one last look at each other, then nod their head, ready to take Gaara on as a team. As Sasuke and Lee agree to work together, Gaara laughs, calling their attempt at survival foolish. "You can't stop me. I was put in this world to kill, while you all were just here to cure my boredom. Now, die." Gaara sends more sand shurikens at the two boys, who split up to confuse Gaara. Sasuke throws shurikens to draw Gaara's attention. While it works, Gaara easily overpowers them with his own, and the one that does land is rendered useless against his monstrous sand body. But now, seeing Sasuke's location, Gaara charges at him for the kill, stretching his sand arms around the trees to grab Sasuke and start squeezing the life out of him. Lee uses Sasuke's distraction to open the first 4 gates and then bursts out of the forest and slams Gaara with a thunderous kick, forcing him to drop Sasuke as he is thrown into the air. Sasuke is shocked at Rock Lee's amazing speed as he is forced to use his Sharingan to track Lee's movements. He watches Lee catch up with Gaara, who is still sailing through the air, and then land a number of solid hits to Gaara. But Sasuke can tell that the hits, while strong, are having little effect, as Gaara's sand body is protecting him from serious damage by cushioning the blunt force of Lee's fist. Sasuke catches up to Lee, who is still bouncing Gaara around. Sasuke shouts at Lee that they're going to have to pierce Gaara's defenses to stop him. Sasuke begins charging up his Chidori as Lee kicks Gaara his way, then leaps out to stab Gaara. But in the seconds it takes for Sasuke to reach him, Gaara surrounds himself in a sand shell and sends spikes all around him to stop Sasuke. Sasuke barely manages to dodge the spikes and lands beside Lee, who is already showing signs of tiring. Lee warns Sasuke, telling him that the gates take too much of a toll on my body, we have to end this quickly. Sasuke agrees, telling Lee, I'll copy your movements and together we'll bust that shell open. Both young ninjas begin cracking Gaara's shell with a combo of kicks and punches, all while still dodging Gaara's sand attacks. I can't lose like this, Gaara yells from his protective dome. I've had enough fun now, it's time for everyone to die. Sasuke can feel the chakra build up inside Gaara's sand and pulls Lee away as it all begins to explode. Both boys look up and see the giant beast that Gaara has become. Gaara has finally unleashed Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, and starts his assault by sending a huge wave of sand at Lee and Sasuke, forcing them to seek safety in the trees, barely avoiding the sand. Lee tells Sasuke they must run and get help from one of their senseis, but Sasuke tells him, if that's what you want, go ahead. But I said I would beat Gaara and I meant it. If I die here, it just means I wasn't meant to beat him or my brother Itachi. Lee stops and says, you're right, I told myself I would become a splendid ninja with just my taijutsu, so if my taijutsu isn't good enough now, it won't ever be. Thank you Sasuke for helping me gain back my resolve. Both ninjas take off towards the monster, running tree to tree, unseen by the huge-tailed beast looking for them. Sasuke shoots out several fireballs, to which are easily swatted away by Gaara, who then begins blindly attacking in the direction, still unable to see his much smaller opponent. While Gaara looks for Sasuke, Lee quickly runs along the beast's back as Sasuke keeps launching fireballs from cover. Lee ends up on top of Shukaku's head, where he sees Gaara still controlling the massive sand monster. He again runs after Gaara, hoping he is too distracted, but Gaara notices at the last moment and sends sand after Lee. And as the sand starts surrounding him, Lee says, I can't get caught. If either me or Sasuke get beaten, we're both dead. As Gaara shouts out, Sand Coffin, Lee opens his final gate, now at 5. Rock Lee breaks out of Gaara's grasp and starts outmaneuvering Gaara's sand. Lee and Gaara start going back and forth, Gaara doing everything he can to keep Lee from landing a solid hit, sliding around Shukaku and sending wave after wave of sand at Lee, while Lee keeps inching closer and closer to Gaara. I can't go much longer, but I have to keep pushing myself, Lee thinks, until he finally grabs Gaara, who in turn grabs Lee with his sand. It's over, Gaara shouts as he tries crushing Lee. But before Lee is hurt, Gaara hears Sasuke and the Chidori he's made behind him. Sasuke dashes towards Gaara, dodging more sand arms and sand shurikens until he is fingertips away from his opponent. Sasuke lands his attack, piercing through the sand wall Gaara made to stop him and stabbing Gaara in the back. Gaara lets out another scream as it seems Shukaku is about to fully take over. So, Lee, who is now free from Gaara's grasp, lands a final punch, knocking out Gaara and forcing Shukaku to crumble away back inside the unconscious Gaara. As the three ninjas fall, Lee is exhausted and passes out from overusing the gates, but luckily is caught by Sasuke, who thanks the unconscious Lee for helping him defeat Gaara, who himself is saved by Temari, who runs off hoping to save Gaara from his potentially fatal wounds. Sakura and some of the other Leaf Guinea also arrive to help Lee and Sasuke to safety, as Sasuke is also heavily injured from fighting and struggling to keep his curse mark under control. So, while the kids were having their fight, Orochimaru was able to kill the third Hokage, but was unable to finish off the Leaf Village, thanks to Hiruzen sealing away his arms. The Leaf, realizing that Orochimaru had tricked the Sand Village into attacking them by pretending to be the Kazekage. So, after the fighting is done and the Sand Village retreat, Konoha is again left without a Hokage, and the village elders in Jonin begin deciding on a replacement. During the Chunin exams, Naruto has been hard at work training with Itachi and Kisame. Itachi, being from the Leaf Village, teaches Naruto the Shadow Clone Jutsu, not the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, the easier one that every Genin ninja learns in the academy, while Kisame helps Naruto learn better control of his chakra, seeing that Naruto has even more chakra than he does, and also teaches him a few weak water jutsus to help deal with Itachi's fireball jutsus. With these new skills, Naruto has impressed Itachi every step of the way, and Itachi tells Naruto it's time they go on a mission. Pain has sent Itachi and Naruto to see what happened to the Leaf Village and gain any intel that might be useful. So, Itachi and Naruto quickly leave for one of Naruto's first tests. But, Pain also has a hidden reason for sending Naruto away. As the Akatsuki has captured their first tailed beast, the Three Tails has been taken and is going to be put inside the Gedo statue, and Pain doesn't want to risk Naruto asking too many questions or realizing that one day they will need the Nine Tails chakra to complete their plan. After Orochimaru and the Sand Village's attack on Konoha, Pain has sent Itachi and Naruto to monitor what the Leaf do about the third Hokage's death and report back to Pain with any intel they get along the way. Itachi takes Naruto through the Leaf Village, which has already repaired most of the damage from the attack, showing him the aspects of being a ninja beyond just fighting, like blending in, getting information from situations, and how to find secrets without getting caught. So, as an example, Itachi sends a crow to fly around the Leaf Village and follow the elders speaking about the Hokage selection process. Several elders have nominated Jiraiya, who doesn't want the job, while Danzo has been politicking to get the job for himself. Jiraiya then offers to find the first Hokage's granddaughter Tsunade and convince her to become Hokage, to everyone's approval. But Danzo demands if she doesn't accept, then he becomes the official Hokage. And, with little to argue, they all agree as Jiraiya heads off to find her. Itachi calmly thinks to himself, I feel sorry for this village if Danzo becomes Hokage. I must remind him not to bother Sasuke. Itachi sends a second crow out to find Sasuke, but quickly realizes that he is already following him and Naruto. Itachi sends Naruto off to explore the area, but warns him to be ready to escape if any ninjas start asking questions. After asking for some money for food, Naruto looks around until he finds a small ramen shop and orders a bowl. Naruto is instantly in love with the ramen, claiming he's never had anything that good before, and proceeds to order a few more bowls. As he's scarfing down his food, a man laughs and asks if it's his first time eating Ichiraku ramen. Naruto is immediately on edge, but not wanting to raise suspicion, says, "Yeah, I'm visiting from outside the village and this place seemed pretty good." The man laughs again and agrees as he finishes his bowl, then says, "I'm Jiraiya, what's your name, kid?" Naruto pauses as he starts to wonder why this guy is asking so many questions. But luckily Jiraiya apologizes. "Sorry to bother you, it's just you look a lot like an old student of mine." Jiraiya waves over the owner and tells him to put the kid's bill on his tab, then starts back on his mission to find Tsunade. Around this time, Itachi has lured Sasuke to a secluded spot where Sasuke tries surprising him, but Itachi quickly overpowers Sasuke and begins questioning him about the curse mark and the chakra he feels coming from it. Sasuke tries fighting off Itachi, but is forced to tell him the truth while under a genjutsu. Itachi, wanting to keep Sasuke from falling into Orochimaru's trap, scolds him, saying, "This power is not your own, but Orochimaru's. He can't defeat me, so do you think borrowing his strength will make you strong enough to?" Sasuke struggles to get away, while vowing he doesn't need Orochimaru to beat Itachi. Sasuke tells him, "One day I'll make you pay for what you did to our clan." Itachi tosses his brother to the ground and warns him, "Next time I will kill you, Sasuke, if you're not strong enough to stop me." As a voice calls out, "There won't be a next time," as Kakashi jumps between Sasuke and Itachi. Kakashi tells Sasuke, "Go back to the village while I handle this." "I want to help you fight," Sasuke tells him, but Kakashi says no, get to safety, then continues after Itachi alone. Itachi uses his fireball jutsu to slow down Itachi, but Kakashi counters by copying his jutsu and sending his own fireball as a decoy, then surrounding Itachi in a mud wall, hoping to capture him. But of course, this Itachi was just a shadow clone, and the real one is standing behind Kakashi. Kakashi barely avoids Itachi's kunai, and then reminds himself of Might Guy and how he watches Kakashi's feet to avoid looking into the Sharingan. So, with Kakashi cautious of Itachi's Sharingan, the fight continues. Itachi still has the edge and is able to make Kakashi fight defensively, using water style to stop his fireballs and mud walls to slow Itachi's advances. Kakashi, though, is waiting for his chance to use Kamui to steal a victory. Kakashi feels the pressure of wanting to save Sasuke from the path of revenge and hopes he can stop Itachi before it corrupts Sasuke. But Itachi is much too strong, finally using Amaterasu to hopefully scare Kakashi away and back to the village. Kakashi, having no other way to stop Amaterasu, is forced to waste his chakra using Kamui to stop himself from being burned to ash. Kakashi, feeling the effects of his low chakra, is now an easy win for Itachi, who sneaks behind him and finishes Kakashi with a knockout blow. Itachi thinks to himself, this should send a message to Danzo without having to kill anyone. Now, I just have to find Naruto and leave. While Itachi and Kakashi were fighting, Sasuke tries following after them, but is stopped by Naruto, who shoots a fireball jutsu, surprising Sasuke and stopping him in his tracks. Sasuke, recognizing Naruto from earlier, asks, why have you been following Itachi? Naruto calls back, Itachi is my sensei, and I won't let you interfere with his mission. Sasuke can't believe what he hears and says, Itachi's a monster, he wouldn't take a kid like you under his wing. Naruto laughs, saying, I'll show you what he's taught me, as both ninja grab their shuriken and begin throwing them back and forth, matching each other throw for throw. Sasuke gets the advantage, bouncing a few shuriken off each other, then forcing it towards Naruto. As it hits Naruto, Sasuke feels he has the edge, until Naruto disappears in a puff of smoke and he realizes it was just a clone. Sasuke quickly activates his Sharingan and scans the forest around him, until Naruto appears behind him and connects a solid hit. Sasuke quickly adjusts himself and begins using the fighting style he copied from Rock Lee in the Chunin exams. But, to his surprise, Naruto keeps up, blocking and fighting back on par with Sasuke. Naruto seems to be stronger than Sasuke, but Sasuke is definitely faster, as he uses his speed to avoid Naruto and get some separation, then blast a few fireballs. Thinking to himself, if this guy thinks he can use fireball jutsus better than an Uchiha, he'll end up hurt. Naruto sees the fire coming, and using the water wave jutsu Kisame taught him, puts out Sasuke's fireballs and sends him back against a tree. Naruto then grabs his kunai and begins running towards Sasuke. You're not too bad, but I know more than just what Itachi taught me, Sasuke says as his curse mark begins leaking out extra chakra. Sasuke charges up his Chidori and runs towards Naruto, who is now worried about stopping such a strong attack. Naruto tries to stop himself, but Sasuke is too fast and close to connecting. Just before Sasuke does, Itachi grabs his arm and stops the attack from hurting Naruto. Sasuke is instantly worried, knowing that if Itachi is here, that means Kakashi must have been defeated. As Itachi has Sasuke caught, Sasuke shouts out, "Why are you training him and not me? Why did you abandon the Leaf Village, Itachi?" Itachi simply says, "Because you're not strong enough. You'd be a waste of my time. Now, go back and warn your Hokage that Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki will be watching the Leaf." Itachi then throws Sasuke to the ground once again, then uses Tsukiyomi to incapacitate him. Itachi then tells Naruto it's time to go, as they both quickly leave the Leaf just as easily as they entered. Kakashi eventually wakes up and finds Sasuke laying on the ground. He frantically rushes himself and Sasuke to the hospital to mend their wounds. As they are healing up, Danzo waits for the doctors to let him speak to them, and when he does, he is shocked by not just Itachi sneaking into the Leaf, but also the fact that Naruto Uzumaki was with him. Danzo tells them to keep Naruto's involvement a secret for now, as to not get the townspeople too worried. Little did Danzo know that Jiraiya was around the corner, listening to the conversation. Jiraiya got sidetracked by a woman he met in town and decided to leave in the morning. But when he heard that Kakashi was attacked, he wanted to know what happened for himself. Jiraiya wonders if it's true or just some kind of mind game from Itachi to hurt the Leaf just a little more. I'll look into this after I find Tsunade, Jiraiya thinks. But as he travels, he can't get the boy he met at the ramen shop out of his mind. After avoiding being captured by the Leaf Ninja, Itachi and Naruto hang around a small village a few miles from Konoha. Pain asked Itachi to keep Naruto busy for at least a few days to give the Akatsuki time to seal the Three Tails and decide their next move. And, as they wait, Itachi sees a few suspicious ninjas he feels could be from the Sound Village and decides to follow them. After a while, he realizes they're on a mission to kidnap someone from the Leaf Village. Itachi easily concludes that they are working for Orochimaru and are after Sasuke. Itachi thinks to himself, I guess I'll have to take Orochimaru out. He tells Naruto, right now Orochimaru is a bigger threat than the Leaf, so I want you to wait for an hour, then go after the Sound Ninja. I can stop Orochimaru by myself as long as they're all taken care of. If you have to work with the Leaf Ninja, then so be it. Just don't let any of the Sound Ninjas make it back to Orochimaru. Naruto agrees and promises to complete the mission for Itachi, who then heads to Orochimaru's compound while the Sound Four start infiltrating Konoha. Back in the village, Sasuke and Kakashi has had enough time since their fight with Itachi to heal up. But as Sasuke sits outside his home, the Sound Ninja are making their move, surrounding Sasuke, and then offer him a chance at more power by training under Orochimaru. But Sasuke refuses, telling them, Orochimaru is nothing compared to the power I need to obtain, and I don't need his help to achieve my goals. Now get lost and tell Orochimaru I'm not interested, before I get any more annoyed. The Sound Ninja laugh and tell Sasuke, Orochimaru had hoped you would agree to come with us, but gave us permission to use force if we had to. Sasuke, knowing what would happen next, quickly readies himself for a fight, throwing a smoke bomb down for cover, then going on the attack. But together the four ninja are much stronger than Sasuke and easily overpower him, until he is unable to resist. Several people hear the commotion and report it to the city guards as the Sound Four quickly escape the village with the unconscious Sasuke. Soon the kidnapping gets reported to the higher-ups of the village, but with Jiraiya still looking for Tsunade, there is no Hokage to give the ninja their orders, so the elders look to Danzo for what to do next. Danzo thinks to himself, as several Jonin wait for his decision, a random group capturing Sasuke isn't the worst thing to happen. It could get Itachi off my back for now also, and it would be one less Uchiha to deal with. After a few moments, Danzo speaks up, telling the Jonin that in the morning they will send a few ninja to investigate, but we still have to stay vigilant in the city in case it's just a diversion for a second attack. He then orders all the Jonin to stand at the ready for a possible attack. Kakashi is there and offers to go after Sasuke, telling Danzo that one Jonin being gone won't hurt the village, but Danzo refuses, saying, your Sharingan will be more useful in the Leaf, now go and do as I say. Kakashi wants to speak up, but knows better than to question Danzo from his time working in the Anbu, so he gets ready as he was told. But not before talking to Sakura and telling her about Sasuke. Kakashi then tells her that all the Jonin have been ordered to stay in the village, but the other Chunin and Ginning will be able to leave. He then assures her that if there's any problems, he'll take the blame. He then tells her to get Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Rock Lee to go after Sasuke as quickly as possible. You go with them too, I'm sure you're the only one with any medical training. Sakura quickly follows Kakashi Sensei's orders and rounds up the others. Shikamaru, being the only one promoted to Chunin, still becomes the leader of the Sasuke Retrieval team and gives everyone their roles. So the young ninja begin their search for Sasuke and the Sound Four. While they're on their way to Orochimaru, the Sound Ninjas force Sasuke to take the Awakening Pill to strengthen his curse mark to the next level, then seal him inside a special basket to stop him from dying. The time this ritual takes is enough to let the Leaf Ninja catch up to the Sound Four and start the events of the anime, like Choji fighting Jirobo, Kiba fighting Sakan and Yukon, Neji fighting Kitamaru, and Shikamaru fighting Taiyuya. This leaves Lee and Sakura going against an unknown ninja who the Sound Four delivers Sasuke to. The ninja takes Sasuke and places him out of harm's way before introducing himself as Kinemaru, the strongest of the Orochimaru's curse mark users. Rock Lee quickly stops Kinemaru, telling him that no matter who he is, he won't let Orochimaru take Sasuke. Lee then tells Sakura to wait for a chance to steal the basket away from Kinemaru while he handles the fighting. Now, while all these battles are taking place, they all play out similar to the anime, with Choji beating Jirobo, Neji beating Hitamaru, but without the fight between Naruto and Gaara, and Tsunade not being around to help make an alliance, the Sand Village Ninja don't agree to help the Leaf. So, that leaves Kiba and Shikamaru fighting alone, until Naruto sees Shikamaru at a stalemate with Taiyuya, and decides to help him. Naruto lands in the forest where they are fighting, surprising them both as Shikamaru still holds Taiyuya in a Shadow Strangle Jutsu. With both of them being unable to move, Naruto quickly uses his kunai to finish off Taiyuya for Shikamaru. Shikamaru pauses, unable to understand who Naruto is or why he helped him. Naruto just tells him we have a mutual enemy in Orochimaru and these ninja. Shikamaru thanks Naruto, and before going back to help Kiba, asks Naruto to help his friends who are fighting the last of Orochimaru's bodyguards. Naruto agrees as Shikamaru points him in the direction of Rock Lee and Sakura. Shikamaru then finds Kiba, and with their combined efforts easily defeats Sakan and Yukon. As Naruto is heading over to Rock Lee's location, Itachi is already confronting Orochimaru and Kabuto. Itachi walks forward, demanding an answer from Orochimaru on why he's targeting Sasuke. Kabuto tries stepping between Orochimaru and Itachi, but Itachi quickly smacks Kabuto out of the way. Orochimaru, who is still unable to use his arms because of the fight with Hiruzen, spits out his sword and begins swinging it at Itachi. Itachi uses his kunai to counter Orochimaru's blade as they clash back and forth. Itachi tells Orochimaru, "Sasuke is off limits to everyone except me. I know you want the Sharingan, and that makes you too dangerous to be left alive." Finally, Kabuto is able to get up and tries using his chakra scalpel to attack Itachi, but Itachi easily sends Kabuto back with a few fireball jutsu attacks. Orochimaru begins spitting snakes all over the room, trying to slow down Itachi, but Itachi is determined to keep Orochimaru away from Sasuke, and easily kills the snakes with his shurikens. But as Itachi takes care of the snakes, Kabuto helps Orochimaru summon Manda, causing the huge snake to burst through Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru laughs, feeling that he has Itachi trapped, as he yells out, "Ha, after I take your body, I'll force Sasuke to be the ultimate weapon for me, until I take his body as well." Then Orochimaru orders Manda to swallow Itachi whole. Itachi instantly calls out his Susanoo and bashes the huge snakes with his shield, then begins slashing Manda with Susanoo's huge blade. Orochimaru stands in awe of Itachi and knows he's beaten, so he tells Kabuto to run to safety after leaving him a single small snake. Kabuto listens to his sensei and dashes away as fast as he can, promising to finish Orochimaru's work. Itachi sees Kabuto escaping and blasts him with fireballs, but is unsure if he manages to kill Kabuto. When Orochimaru continues sending thousands of snakes, hoping to stop Itachi, but Itachi is still much too strong as he finally uses the Tutsuka blade to seal Orochimaru away. Itachi quickly destroys what's left of Orochimaru's hideout before he is too low on chakra to use Susanoo anymore. Itachi is exhausted from the fight despite dominating Orochimaru and feels he will need time to recover after all of this. Itachi sends a crow out to find Naruto as he sits down to catch his breath. Naruto follows Shikamaru's directions and finds Lee struggling against Kimimaro. Lee has been trying not to use the gates since his body barely fully healed from the Chunin exams, but he can tell he's outclassed by Kimimaro. He sees Naruto but doesn't know if he's a friend or foe, but while debating his next move, Kimimaro slams Lee with a powerful attack, taking him out of the fight. Kimimaro now turns his attention to Naruto and asks, "Are you also going to try and stop me?" Naruto shouts back, "Itachi sensei told me to take out any sound ninjas I see, so that's what I'm gonna do." Sakura recognizes Itachi's name from conversations with Sasuke, and she thinks to herself, this must be the guy who helped Itachi beat up Sasuke, so why is he helping us now? But as Naruto and Kimimaro talk, Sakura sees an opening and quickly grabs the makeshift coffin the sound ninja sealed Sasuke in and brings it back to an unconscious Lee behind Naruto. Kimimaro sees Sakura trying to open it and warns her to leave it closed if she doesn't want to kill her friend. So, Sakura stops messing with it and tries figuring out a way to wake up Lee, who hasn't moved since Kimimaro attacked him. Kimimaro sighs. "I'll take Sasuke back once I finish this boy off." Kimimaro then dashes at Naruto, who counters back at full speed, matching Kimimaru's strength perfectly. "Let's see what you got," Naruto says as the fight begins. Naruto throws several punches and kicks that Kimimaro easily dodges, then pulls a bone sword out of his body. Naruto is surprised at this ability, but continues focusing on the fight as Kimimaro slashes at him wildly, dancing with his bone sword. Naruto is able to counter it with his kunai, but is starting to get overwhelmed as Kimimaro sends more and more bone spikes out of his body. "I can't be this close to him," Naruto thinks as he backs up, barely able to avoid Kimimaru's attacks. Naruto is able to push Kimimaro back with a wave of water, but this barely slows his enemy down. Kimimaru sends his bone shards out at Naruto like bullets that whiz past Naruto's head and barely misses him. Kimimaru continues shooting at Naruto, who tries stopping them with shuriken, but is only able to change their flight path as they slam through his shurikens. Damn, he's not letting up, Naruto thinks as he sends a shadow clone out as a decoy. Kimimaru, not being able to tell the difference between them, continues trying to take out the clone, giving Naruto a chance to strategize. As Naruto is readying his next attack, Kimimaru finally destroys the shadow clone. Realizing he's been tricked, Kimimaru quickly tries finding the real Naruto's location, when a shuriken bounces off his back. Kimimaru looks for Naruto in the direction the shuriken came from, but he still can't locate him. Kimimaru shouts out, "Show yourself, those shuriken are useless against my bones, stop wasting my time and fight." Naruto jumps out of the forest, throwing more shuriken, then uses the clone jutsu Itachi taught him to multiply the shurikens, turning the 5 he threw into about 20. They all hit Kimimaru, but as he said, they aren't strong enough to pass his bone defenses. Kimimaru shoots his bone bullets at Naruto, who is luckily just a shadow clone that disappears. But as Kimimaru checks for any damage, he sees one of the kunai that stuck to his arm has an explosive tag hanging from it, that quickly blows up, finally doing a little damage to him. As Kimimaru tries recovering from the blast, Naruto finally reveals himself and throws several more paper bombs at Kimimaru, continuing the damage and wasting his chakra remaking his broken bones. Naruto keeps up the pressure by rushing at Kimimaru, but is stopped by a bone shard slamming into his shoulder. Kimimaru stumbles to his feet. "That hurt, but now that I see the real you, it's over." Kimimaru sends more bone shards at Naruto, who is forced to hide behind a tree to survive. Naruto pulls a few of Kimimaru's bones out with his kunai and tries to stop the bleeding as Kimimaru closes in on him. "You better just come out now. If you give up, Orochimaru and I will take it easy on your sensei. In other words, the longer it takes to finish you off, the longer it will take with him," Kimimaru warns Naruto. The thought of anyone hurting the only person who's been nothing but kind to Naruto angers him, as he stands up ready to face Kimimaru. Naruto walks out from the trees and says, "Someone like you wouldn't be able to lay a finger on Itachi sensei." Kimimaru sees a reddish-orange aura surrounding Naruto as he says, "Itachi asked me to stop any of the sound ninja from interfering with his mission, so I won't let you leave here alive." Kimimaru swings his bone sword at Naruto's head, but Naruto stops it as his aura continues getting stronger the angrier he seems to get. Kimimaru tries taking his sword back from Naruto, but Naruto lands a bone-shattering punch that sends Kimimaru flying back and gasping for air. What happened? How did he get so much stronger? Kimimaru thinks. Kimimaru then sees Naruto leap into the air, still holding the bone sword he took moments ago. Naruto then throws the sword as hard as he can, straight at Kimimaru, who is barely able to dive out of the way as the sword stabs the spot he was just sitting at. Kimimaru can feel a whole new presence in Naruto, and he knows he needs to get serious fast. But as he tries opening the curse mark Orochimaru gave him, Naruto blitzes him with a shadow clone and starts knocking Kimimaru back and forth while Kimimaru struggles to defend himself. Kimimaru finally sends out bone shards from every direction, hitting Naruto and his clone, giving him enough time to open the curse mark and unleash his strongest form. In this form, he is able to turn the tables on Naruto as he places his hands on the ground and creates tons of bone spears to stab Naruto, who with the Nine Tails chakra is barely able to avoid them. Kimimaro then uses the bones to quickly sneak up on Naruto and punch him with his massive bone arm. Naruto is barely able to slow down the attack before it lands. This hurts and enrages Naruto even more as he continues to pull more and more chakra out of the Nine Tails to keep up with Kimimaro. Kimimaro continues his barrage of bone spikes as he feels his chakra depleting, thinking he must take out Naruto before Lee wakes up. I would just kill him and that girl now if Sasuke wasn't so close to them. I can't risk killing Orochimaru's new vessel, Kimimaro says to himself. Naruto continues dodging the bones until he's able to reach the top of a tree for a chance to catch his breath. This guy's way stronger than I thought, but I can't let him win. I gotta give this next attack everything I got. As Naruto is standing there, Kimimaro increases the size of the bone spikes to try and finish off Naruto. Naruto leaps from a tree right as it is ripped in half by the bone spears. Naruto then uses a clone to throw him higher in the air and closer to Kimimaro. As Naruto flies in the air, he draws up more and more of the Nine Tails chakra and gathers it for a huge fireball jutsu. The fireball he lets out is massive, but Kimimaro is confident he can easily avoid it and finish off Naruto with his bone blade. But Naruto uses the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu again, but this time on the fireball, instantly creating 50 more of equal size. Kimimaro panics, knowing he can't avoid every fireball, but tries desperately until he's completely covered in flames. The fireballs are even able to break most of Kimimaru's bone spears, giving Naruto a nice spot to land near the defeated Kimimaro. Naruto can feel his whole body ache from the Nine Tails aura surrounding him, until he finally calms down enough to regain control and suppress the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto stumbles from exhaustion as Sakura rushes to him to see if he's okay. Naruto is confused by this and doesn't trust her, but he is too tired to stop Sakura, who keeps him from collapsing and sits him on the floor. Rock Lee then walks over to Naruto and thanks him for the help, saying, "I could not have beaten Kimimaro for sure, and we would have lost Sasuke without you. Is there any way we can repay you?" Naruto is confused with the two kids' kindness, having only been around people who look after themselves or help him for selfish reasons. But Naruto quickly regains enough strength to stand and tells them not to worry about it. "I only did it to help Itachi, not you guys. I'm leaving now that the Sound Ninja are taken care of." Naruto slowly begins making his way back to the small town to meet back up with Itachi. As Sakura and Lee take Sasuke back to the village, along the way finding Shikamaru, Kiba, then the injured Neji and Choji. Just outside the village, they find Kakashi, who is on the way to help look for Sasuke. Sakura tells Kakashi about Kimimaru's warning about Sasuke dying if he leaves the basket, so Kakashi looks over it with his Sharingan. Kakashi releases the seal on the lid and slowly pulls out Sasuke, who is in his curse-marked form. Kakashi and everyone are shocked at Sasuke's transformation and worry if he'll be okay, until Kakashi promises to do whatever he can to make sure Sasuke is taken care of. Kakashi takes Sasuke home and watches over him until he awakes and reverts to his normal self. While Kakashi stays with Sasuke, Itachi finds Naruto waiting at an inn outside the Leaf Village. Both are injured but will survive, and Itachi listens to Naruto's story and tells him he's proud of how he handled his mission. Itachi then tells Naruto tomorrow it'll be time to head back to the Akatsuki hideout. Just before the time skip, Naruto and Itachi stopped Orochimaru from kidnapping Sasuke, by Itachi seemingly killing Orochimaru and Naruto helping the Leaf Guinea beat the Sound 5. Naruto and Itachi then head back to the Akatsuki hideout, while Sasuke is taken in by Kakashi to watch over him full time and help him handle his new curse-marked powers. Jiraiya also completes his mission of finding Tsunade and bringing her back to the village, but she is not convinced to become Hokage. This leads to Danzo becoming the 5th Hokage before the official start of Shippuden. But Tsunade, wanting to help the village, begins teaching medical ninjutsu to students, but specifically Sakura. Jiraiya himself begins helping Kakashi with Sasuke's training. Jiraiya sees a lot of similarities between Sasuke and Orochimaru, so Jiraiya promises himself to do whatever he can to help Sasuke become the ninja he and the 3rd Hokage wished Orochimaru would become. So, for the next 2 years, Sasuke trains with Kakashi and Jiraiya, bettering all his skills, mainly focusing on his base form, then trying to learn how to control his curse mark. On the few occasions Sasuke goes into his curse mark level 2 form, he impresses Kakashi and Jiraiya with his strength, leading both ninja to see Sasuke as the future of the Leaf Village. In Sasuke's spare time, he also spars with Rock Lee, learning new taijutsu moves and developing a friendly rivalry that makes both young ninja grow stronger. Back in the Akatsuki, they spend 2 years gathering the last few members, Deidara, Hidan, and the newest recruit, Tobi. They also kidnap 2 more Jinchuriki, the 5 tails and the 6 tails. This means they have 3-tailed beasts sealed in the Kido statue and the 9 tails sealed in Naruto. Naruto has spent his time training with the different members of the Akatsuki, mainly being a warm-up for everyone before they leave on a mission, while his real training was handled by Itachi, Kisame, and Tobi, who only revealed his true identity to Naruto and Pain. Itachi continues with the help of Kisame, turning Naruto into a strong ninja who could handle any situation, while Obito pushes Naruto past his limits, forcing him to draw out the 9 tails power, then uses his Sharingan to stop the 9 tails from taking over when he pushes Naruto too far. This leads to Naruto's first meeting with Kurama inside his head. This continues time and time again, and every time Kurama tries scaring Naruto into letting him take over so he can kill Obito. But Naruto always refuses, telling Kurama, "Obito is basically my only family. His training will only help me grow stronger." Kurama laughs at this, always warning Naruto that Obito doesn't care about him. He only wants to use both of our powers for his own gain. Naruto refuses to believe this, and still refuses to break the seal holding Kurama back, until Kurama tells him, "Well, Naruto, whenever you want to learn the truth about Obito and your parents, let me know and I'll tell you everything. You'll just have to let me out first." Naruto is torn about whether this could be a trick or if it could be the truth. But Naruto for now ignores Kurama and continues his training with Obito. After a particularly rough training session is done, Naruto stops Obito and tells him what Kurama has been telling him. Obito is shocked, having never seen this as a possibility, and quickly lies to Naruto, saying, "I know I'm very hard on you, but it's just because you are so important to our plan of peace, and that demon fox will say anything to take over your body. I need you to be strong and promise not to fall for his tricks." This satisfies Naruto for now, as he continues believing in Obito and the Akatsuki's plan. So after all this, 2 years has passed, and Pain says it's time for Naruto to carry his own weight. Pain tells all the Akatsuki members the next Jinchuriki they will go after is the one-tailed Kazekage, Gaara. He is about the same age as you, Naruto, so you should be enough for the mission. You can go with Itachi and Kisame, but I want you to take the Jinchuriki back alive. They're just going to stop any of the sound ninja from interfering. Itachi tries calmly protesting Pain's orders, wanting to wait for Naruto to grow a bit stronger, but Naruto stops Itachi, saying, "Yes, Lord Pain, I will carry out the mission, no problem." Pain thanks Naruto for his cooperation and tells them to get ready to leave tomorrow. After all the other members leave, Itachi goes to Naruto and asks if he's sure he can handle the Kazekage. Naruto tells Itachi, "Everyone in the Akatsuki has to earn their spot, and I'm tired of everyone thinking I'm just a punching bag. I believe in myself, and I'll get everyone's respect after I beat the Kazekage." Itachi nods his head and tells Naruto that no matter what happens, I'm proud of how far you've come along since we met. As the 3 Akatsuki members head to the Sand Village, Team 7 and the whole Leaf Village is continuing to change under Hokage Danzo. Danzo has assigned Side to keep an eye on Sasuke, making him the newest member of Team 7, and the Anbu is growing more and more dominant as the Leaf's main police force, keeping citizens and ninja in line, following Danzo's orders without question. Not everyone is happy with Danzo's run as Hokage so far, but people are happy at how safe it's been and how fast the rebuild has gone, allowing people to look past his much harsher rule than the 3rd Hokage. Danzo also continues his personal mission to get rid of Sasuke before Itachi can interfere in his affairs, and sends Sasuke and Team 7 on a dangerous mission to steal intel from the Sand Village. Danzo tells Kakashi he has reason to believe the Sand Village will attack again, and it's Kakashi's job to prove it. Danzo tells Kakashi not to come back until he's positive the sand won't be attacking them anytime soon. And if any of Team 7 don't make it back alive, he will begin planning his own attack in retaliation on the Sand Village. Pain has sent Naruto, Itachi, and Kisame to the Sand Village to capture the One-Tails Jinchuriki and Kazakaze Gaara. So, the 3 Akatsuki members are currently hiding inside the Sand Village, waiting for their opportunity to strike. Little do they know that the Leaf's Team 7 is also currently in the Sand Village on Danzo's orders, looking for any proof of a believed attack on the Leaf. Both group of ninja continue on their separate missions as the Sand Village continues with their day-to-day lives, unaware of the impending attack. Kisame and Itachi stay close to the main gates as Naruto makes his way closer to Gaara's main office. With little time to act, Naruto quickly gets ready as Kisame and Itachi start their distraction. Kisame uses his water-style super exploding shockwave to create a huge bubble of water around a portion of the village, and Itachi picks off ninja who come running in to stop Kisame. Naruto, seeing that the attack has started, bursts into the Kazekage's office as Gaara is getting ready to deal with the unknown invaders. Gaara sees Naruto's outfit and knows he's part of the Akatsuki. I gotta take this fight serious or I might be in trouble, Gaara thinks to himself as he readies to fight Naruto. Team 7 also sees this attack, but uses it as a chance to gain intel. Kakashi and Sakura stay back and watch the fight so Sai and Sasuke can steal any documents they find in the Sand Village paperworks. But as Sai and Sasuke are searching, the fight between Gaara and Naruto begins. Naruto knows little about Gaara, other than his control over sand gives him great defense and offensive power. So, he starts off cautiously, throwing various kunai and shurikens at Gaara, who easily deflects them all, saying, "If you've come here to assassinate me, you're gonna have to do better than that. Much better people than you have tried and failed." Gaara then begins sending sand waves at Naruto, pushing him back and sending him through the walls of the building they're fighting in. Naruto tries countering the sand with a water wave of his own, but he's easily overpowered by Gaara's mastery of the sand. Gaara then follows after Naruto, floating on a cloud of sand, constantly shooting sand bullets to keep Naruto at a distance. While Gaara battles Naruto, the Sand Village tries stopping Kisame and Itachi with little success. While the small number of water-style ninjas they have try rescuing people from Kisame's water bubble, Tomari and Kankuro try dealing with Itachi, who merely toys with them, easily handling any jutsu they throw at him, while mainly focusing on Naruto, who seems to be having a little trouble fighting Gaara. Damn, Naruto thinks, I need to do something other than dodge, but his sand is so fast. I'm already getting tired, and this guy's just standing there barely moving at all. Naruto uses the Fireball Shadow Clone Jutsu, sending over 100 fireballs at Gaara, who finally begins to take his attacker seriously. Gaara surrounds himself in an extra strong sand shell before he is battered by most of the fireballs, but mostly unharmed, except for his chakra reserves. When Gaara emerges from the sand shell, he has lost sight of Naruto, who has ducked out of sight, readying his next plan. Naruto begins taking chakra from the Nine-Tails when he is suddenly speaking with Kurama inside his head. Naruto shouts out, "I'm a little busy at the moment, what do you want?" And Kurama replies, "I see you're fighting the One-Tails Jinchuriki, and you're not doing a very good job either. I never liked Shukaku, so if you want to beat this guy, let me take over and have a little fun." Naruto quickly shuts down Kurama. "Yeah, right, I'm not falling for that. If I give you control, there's no way you'll give it back." Kurama laughs. "You're right about that. But I can't lose to that pathetic creature. I don't think you can beat him without me, so I'll give you a taste of what you could do if you let me take the lead." Kurama then gives Naruto a huge amount of Nine-Tails chakra. Naruto in his training has been able to fully control one tail of chakra, and use two for a while without losing control. But with Kurama willingly giving Naruto his chakra, Naruto is able to use 3 tails under his own control. Kurama laughs as Naruto struggles to control his anger in this form, telling him, "Have fun, and let me know whenever you want more of my power." Now, with Naruto back in the fight, he blitzes towards Gaara, who is shocked to find out Naruto is also a Jinchuriki, and tries slowing Naruto down with his sand. But Naruto quickly dodges it with his speed, and slaps a huge chakra fist into Gaara, grabbing him and slamming him into the ground. Gaara struggles to free himself as he is forced to surround himself and Naruto with sand as he tries squeezing Naruto with his sand burial. But Naruto bursts out of the sand and blasts Gaara with a huge fireball that melts away his sand defenses and lands full force. Gaara begins to panic, thinking, "I'm not dying for this village that hates me. I will survive no matter what." Gaara begins collecting sand from all over the village, destroying houses and people as he makes a huge wall between Naruto and himself. Itachi and Kisame see this and begin to think they might have to help Naruto. Kisame looks at Itachi and laughs. "This Gaara guy doesn't seem to care too much about his village," he says as they watch him grind up the village into his sand wall. Sakura begins to panic for Sai and Sasuke, but Kakashi tells her to calm down and to trust their skills. Until they see them both running over to them. Kakashi orders the team to abandon the mission, telling them even if the sand was planning to attack the leaf, they won't be able to for a while now. As they leave, Sasuke looks back at how much stronger Gaara has gotten since their fight at the Chunin exams, and tells himself he must step up his training before he is left further behind. As Team 7 starts the return trip to the Leaf Village, Gaara's sand wall is complete and towers over the sand village. Gaara has wasted almost all his chakra making it, and destroyed over a quarter of the village himself. Gaara's plan is to drop the wall on top of Naruto, knowing even if it doesn't kill him, he will at least trap him inside the sand tomb. Gaara then uses his massive sand hand to push the rock-hard sand wall over. As it begins to tip over, Naruto uses the Nine Tails chakra covering his body to stretch out and grab the walls. Naruto uses all his strength to push the wall and stop it from tipping over him. Gaara is surprised Naruto would even try to stop the wall as he begins to push even harder as well, yelling out, "Give up and die already." Naruto then uses his three tails to help him push harder to match Gaara's strength and begins to overtake Gaara as the wall begins tipping back towards him. Gaara is now extremely panicked as he is already at his limit, having used most if not all of his chakra to make the wall and doesn't have the same raw strength Naruto does to force it down. Naruto keeps pushing as he turns into his Four Tails form as the Nine Tails chakra begins covering his body and allows him to overpower and push the sand wall back on top of Gaara. Gaara knows he doesn't have the energy to escape, so he begins softening the sand as it falls. But, even softened, the sand falls with enough force to cover and flood the village deep in sand, as Gaara is too exhausted to do anything. Naruto is barely able to hold back Kurama in his Four Tails form, and luckily passes out from exhaustion and reverts back to his normal self. As Itachi and Kisame quickly recover him and Gaara, Kankuro tries following them, but is easily put under a genjutsu by Itachi and forced to go back to the sand village empty-handed. Gaara is then kept constantly suppressed by Kisame, using his sword Samihara to keep his chakra too low to function, as Itachi keeps Naruto safe until he awakens a few hours before they reach the Akatsuki compound. While Naruto is healing from his fight with Gaara, the Akatsuki extract the One Tails and discuss the mission. Kisame and Itachi both speak highly of Naruto and how he single-handedly defeated Gaara just as Pain asked, and was able to control the Four Tails for a while. This pleases Pain and instills confidence within the whole group that Naruto is an asset worth keeping around until absolutely necessary. They also start planning what tailed beast to send Naruto after when he's fully healed. Back in the Sand Village, Kakashi and Sai report back to Danzo about the Sand Village possible destruction. As Kakashi explains, the Sand Village definitely won't be able to attack, and may even be open to an alliance since they are weakened and will need help to rebuild. But Danzo sends him away. With Kakashi gone, Danzo asks Sai about the secret mission, who says, "Sorry, but since we never had to engage in combat, I was unable to kill Sasuke. If the Akatsuki didn't attack the Sand Village, I'm sure I could have finished your mission." Danzo tells Sai not to waste the next opportunity. "I don't know when I'll get a chance to kill that boy, but next time I will be successful." Sai apologizes, then heads out, as Danzo contemplates his next move. With Gaara's tailed beast extracted, the Akatsuki leave Gaara to die outside their hideout, where he stays until he is found by Kankuro and a few other sand ninja that track down his location. But with Gaara already dead from the tailed beast extraction process, there is little they can do other than bring his body back to the sand village. While inside the Akatsuki hideout, Naruto is getting ready for the next tailed beast retrieval mission with Itachi and Kisame. The three ninja are waiting for data to return with intel on where their next target will be, and Naruto specifically is talking with Kurama and asking if he's going to help him take out the next tailed beast. Kurama, who seems to be in a better mood than usual after defeating the One-Tails a few days prior, says, "I haven't decided yet. It was nice beating the One-Tails, but the most important question is, what did they do with the Jinchuriki and that tailed beast?" Naruto says, "I don't know for sure. I know they extracted the chakra from the One-Tails, and Gaara's probably dead. What does it matter?" Kurama laughs. "You haven't thought about what's going to happen when they want my chakra, have you?" Kurama laughs as he continues warning Naruto. "I've told you before not to trust these guys, especially Obito, but maybe you'll realize before it's too late." Naruto snaps back. "They care about me as part of the team. Obito just wants to end all this war and suffering. I know he's mean, but he has good intentions." "And what about you, Kurama? You just want to take over my body and kill everyone you see." "That's true," Kurama says, "but what do you want, Naruto? Don't you just want to use me to get stronger?" "No way," Naruto says. "I don't want you trapped inside me any more than you do. As far as I see it, we're both in this together. I wish we could work as a team so we could both get what we want." Kurama is silent for a moment, and before he can speak, Itachi taps Naruto on the shoulder, breaking him out of his trance and telling him it's time to go. Naruto nods while gathering his supplies for the road, then heads out behind Kisame and Itachi to find the next tailed beast. In the Leaf Village, Sasuke continues his training with Kakashi, and with both of them being lightning style users, Sasuke quickly learns Kakashi's jutsus and perfects his Chidori to be just as good as Kakashi's Raikiri version. This also spurs Kakashi on to make new, stronger lightning techniques to stay just ahead of Sasuke. During their training, Sasuke and Kakashi are found by Sai, who tells them that Sasuke has been given a reconnaissance mission in the Cloud Village. Kakashi volunteers to go along with Sasuke, but Sai tells him that Danzo has plans for him here in the village, and has already assigned Sai to join Sasuke. Kakashi grumbles, saying, "Whenever Danzo says something like that, I end up just waiting around with nothing to do." He also asks Sai, why is Danzo constantly looking for trouble with other villages? Sai ignores Kakashi and asks Sasuke how long it will take him to get ready, to which Sasuke tells him he can leave immediately. Sai fakes a smile and agrees to head out now as Kakashi marches into Danzo's office. Kakashi questions why of all the village ninja and Anbu members, why would you pick Sasuke? Danzo tells Kakashi, watch your tone when you're speaking to your Hokage. I don't have to answer to you or anyone, but since I know you're one of my best ninja, I'll be honest with you. I don't trust Sasuke, Uchiha. We all know of his brother's betrayal of the village, and I don't want him to follow in Itachi's footsteps. So it's better if he's away from the village, and if there's any ninja to risk, why not a possible loose cannon the village can function without? Kakashi is shocked by Danzo's words, telling him, "You're wrong about Sasuke. He's a great ninja and could grow to be the strongest in the village. For us to waste that isn't just wrong, it's idiotic. I know you care about the village, Danzo, but the way you're handling it is not the Konoha way, and would never be done by the third Hokage." Danzo tells Kakashi, "You're too young to remember the second Hokage. He was a great man, and I run the village how he would have. This conversation does nothing for me or you, so see your way out immediately." Kakashi wants to continue arguing, but decides to wait for now. But Kakashi knows something will need to be done soon about Danzo's behavior. Back on the road, Sasuke and Sai talk about their mission, with Sai telling Sasuke that a Cloud Ninja was seen with a few incriminating documents just outside the Leaf Village, so we need to infiltrate the Cloud just like we did to the Sand and see if they have anything else planned. Sasuke accepts the explanation, not knowing it was all a lie. Danzo is just again paranoid and refuses to trust the Cloud Village, and while Danzo does want to know if the Cloud Village is planning something, he mainly wants to sacrifice Sasuke so Sai can find an advantage to use against the Cloud Village and the Raikage. So as Sai and Sasuke sneak closer to the Cloud Village, they are eventually stopped by a 3-man Cloud Ninja team who try attacking, jumping out of the shadows and grabbing Sai. The other two stand in front of Sasuke, telling him to identify what village he's from and surrender before we kill your partner. So drop your weapon and come forward, they continue to demand. Sasuke calmly agrees and slowly stabs his sword into the ground in front of him. The Cloud Ninja are on edge and watch closely as Sasuke steps forward, but Sasuke quickly grabs his sword and sends a pulse of electricity through it, electrifying the two Cloud Ninja and giving Sai the chance to break out of the third ninja's grasp and quickly knock him out. With the three ninja knocked out, Sai goes to finish them off, but Sasuke stops him, saying, "We don't have to kill them, we just have to tie them up and continue the mission." But Sai counters, saying, "If we escape, our cover will be blown. Killing them will be the most efficient way of handling this. We're two outsiders, infiltrating their home. We're in the wrong here," Sasuke says. "I wouldn't bat an eye if it was the other way around, but they have done nothing wrong, and we would only give the Cloud a reason to come after us in retaliation." As Sai and Sasuke argue back and forth, they are interrupted by a fourth person, rapping from a distance. Both Sai and Sasuke ready themselves, but they can tell this ninja is on a whole different level. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki B says, "What are you doing here? I hope you're not looking for a fight." Sasuke steps forward, saying, "Our village was attacked by Cloud Ninja, and we've been sent here to investigate the matter." Sai adds, "Yes, we don't want any trouble," but B quickly shuts him down, saying, "I heard everything you two said. I know you were willing to kill my brothers without hesitation. If it wasn't for your friend here, I would have already killed you." Killer B then looks at Sasuke and says, "Now, since you seem like a nice guy, I'll be straight with you. I'm the Raikage's right-hand man, and I know we haven't sent any ninja outside the village. We've been all hands on deck since the Sand Village was destroyed by the Akatsuki. So, either we are set up, or you're lying." Sasuke tells him, "I'm just a ninja sent by his Kage. I don't know the inner workings of the higher-ups. I just know what I've been sent to do, and that's find out if our village will be safe from the Cloud Village. So, if you're saying we will be, our mission is done." Killer B thinks for a second and says, "You have my word that the Cloud Village wants no beef with the Leaf Village." Sasuke is surprised and asks, "How did you know we're from the Leaf Village?" To which B says, "Only the Leaf would be brave enough to come to the Cloud with only 2 shinobi. And I saw you fight in the Chunin exams when you were younger, Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke laughs, "Well, thank you for your honesty. Now, I'll make sure we get out of your land as quickly as possible." B gives Sasuke a fist bump, and as he is about to send them on their way, a huge explosion is heard inside the village. Sai uses the explosion as an opportunity to flee, but Sasuke stays with B, wanting to prove the Leaf's innocence in the matter, as both ninja go to see what the problem is. So, when they enter the village, they see the 2-Tails Jinchuriki beaten by Naruto, Itachi, and Kisame. Itachi sees Sasuke with B and asks, "Why are you here, little brother? You're not following me, are you?" Forcing Sasuke to call out, "No, but I'm ready to finish you off for what you did to our family." "Sorry, little brother, but I don't have time to kill you today," Itachi counters back. "But if you truly think you're ready to fight me, I'll be in touch. But for now, we're leaving." So, as the 3 Akatsuki members begin to leave, the Raikage bursts into the scene, ready to fight. He uses his amazing speed to cut off the 3 invading ninja and tells B to get ready. This quickly leads to a 6-way brawl, with Kisame attacking B, Itachi dealing with the Raikage, and Sasuke once again meeting Naruto. Killer B and Kisame are very evenly matched, as B tries luring Kisame out of the village so he can freely use the 8 tails without destroying the village. Sasuke and Naruto are also very evenly matched, especially with Naruto tired after fighting the 2 tails and unable to use 9 tails chakra. This leads to Sasuke getting the advantage as he is still fresh. Itachi is also somewhat struggling with the Raikage. While he is able to avoid his attacks, he has no way of hurting him until he unleashes his Susanoo, giving him the power and defense to stand toe-to-toe with the Raikage. This is also the first time Sasuke has seen the Susanoo, and is surprised and amazed that Itachi has such a strong jutsu. Itachi also places a few Cloud Ninja under a Genjutsu, forcing them to attack the Raikage, helping him control the fight so he can make his escape. Naruto and Sasuke continue their fight as Sasuke asks Naruto, "How can you work with Itachi knowing he murdered his whole clan? Don't you know he'll turn his back on you just as easy?" Naruto ignores Sasuke as the best he can, just focusing on the fight until Sasuke opens his curse mark. This overwhelms Naruto, as he is unable to match up with Sasuke's strength and speed without the 9 tails. Wanting to end the fight quickly, Sasuke flies into the air and drops down with a huge Chidori that lands perfectly on Naruto. But Naruto disappears as Sasuke sees that he was just fighting a shadow clone, and Naruto has already escaped with the Nine Tails outside of the village. Sasuke looks over and tries deciding whether he should help the Raikage with Itachi, but he sees something else in the sky. But he notices something flying in the sky. He warns the Raikage, who also looks up and sees another Akatsuki member, Deidara, flying over the village with a huge clay bomb and is ready to drop it. Itachi steps away from the distracted Raikage and runs past Sasuke, telling him, "See you soon, little brother," as he joins Naruto and Kisame to finally escape the Cloud Village together. Just as Deidara is dropping his C3 bomb, Sasuke stands only able to watch the bomb fall as B rushes back to the Raikage and they both jump into action without words. Together they leap up to meet the bomb in the air and use a huge amount of electric power on the bomb with their lightning lariat, causing it to crumble to dust and fall harmlessly to the ground. Deidara thinks to himself, "Damn, just my luck, two strong lightning users." He then throws a few seeds on the ground to distract them long enough for all the Akatsuki members to flee the area uninterrupted. The four Akatsuki members continue back to their hideout with another captured Jinchuriki, leaving only the 4, 7, and 8-tailed beast left to capture. And, with what just happened in the Cloud Village, the Raikage has demanded, despite B's disapproval, that Sasuke remains in the Cloud Village to answer some questions about his involvement in the Akatsuki's attack. With the Cloud Village still reeling after the Akatsuki's attack, Sasuke has been taken in for questioning since the Raikage saw him being there as a sign he must be working with the Akatsuki. So, inside the Cloud Village's Kage office, Sasuke explains the situation to the Raikage. "I told you 100 times already, I was sent here by Danzo because we found a few Cloud Ninja with documents implicating an attack on the Leaf Village. So, if you're not planning on breaking our peace agreement, then I have no business here." The Raikage slams his fist on the desk and yells back, "Lies. We haven't sent any Cloud Ninja to the Leaf, and if we did, we certainly wouldn't leave any important documents on them. Either the Hokage is lying, or you are. Which is it?" Killer B steps in, telling the Raikage to calm down. "We need to worry about the village now, not what the Leaf is doing. We're going to need time to rebuild and be ready for when the Akatsuki come after the Eight Tails." The Raikage thinks for a moment, then says, "The Akatsuki have already captured at least 5-tailed beasts, and must be planning something big. I've been debating whether to call for a 5-Kage summit, and now it's obvious it must be done. So, Sasuke Uchiha, in spite of my suspicions, I can't just kill you and then ask for a friendly meeting, so my only choice is to let you go back to the Leaf. But, only if you agree to send a message to Danzo for me." Sasuke agrees, of course, not wanting to be executed by the Raikage, and because he has seen firsthand what the Akatsuki can do and wants to keep the Leaf safe. "You have my word that the Hokage will know about the summit, although I can't promise he will attend it." "That is fine," the Raikage says, "but don't expect to be 100% free to go wherever you please. I'm sending a few of my ninja to escort you back to the Leaf and make sure you're not just reporting back to the Akatsuki." Sasuke again agrees so he can get ready for the long trip back to Konoha. But not long into the trip back, Sasuke and the 5 Cloud Ninja escorting him are stopped by Killer B, who tells them there's been a change of plans. The Raikage has sent me to escort him to make sure the Leaf don't try anything funny. The 5 Cloud Ninja try debating B for a moment, but they know they're in no position to ignore his orders, so they reluctantly listen to B and head back to the Cloud Village. Sasuke asks, "You're not going to get me in trouble for disobeying the Raikage, are you?" And Killer B laughs, "No way, we'll be long gone before the Raikage finds out I left. And besides, I need to stretch my legs a bit. I've been stuck in the cloud for too long. This will be a good chance for some fun." Sasuke nods as they continue towards the Leaf Village together. So, now that the Akatsuki has 5-tailed beasts, their plan is coming closer and closer to being complete. Pain decides to push forward and sends Kakuzu and Hidan to capture the 7 tails, while Naruto heals from his wounds. All the other Akatsuki members are currently busy, and only Itachi and Naruto are left in the hideout. And Itachi uses this time to try and lead Naruto to the truth of the lies he's been told his whole life. Itachi asks Naruto, "Why do you fight for the Akatsuki?" Naruto is confused by the question, but answers honestly, "Well, the Akatsuki is just about all I've known my whole life. I know Pain wants to stop all the wars that keep happening and bring peace, so that's a good cause, right?" Itachi can hear the doubt in Naruto's voice and presses further, "But it seems there's something that you don't like about the Akatsuki." Well, I wish I didn't have to hurt so many people, but I'm really worried about what'll happen to me once we captured all the other tailed beasts, Naruto says. But I know that's not important, Naruto says, not wanting to seem distrusting of the Akatsuki. But Itachi comforts him. Naruto, in everything you do, you must keep your own standards and your own ideals. Don't compromise on them unless you think it's right. I see you as more of my family than any of the other members, so I won't lie to you. I don't know what the Akatsuki is planning on doing once they capture the other 8-tailed beast, but I do know that they will need some of the 9-tails chakra. But I promise, I won't let them hurt you as long as I'm around. Okay, Naruto? Naruto nods his head and tells Itachi about the 9-tails, warning him not to trust certain people in the Akatsuki. Itachi tells him to build as good of a relationship as he can with the 9-tails. But remember, believe in yourself. If you have a question about anyone, look for answers. You're nobody's slave. You need to take care of yourself before anything else. Naruto thanks Itachi for talking to him as he continues to rest and decides to talk with Obito as soon as he can. Itachi then leaves to give Naruto his time to rest, but he knows he must find a way to slow down the Akatsuki before they become too strong to stop. Around this time, Sasuke and B have stopped for a moment to talk, and B says, "I saw the words you had with that Akatsuki guy. It seems like you two have some history. What's going on with that?" To which Sasuke tells B about Itachi betraying the Leaf and his family, adding, "So I've made a promise to avenge them all." B is impressed by Sasuke's story. "Wow, you do have a lot of weight on your shoulders. So, I'll tell you what, I can tell you're a good guy, and if you have to fight an Akatsuki member, I'll teach you a thing or two. That guy was strong enough to fight against the Raikage, so you can use all the help you can get, right?" Sasuke says, "If you have anything you can help me with, I would be grateful. I know you and the Raikage are famous for your strong lightning techniques, and I'm a lightning style user as well." B seems very happy. "Oh yeah? Okay, I have a few tricks I can teach you while we make our way to the Leaf, for sure. It shouldn't be too hard if you already have the basics down." So, B starts trying to teach Sasuke the lightning lariat, but seeing that Sasuke already has the Chidori and almost mastered it, he thinks it would be a waste of time learning it. So, he moves on to a more advanced technique, and explains that the Raikage uses a lightning armor technique to make himself faster, stronger, and more durable. So, Sasuke and B begin practicing covering his body in the lightning chakra until they are just outside the Leaf Village, giving them about 5 days of training together when they arrive. Many of the ninja are shocked, because they didn't expect Sasuke to return alive, especially Kakashi, who meets Sasuke and B right before they reach Danzo's office. Kakashi asks Sasuke what happened, explaining that Sai reported that you had died in a fight between the Cloud Ninja and the Akatsuki. Sasuke tells Kakashi, "Well, I'm definitely alive, no thanks to Sai, and I have an important message for Danzo." Kakashi warns Sasuke to be careful around Danzo. Sasuke thanks Kakashi for the warning, then marches into Danzo's office with Killer B. Danzo is also shocked to see Sasuke, having heard the same story as Kakashi from Sai, as Sasuke informs Danzo that the Cloud Ninja were innocent and haven't done anything to the Leaf, which is also backed up by Killer B. Sasuke then tells Danzo that all the Kages will be meeting for a 5 Kage summit, then lets B give the rest of the details. Danzo thanks B for his invitation and promises B's safety as long as he's visiting the Leaf. But Danzo is secretly furious that Sasuke is still alive, having already set in motion a plan to steal resources from the Cloud Village under the idea that the Cloud Village kidnapped and killed Sasuke. So, with his new plan ruined, and him being most likely forced to attend the summit, Danzo tries doing damage control as fast as he can, hoping for his lies to not be discovered. Sasuke finally meets back up with Kakashi and Sakura, who is also delighted Sasuke didn't die, as she scolds him for being so reckless. But Kakashi warns them that they could be in much more serious trouble, telling them that he has been secretly spying on Danzo, and believes Danzo has been trying to turn the other 4 villages against each other in an attempt to weaken them and force a war that only the Leaf could win. Also, I know for a fact he's been sending Sasuke on dangerous missions to try and eliminate him for some reason. Danzo says it's just because he doesn't like the Uchiha, but I think he's hiding something. So, Kakashi tells Sakura and Sasuke that they need to investigate further to make sure Hokage Danzo doesn't destroy the Leaf with his own dirty tricks. Kakashi has also gotten Jiraiya and Tsunade to help him, warning them that Danzo isn't fit to become Hokage, and they are all determined to stop him. So next time we'll see how Team 7, Jiraiya and Tsunade try to stop Danzo before the 5 Kage Summit, scheduled for 1 month from now. With Kakashi's plan to expose Danzo's shady acts now underway, he, Sakura, Sasuke, Tsunade, and Jiraiya take turns asking and snooping around for any solid proof they could use against Danzo, like ninjas being sent to strange missions or documents specifically asking for ninja to break ninja laws and peace treaties. Sasuke and Kakashi also take turns trying to break into the Hokage's office to find any written notes proving Danzo's guilt. But ultimately, they have found little evidence, other than a few rumors here and there. On top of this, Danzo has realized that someone's been snooping around his office, but has no idea who. Danzo instantly assumes it's B, who is still staying in the Leaf Village and enjoying his time away from the cloud. B must be here on a mission from the Raikage. Maybe they'll go on a rampage and destroy the Leaf before the Kage Summit. Danzo says to himself, I can't trust any of those worthless, jealous Kage. They would destroy us just to bring the Leaf down to their level. I won't let that happen no matter what. Danzo calls in Sai and a few other Anbu members and gives them a secret mission. Danzo gives Sai a piece of paper and tells him to take the other Anbu outside the village and head north until you are stopped by a man. Give him the paper and a few escorts, then return to the Leaf. Yes, Lord Hokage, Sai says as he places the paper inside his bag. Danzo looks sternly in Sai's eyes and tells him, this is a very important message. Make sure you and the messenger aren't followed. Sai again nods and heads out on his mission. Sasuke, who has been watching Danzo, sees Sai leaving the Hokage's office and begins following from a distance, trying his best not to get caught. As Sai and the other Anbu leave the village, Sasuke also makes a shadow clone to tell Kakashi that he will be following Sai and he might be able to find the proof they need to stop Danzo. Kakashi tells the shadow clone that he will continue watching over Danzo until Sasuke returns and warns Sasuke to be careful. Before the shadow clone disappears back to Sasuke. Kakashi then sends Jiraiya and Tsunade to ask Danzo a few questions, hoping he will confide in them a secret or two, but oddly when they arrive, Danzo seems ecstatic, telling them both, I have a mission for you. I've been told that an Akatsuki member has been hiding in the forest far to the south of here. It's only one member, most likely tracking the 8 tails that's been resting here. So, the two of you together should be more than enough to take them out. Jiraiya and Tsunade are skeptical, but can't risk exposing their suspicions of Danzo, or worse, putting the Leaf Village in danger by not accepting the mission. So, Jiraiya and Tsunade rush off to kill the unknown Akatsuki member, leaving Danzo alone with his thoughts. With those two gone, everything should be in place. It's just up to Sai now, Danzo says in a worried tone. So, now, Sai and the other Anbu are heading north further and further from the Leaf Village, never figuring out that Sasuke has been not far behind them for the long 30-hour trip. But, after such a long journey, the Anbu members have decided to stop for the night and rest before they continue on to deliver Danzo's mysterious message. While the Leaf and the Anbu rest, the Akatsuki are on the move, with Deidara returning to the Akatsuki hideout with the 7-tailed beast. But he reports that Sasori was killed in battle. The Akatsuki say their piece about Sasori, but quickly move on to extract the tailed beast, bringing their total to 6. Naruto has also recovered from his battles with the 1 and 2 tails, and is ready to follow Itachi's advice and talk to Obito about his future. But Obito tries putting him off, insisting they talk later after Obito settles some urgent business. But Naruto demands they speak as soon as possible, surprising Obito and forcing him to listen. Obito agrees to talk to Naruto, but tells him, wait here while I get someone else to handle my business for me, in an annoyed tone. Obito has a quick chat with Pain, who tells the Akatsuki members their next task as everyone leaves the hideout. Obito storms into Naruto's room and asks, what is so important that we have to talk about now? Naruto composes himself, then asks, what are you gonna do when I'm the only Jinchuriki left? This kid never stops surprising me, Obito thinks to himself, before laughing out loud. Naruto, don't worry. I feel our plan can be complete without the Nine Tails or your death. If worse comes to worse, I'm sure you wouldn't mind giving us a tiny amount of Nine Tails chakra, would you? Kurama tells Naruto, don't believe this fool, he's lying. But Naruto ignores Kurama and focuses on Obito. Naruto tells Obito, I followed you for 16 years without question. I think it's time you tell me everything, why you need the tailed beast, and what you plan to do about me. Obito collects his thoughts and says, alright, you want the truth? I'll tell you the truth. First, with the tailed beast chakra, we will raise the 10 tails, and I will become his Jinchuriki. And with that strength, no one will be able to stop me from making a peaceful world. And if they do try, I'll cast the infinite Tsukiyomi Genjutsu. I've told you from the beginning, Naruto, this world is nothing but death and fighting. All I want to do is change that. Naruto then asks, why do I have the 9 tails then? Obito quickly thinks of a lie, close enough to the truth to seem believable, saying, I went to the Hidden Leaf to find the 9 tails, where I was attacked by the 4th Hokage. We fought, and when I started winning, he panicked and tried using the 9 tails against me. But the 9 tails injured him, so he sealed the 9 tails inside of a random baby born in the Leaf Village. That was you. But with the 4th Hokage dead, I couldn't just leave you to die, and I didn't want to kill you to take the 9 tails. So I chose to save you and make you my right hand, and give you a chance to make a world that's not just war and death. But to do that, we're gonna have to do some bad things for a good cause. The tailed beasts were once one being. The 9 tails doesn't want that because it will lose its superiority over the other tailed beasts. That's why it wants to kill me. And it's just an evil monster that wants to kill everything. I mean, you felt its hate, haven't you? Naruto stays quiet as Obito continues. So, that's everything, and at this point, we need you to control the 9 tails, so we won't have to extract it. That's why I'm sending you with Pain so he can finish your training, and we can move on to the final phase of the plan. Now, Naruto, are you with me? Naruto thinks for a moment about Obito and Itachi's words, and decides to push forward towards a perfect world where everyone will be happy. Naruto tells Obito, okay, I'm with you. I want a perfect world, and if this is the only way, then so be it. Naruto then meets Pain, who is ready to take him to the Hidden Rain Village. Naruto asks Obito to tell Itachi where he's going next time he sees him, to which Obito agrees, as Naruto and Pain dash off together. While Obito waits for Itachi to complete his urgent mission, back in the forest, Sasuke is woken by the sound of the Anbu packing up their camp, and Sasuke follows for another hour or two when he sees them stop. Sasuke hides back and uses his Sharingan to watch closely as they exchange a letter with a hooded figure. Sai says to the hooded figure, we have information on the location of the 8 tails, and Hokage Danzo is willing to cooperate as long as the leaf remains unharmed. Sasuke moves to a better position and sees that the hooded figure is his older brother Itachi Uchiha. Danzo is working with the Akatsuki against another village. This is what Kakashi was looking for, Sasuke thinks. I just need to get some proof, then I can warn Kakashi, Sasuke says, as Itachi thanks the Anbu members for the letter and promises to bring it in to the Akatsuki's leader, but assures them that the Akatsuki will come after the 8 tails. Itachi then tells everyone to leave, he doesn't want to be followed. Sai agrees but tells Itachi, the village will be empty of most Jonin for the next 2 weeks, so don't wait too long. Sai and the Anbu then dash away, not wanting to be around Akatsuki members any longer than needed. This could be my chance to catch him by surprise, Sasuke thinks. I may not get another opportunity like this. Itachi takes a quick look at the paper and begins reading it carefully. Sasuke readies himself while keeping his chakra controlled and undetectable, when Itachi says, are you ever going to come out, little brother? Sasuke's heart drops, but he knows he must keep his focus. Sasuke drops from the trees and lands in the clearing across from Itachi, with his sword drawn. Itachi, today is the day I avenge our clan. I've grown stronger, learned from different masters, and I'm ready to kill you. Itachi looks at his brother and says, if you say you're ready, follow me. No, I'm not gonna follow you into a trap. We'll fight where I say. Itachi tells him, we will fight in an old Uchiha hideout. It's not too far from here. There's much for you to learn there. Sasuke begins to argue back, but Itachi quickly heads towards the hideout, forcing Sasuke to follow. Don't run, you coward. Sasuke says as he chases Itachi with nothing but vengeance in his mind. Itachi reaches the old Uchiha hideout with Sasuke right behind him. Both brothers stop and carefully watch, wondering who will make the first move. Sasuke asks, "Why did you bring me here? Is it that you need a home field advantage to beat me?" Itachi smugly laughs. "No, Sasuke, it's so you can learn more about what it means to be an Uchiha. Now, listen for a moment, little brother, then I'll give you the fight you want." "Fine, Itachi, but you have 5 minutes before I get annoyed." Itachi starts his history lesson, not wanting to test Sasuke's patience. He explains to Sasuke the Mangekyo Sharingan and how his eyes were different and more powerful than Sasuke's. He tells Sasuke about needing to see someone you greatly care about die to unlock them, and finally he explains the tale of Madara, who he calls the strongest Uchiha to ever live. "You see, Sasuke, the only drawback to the Mangekyo Sharingan is that you only have its amazing power for a limited time. The price for that power is your eyesight. So, when Madara grew blind after many battles, he did what any Uchiha would do. He got a replacement. He took the eyes out of his younger brother's head, and what he found was amazing. Once he got his new eyes, they never faded away. They became eternal. Now, Sasuke, in my short life, I've almost used up my eyes, and you thankfully brought my replacements." Sasuke is shocked at what he hears, but also slightly relieved. Sasuke tells Itachi, "If your eyes are all it will take to make me strong enough to protect the leaf, then so be it. I've spent most of my life getting ready for this moment, so let's get right to it." Itachi tries using a genjutsu, but Sasuke easily sees through it and demands Itachi take him seriously, as he dispels it with his Sharingan. "Fine, have it your way," Itachi says, as he stands from the Uchiha throne. Itachi uses shurikens to test out Sasuke's speed and is impressed at Sasuke's ability to keep up with him. As he rushes forward with his kunai, Sasuke draws his sword and tries countering Itachi's attacks. Sasuke thinks to himself, how skilled Itachi must be with the blade to be matching his sword with just a kunai. Sasuke uses his lightning release to power his sword enough to slice through Itachi's kunai and slash his chest. "A clone," Sasuke says, instantly knowing he's been tricked. Itachi grabs Sasuke from behind and asks if Sasuke regrets fighting his big brother yet. Sasuke quickly sends a pulse of lightning out of his body, forcing Itachi to let go so the fight can continue. As they trade back and forth, Itachi sees the curse mark and begins thinking of a plan to remove it. But he can feel the sickness is already taking a toll on his body, and he wants to use this fight to push Sasuke forward and give him the strength he needs in the future. "I'll have to be careful," Itachi thinks, and wait for the right moment. As Itachi is thinking of his next move, Sasuke unleashes a torrent of fireballs at Itachi, who counters with his Amaterasu. Sasuke, undeterred from Itachi's immense power, unleashes his curse mark. Sasuke flies into the air as Itachi continues shooting fireballs. Sasuke swoops down, dodging everything Itachi throws at him, and lands a hard hit that takes Itachi down, forcing him to step up his game. Itachi can barely see, but continues to fight. Itachi sends a shadow clone at Sasuke that is easily sliced in half, but it explodes on contact, throwing Sasuke across the room. Itachi then uses his crows to hide and catch his breath, as Sasuke stumbles to his feet. Sasuke sees the crows flying around the room and tries quickly taking them out, throwing shurikens and blasting fireballs through the roof, destroying all the crows in sight. Sasuke sees more crows coming from the shadows and knows Itachi is up to something. "This is wasting too much of my chakra, and Itachi's getting a chance to rest." Sasuke hops onto the roof, hoping Itachi will follow after him, and as Sasuke waits, more and more crows dive towards him, forcing Sasuke to use his sword to slice them apart. But Sasuke sees through Itachi's plan. "He's trying to catch me from behind again," Sasuke thinks, and stabs his sword down, blasting electricity around him and stopping Itachi in his tracks. Sasuke steps back, correctly guessing that this Itachi was just another explosive clone. The clone explodes right when Sasuke gets safely out of range. Sasuke looks for Itachi and yells out, "Show yourself! Are you afraid to face me without your tricks?" But as Sasuke is calling out Itachi, he leaps onto the roof and grabs Sasuke, forcing him down. Then Itachi says, "I told you not to waste your time using Orochimaru's power. I've been learning this jutsu just in case you didn't listen." Itachi slaps a reverse sealing jutsu on Sasuke's neck that pulls the curse mark and all of Orochimaru's chakra from Sasuke's body, then traps it in a scroll he had prepared before the battle. Sasuke's body reverts to normal as he loses his curse mark transformation. Itachi stands back, telling Sasuke that the fight is over. Sasuke pulls himself off the ground and thinks, "This isn't too bad. I feel my chakra freed up, not having to suppress the curse mark's negative effects. But I'll have to finish this quickly." Itachi summons his Susanoo. Sasuke wonders if Karin will be strong enough to stop Itachi. As Itachi steps forward, Sasuke drops the thunder and cracks Itachi's Susanoo, while also destroying a huge portion of the hideout. This proves to Itachi how strong Sasuke has become, and proves to him that this was the right choice. After barely surviving Sasuke's attack, thanks to his Yadomir, Itachi continues forward. Sasuke is out of chakra and out of options, and fears he is about to lose to Itachi. But he sees Itachi smiling as he walks towards him. Itachi uses the last of his chakra to cast Tsukiyomi on Sasuke and finally shows him everything. Itachi shows Sasuke about the trouble between the Uchiha and the Leaf that led to Danzo forcing him to kill the Uchiha clan, and that Itachi never stopped caring for Sasuke. Sasuke sees the way Itachi protected him from Danzo and how he did everything he did to protect the Leaf. Sasuke is shocked, not wanting to believe what happened, and not knowing if this is a trick or reality. But Itachi uses his last few moments to talk to Sasuke and warn him about Madara's plan with the Akatsuki. Finally, Itachi asks Sasuke for a few favors. First, he asks him not to blame the Leaf and continue his mission to protect it no matter what. Next, he says, "Take my eyes and use them to make the Uchiha's name something to be proud of again." And finally, Itachi asks Sasuke to save Naruto. He explains how Naruto is from the Leaf, but was stolen by Madara to help the Akatsuki take over the ninja world. Naruto is a good kid, he doesn't deserve the life he was forced to live, Itachi tells him. "I know I'm putting a lot of weight on your shoulders, Sasuke, but I believe in you, and I know you can make it all right." Sasuke tries telling Itachi he's sorry, or asks why they couldn't have done this together, but the genjutsu wears off as Itachi's chakra runs out and Sasuke is back in the real world, standing over Itachi's dead body. Sasuke falls down as he feels all the pain of losing his brother and unlocks his Mangekyo Sharingan. But Sasuke promises himself to do his best and finish what Itachi started, as he carefully takes Itachi's body back inside the ruins of the Uchiha hideout. As Sasuke tries readying Itachi's body to be buried, he doesn't know that Obito has been watching the battle from afar and is planning to have a talk with Sasuke as soon as possible. After beating Itachi, Sasuke buries his brother at the Uchiha hideout and is contemplating his next move, when he is interrupted by Obito. Sasuke is still exhausted from his fight with Itachi, but he is willing to fight. Obito tries smoothing over the tension, telling Sasuke he is a friend and just wants to talk. But Obito doesn't know that Itachi used a genjutsu to show and warn Sasuke about him. So Sasuke is cautious and skeptical, but listens, hoping to avoid a fight. Obito tries turning Sasuke against the Leaf, further emphasizing the Leaf's betrayal of the Uchiha, but even more so its unfair treatment of Itachi. Obito tells him Itachi was a perfect ninja who did everything for his village and they still abandoned him. Sasuke agrees with Obito and does feel much anger and hate for the Leaf, but he still believes in Itachi's words and wants to change the Leaf for the better. But Sasuke keeps this to himself as he continues listening. Obito finally introduces himself as Madara and tells Sasuke, "I want to destroy the Leaf for everything they've done to our people. And after the Leaf is destroyed, no one can stop me from making a truly peaceful world. Sasuke, I want you to help me accomplish this. I'm offering you revenge for your clan and brother, a place in my perfect world, and the power to accomplish all of this. I know you have Itachi's eyes, and if you help me, I'll help you unlock the power you two share as Uchiha." Sasuke thinks for a second, then says, "I will agree to follow you for now. I do want revenge on the Leaf, especially Hokage Danzo. So, if you can help me achieve my goals, then I will help you, Madara Uchiha." Obito smiles happily, now that he has a new pawn to play with. Obito then takes Sasuke back to the old Akatsuki hideout. With everyone out on a mission, Sasuke asks about Naruto, saying, "So, where's that blonde kid that always followed Itachi around?" "Ah, Naruto is off on a mission in the Rain Village. So don't worry, there won't be any ill will between you," Obito tells him. But Naruto isn't important right now. What is important is it's time for you to get your new eyes. Sasuke gets ready as Obito begins the procedure, taking Itachi's eyes and implanting them into Sasuke, finally unlocking his internal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke takes a day to recover and get used to the new chakra he has in his body. Sasuke also spends 5 days training with Obito to use his new Mangekyo Sharingan powers, where Sasuke learns of his Amaterasu and Flame Control abilities, and quickly begins experimenting with his new potential. After his training, Sasuke demands to go after Danzo as soon as possible. Obito tries convincing Sasuke to wait and grow stronger, but changes his mind when Sasuke tells him of the 5 Kage Summit. Obito knows this is the perfect time to officially announce himself to the world and announce the Akatsuki starting the 4th Great Ninja War. While Obito and Sasuke are heading to the 5 Kage Summit, Danzo and the others have already arrived. Danzo is in a bad mood since the Akatsuki never showed up to attack Killer Bee, so he was forced to travel with the 8-tailed Jinchuriki all the way, dealing with his songs and antics. Kakashi also traveled with Danzo and a few other shinobi as bodyguards for the Hokage. Kakashi is watching closely and doing his best to keep Danzo in check as Sakura stays in the Leaf Village waiting for Sasuke to return and keep Jiraiya and Tsunade updated on Kakashi's mission. But with only 4 of the 5 Kage currently at the summit, they all begrudgingly await for the Kazekage to arrive from the Sand Village, forcing more awkward small talk that ends up showing how much the Leaf is hated right now, with every nation having a story about running into Leaf Ninja that are supposedly investigating an attack or chasing an escaped fugitive. Kakashi tries apologizing, while Danzo ignores them all and is completely uninterested in making friends. This continues for 3 days until the Sand Village representative finally arrives. Temari leads the way for the newest Kage, Kankuro. The other Kage are surprised, having not heard anything from the Sand Village since it was attacked by the Akatsuki, and they all question Gaara's absence. Kankuro tells them simply, "Gaara's dead, I'm the Kazekage now." Danzo finally speaks up asking, "Is there nobody stronger or more fit to protect the Sand Village?" Kankuro snaps back, "The Sand Village is still under Gaara's protection. If you have any other questions about the sand, bring your ninja over and you'll see just how strong we are." Danzo scoffs at Kankuro as he sinks into his seat, wanting to get the meeting over with as quickly as possible. And with everyone finally ready, the 5 Kage Summit begins, with everyone arguing about what to do about the Akatsuki. Some people want to just find them and kill them all, while some want to take a more cautious approach, and some, mainly Danzo, don't want to do anything at all. As the 5 Kage argue back and forth for hours, Obito and Sasuke finally arrive. Sasuke tells Obito to stay back for now. Danzo doesn't know I'm a threat, so he won't be expecting me to try anything. Just be ready to come in when I need you. Obito agrees and promises Sasuke he'll be keeping an eye out, and then fades away, leaving Sasuke to walk into the summit. Sasuke makes his way to the discussion room, following the yells of all the Kage, and walks in as Danzo is being accused of tampering with the voting process, which he did, but is pretending to be oblivious to the accusations. But everyone stops when they see Sasuke, except for Bee, who shouts, "Hey, my little buddy!" The Raikage quickly quiets Bee and asks, "What is this kid doing here?" Danzo stands up saying, "Yes, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Am I going to have to reprimand you for deserting the village?" Sasuke laughs. "You never stop scheming, do you, Danzo?" Danzo is angered and embarrassed by Sasuke's word, saying, "How dare you speak to your Kage like that?" But Sasuke stops him, saying, "You are not my Kage anymore. It's come to my attention that Danzo has been up to no good lately." Danzo orders Kakashi to stop Sasuke, but Kakashi says, "Go on, Sasuke, why are you here?" Sasuke tosses a letter on the table and says, "I ran into the known Akatsuki member Itachi Uchiha a few days back, and after killing him, I took this off his body. A letter from Danzo that I saw Leaf Ninja give to Itachi, asking for assistance in taking out the 8-tails that was staying in the village. It even says that he sent most of the Leaf's strong ninja out on missions so they wouldn't interfere in the fight, which I'm sure Kakashi can confirm for me." Kakashi nods his head. I know for a fact that almost every Jonin was sent away on missions, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Danzo stands up. This is an outrage. Why are you doing this? Why would you believe this boy? Sasuke says, this doesn't have anything to do with the other Kage, Danzo. This is a Leaf matter. I'm just letting them know the truth so we can start building some trust between the 5 nations. I'm also gonna let them know that the guy controlling the Akatsuki, Madara Uchiha, is waiting for me to give my signal to start his attack and start the 4th Great Ninja War. Everyone is shocked at Sasuke's words, but Kakashi backs him up saying, I know everything he's saying about Danzo is true. We've been working together to take him down. But I don't know about the Madara stuff. But I 100% believe Sasuke's telling the truth if he says it. Danzo goes to speak, but everyone quickly silences him. Now, me and Kakashi will deal with Danzo, while all of you handle Madara. Sorry about this, Sasuke says as he shoots a fireball through the roof and into the sky. Almost instantly, Obito enters the room, ready to start trying to intimidate the Kage, but this time they're ready and instantly go on the attack. But of course they are unable to hit Madara because of his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Madara stops and looks at Sasuke saying, Don't tell me you ruined the surprise. Sasuke replies, Sorry, but I'm not looking to take over the world or destroy the Leaf. I just wanted Danzo. This is disappointing, Obito says, but not unexpected. I didn't tell you my full plan, just in case you tried double-crossing me. As Obito is talking, Hidan and Kakuzu burst into the building, ready to protect Madara. Danzo uses this distraction to run out of the room and tries to make his escape, as the 4 Kage and their bodyguards get ready to battle. Sasuke sees Danzo is on the move and heads after him, telling Kakashi, Stay back and help the other Kage. I'll deal with Danzo myself. With all the commotion inside the 5 Kage summit, Danzo flees the scene as he feels Sasuke closing in behind him. Danzo panics as he heads towards the forest leading back to the Leaf Village, thinking, if I reach the Leaf Village first, I can convince everyone the summit was a setup and expose Sasuke and Kakashi's treachery. But as he runs, a shuriken whizzes past his head, stopping him in his tracks. Behind Danzo is Sasuke, who has already drawn his sword. Sasuke tells Danzo, stop running and accept your fate with some dignity. Danzo stumbles back. You and Kakashi are traitors, and the Leaf will know about this. Leave Kakashi out of this, Sasuke says. This is about you and what you did to the Uchiha. I'm the only person you have to answer to now. Danzo straightens up. So Kakashi left you to deal with me. I guess it's not all over. I was a little worried about fighting you both, but if it's just you, this won't take long. Danzo reveals his arm covered in Sharingans to Sasuke's disgust, saying, Thanks to Itachi, I have the perfect way of defeating you with your own clan's eyes. Sasuke says, You're a monster and a disgrace to the Leaf. I'm glad I'm the one who's going to kill you. Danzo and Sasuke both dash forward and collide. Danzo uses his wind release to extend the blade of his kunai to match Sasuke's sword, but Sasuke is still much quicker than the much older ninja and slices Danzo's arm, wanting to remove his stolen Sharingan as quickly as possible. But Sasuke is confused when he realizes Danzo is unharmed. Sasuke knows he landed his attack, but doesn't know how Danzo survived. No matter, Sasuke thinks, I'll just keep killing him until it works. Sasuke continues after Danzo, attacking with his Amaterasu. During the fight, he gets better at shaping the fire with his flame control, and Danzo is quickly realizing he underestimated Sasuke and is in trouble. Danzo thinks about his limited use of Izanagi and tries fighting as long as he can without it, while Sasuke continues his ruthless attack. So, while Sasuke is handling Danzo, inside the 5 Kage summit building, the Akatsuki are trying their best against the Kage and their bodyguards. But, much like Danzo, Obito is realizing he underestimated his opponents. The 3 Akatsuki members, Obito, Hidan, and Kakuzu, do their best, but struggle to overcome the numbers. Obito faces the Raikage, B, and Kakashi, but is spending most of his time just dodging and trying to survive, carefully fighting without killing B so he can steal the 8 tails. Hidan is busy getting beaten by the Mizukage and Kankuro, who has revealed his newest strongest puppet made from Gaara. But thankfully his immortality is helping him survive. while Inoki handles Kakuzu with his Earth style. Obito wonders if he should retreat, seeing as there's little hope for the Akatsuki to complete their mission. Obito thinks to himself, "That brat Sasuke led me straight into this trap. I hope Danzo doesn't finish him off before I can." Obito then looks over and sees the immortal Hidan caught in Inoki's particle-style jutsu, which completely disintegrates him in seconds. Obito also sees Kakuzu has already lost 2 of his hearts, and he knows it's time to go. Obito apologizes to Kakuzu and says goodbye to the 5 Kages, saying, "I'll finish this later once the final tailed beasts are mine." He then disappears with his Kamui. The 5 Kage then quickly finish off Kakuzu, and with the threat handled with little casualties, they all regroup as Kakashi heads off to find Sasuke and Danzo, who are still fighting deep in the forest outside. Sasuke is beginning to slow down after delivering several killing blows to Danzo that never seem to finish him off, and is wondering what it's going to take to end the fight. Danzo is also tiring and getting close to running out of Sharingans to span Izanagi with. So, now desperate, Danzo summons his giant monster Baku. The elephant-like beast goes straight on the attack, blowing a huge gust of wind at Sasuke, forcing him to fly towards Danzo. So Danzo is confused when he sees Sasuke is still calm and collected despite the situation. Sasuke tells himself, now's the perfect time to bring out Susanoo. Sasuke's Susanoo bursts out and plants him to the ground. Sasuke continues his assault on Danzo, smacking him back and slamming him into the dirt. Sasuke then turns to Baku, wanting to test out his Susanoo on the much larger animal. Sasuke slowly walks to Baku until the animal stops blasting him with air and begins sucking air in, trying to yank Sasuke towards him. Sasuke quickly grabs the beast, stopping him from being swallowed, then uses his Susanoo's bow to blast Baku, easily stopping the animal's attack, then blast it with a fireball, taking it out in seconds and forcing it to be dispelled. Danzo tries attacking Sasuke, but doesn't even scratch Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke then blasts Danzo with an arrow, pinning him to the ground. Danzo sees that he still has 2 Sharingan left, but with his other side pinned, he can't do the hand signs for Izanagi. Sasuke walks over to Danzo and scolds him for his idiotic way of running the leaf and his poor handling of the Uchiha. Then casually pulls out the last 2 Sharingan from Danzo's body, then destroys them so nobody else can misuse them. Sasuke grabs his sword, ready to finish off Danzo, but Danzo uses his final trump card, Kodo Amatsukami, the Mangekyo Sharingan he stole from Itachi's friend Shishui. Kodo Amatsukami is able to completely control anyone it is used on, and with this power, Danzo commands Sasuke to kill himself. Sasuke is completely unable to ignore or break out of the Genjutsu, as it is truly the strongest Genjutsu in all of Naruto. Sasuke begins turning his sword towards himself. Danzo laughs, saying, "Once again, I win. I can't wait to add your Sharingan to my collection, Sasuke." As the sword is about to connect, Sasuke stops. Luckily, Itachi's last act was to hide Shishui's other Sharingan in Sasuke, programming it to protect him at all costs. Breaking the Genjutsu at the last second, Sasuke thanks Itachi as Danzo is shocked that Sasuke countered the Kodo Amatsukami. Danzo finally realizes he's beaten, and Sasuke is seconds away from getting his revenge. Kakashi finally arrives, rushing forward, asking Sasuke to stop before it's too late. Sasuke tells Kakashi, "Danzo is the reason for every bad thing in my life. He needs to die." Kakashi tells Sasuke, "You're right, he does deserve to die, but it would mean more to take Danzo back to the village and stand trial. We can even expose everything he's done to the Leaf." Sasuke struggles with the decision for a moment, saying, "I want Danzo to feel what Itachi felt. I want him to be ostracized and hated by the village he loves." Sasuke then drops his sword and walks to Kakashi, almost unable to stand from overusing his chakra. But Kakashi puts his arm around Sasuke, telling him, "You made the right choice, I'm proud of you. Now, let's restrain Danzo and then head back to the summit. Then we can transport him back to the Leaf as soon as possible." With Danzo defeated and in custody of Sasuke and the 5 Kage, Kakashi steps up, saying, "I know Danzo and the Leaf have been a thorn in everyone's side for a long time now, but that is over. I know for a fact that the Leaf's next Hokage will have more than just the Leaf's best interest in mind. We can all see how serious the threat is, and with a possible war looming, the Leaf want to help in any way possible. You have my word that we will be better from here on out. While the other Kage are slightly skeptical, with Danzo out of the picture, they have little reason to argue, allowing the Leaf to be full participants in the war. Inoki steps up as the leader, being the most experienced and being the only one with knowledge about Madara Uchiha. So, with the 5 Kage united, they begin making preparations for war. B is still taken to a secure location, hoping to keep him away from the fighting as long as possible, and a message is sent to the village holding the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Roshi, asking him to come into hiding as well. Sasuke and Kakashi also make their way back to the Leaf with Danzo to expose his crimes and officially choose a new Kage. With Jiraiya still not believing he is cut out to be Hokage, Tsunade is chosen to lead the Leaf Village and start the preparations of the war. Danzo is also thrown in jail and shamed for his crimes as Sasuke exposed the truth about Itachi and how he saved the village by doing Danzo's dirty work. So, while the Leaf prepare for war, Sasuke takes his time to further train, and with Kakashi busy working with the highest ranking ninja, getting them ready, Sasuke trains with his old rival Lee. Both ninja push themselves to the limit so they can help their village, but with the 5 great nations getting ready, Obito is forced to look for help. He and Zetsu seek out Kabuto, who has grown exponentially stronger in his mission to revive Orochimaru, and he agrees to work with Obito if he helps him revive Orochimaru. Obito agrees and sends the few remaining Akatsuki members with Kabuto so he can go check on Naruto's progress with Pain. But before he goes, Kabuto sends Kirin with Obito, insisting she will be helpful in Naruto Uzumaki's training. So, Obito and Kirin head to the Hidden Rain village where Naruto was exceeding expectation in his training. Naruto is almost able to keep up with Pain and his 6 paths, with the help of Kurama, whose bond has grown stronger with Naruto as the Nine-Tailed feels sympathy for Naruto, constantly warning him that they are both being used by Obito and the Akatsuki. But Naruto pushes forward, believing that he is on the path to a better world. So, when Obito arrives, Naruto is happy and eager to show Obito his progress. But his spirits are quickly dampened when Obito informs him of Itachi's death. Making sure to emphasize Sasuke's involvement, Naruto is heartbroken at Itachi's death and promises to kill Sasuke for Obito. Naruto demands Obito let him go after Sasuke immediately, but Obito warns him of Sasuke's strength, saying, Sasuke was strong enough to kill Itachi, and most likely the Leaf Village's Hokage. I'm sorry to say he's out of your league for now. But I brought someone here to help you train. Obito then points to Kirin. Naruto looks the young girl up and down, saying, she doesn't look nearly strong enough to help me. Kirin holds back her anger as Obito explains her ability. This girl can heal her allies almost instantly with her chakra. She's also a capable ninja. Obito continues listing Kirin's qualification, but leaves out her affiliation with Orochimaru, not wanting to lose Naruto's trust. Obito finishes his introduction saying, most importantly, with her healing ability, it means we can ramp up your training. Naruto, the time to act is almost upon us, and until then, your training will be hell. So, are you ready? Naruto thinks about Itachi's death and wishes he was strong enough to stop it. After a second, Naruto says, I'll do whatever it takes to fix this terrible world. If it means sacrificing myself, I'm fine with that. So let's quit wasting time and get to work. Obito smiles. Good, Naruto. Okay, let's get started. Obito and Pain begin taking turns, fighting Naruto, getting themselves and Naruto ready for the war. With intense life or death battles, and when Naruto is too hurt to go on, Kirin steps in to heal Naruto so they can start again. Naruto also uses the Shadow Clone Jutsu Itachi taught him so he can fight both at the same time, forcing him to grow even faster. After about a week of daily training, Obito lets Naruto take a break, telling him, you must be well rested for your next mission. The Four Tails Jinchuriki will be passing by not too far from the village, on his way to meet up with the Eight Tails. Lucky for us, he doesn't know the Rain Village is controlled by Pain. You will go capture Roshi and bring him to us. Naruto is grateful for the rest and relaxes while he can, but his mind keeps racing about the war and his and Itachi's last conversation, where Itachi told him to follow his own path. But Naruto blindly follows after his feelings of anger and focuses on getting revenge on Sasuke. While Naruto rests, Obito receives a message from Kisame explaining the situation with Kabuto. Kisame informs Obito that they were able to kidnap a ninja named Anko and use her to revive Orochimaru, and Orochimaru seems to be on board with their plan. Obito is pleased with the information and asks Kisame to hurry to the Rain Village as quickly as possible. So, with 2 new allies, Obito is confident the war will end in his favor, as he begins thinking of the perfect time to unleash his army of white Zetsu hidden under the Gedo statue. After his training with Pain and Obito, Naruto sets out to find the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Roshi. Pain's informants have told Naruto about Roshi's path, crossing just outside the Hidden Rain Village, and he is hot on the Jinchuriki's trail. Obito has also forced Naruto to bring Gaara in with him in case he gets too beat up, but Naruto tells her to stay back, not wanting to put her in any danger, as he begins feeling Roshi's chakra in the distance. Naruto begins taking chakra from the Nine Tails, then rushes forward, closing the distance between him and the Four Tails. But Roshi is ready, and as soon as Naruto makes himself seen, Roshi grabs him, shocking Naruto with his speed. Roshi tells Naruto, "I've been wondering when I'd see you." Roshi then slams Naruto with a lava-covered fist that sends him flying. Naruto quickly scrambles to recover and start the fight, while Roshi tells him, "When I heard a Jinchuriki was the one capturing us, I was shocked. I couldn't imagine someone who's gone through the same thing I have would go against his own kind. But I know we Jinchuriki have always been treated like weapons and forced to fight others' battles, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I'll give you one chance to solve this without violence, but if you refuse to act civilized, I will stop you." Naruto just tells him, "Shut the hell up, you don't know what I've been through, or why I do what I do." Roshi frowns, saying, "Very well, have it your way." Roshi activates his lava release chakra mode, covering his body in lava. Roshi then moves in with a barrage of taijutsu moves that force Naruto back. Naruto thinks to himself, he's not quite as good as Pain or Obito, but that lava is so hot it hurts just being close to him. I'll have to do my best to fight him from a distance. Naruto sends out a shadow clone to slow down Roshi and create some distance between them, but Roshi's superheated fist goes straight through the clone. Naruto uses this chance to send a huge wave of water towards Roshi, hoping to cool him off, but the water just evaporates into steam as it collides with the lava wall Roshi made to protect himself. As the wave disperses, a clone of Naruto's leaps out of the ground and holds onto Roshi, just long enough for Naruto to land a huge punch enhanced by the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto still takes a little damage from the heated chakra surrounding Roshi, so he wonders if that attack was even worth it, but Roshi is still sent flying. So, Naruto follows up with hundreds of fireballs he shadow clones from a single fire style attack. Even though most land on target, Roshi is barely hurt, as he mocks Naruto saying, "My flames are much hotter than yours." Roshi then begins shooting blasts of lava at Naruto, hoping to hit, but also setting up dangerous patches of lava all over the battlefield, making it harder for Naruto to safely move around. Roshi continues after Naruto, damaging him with heavy strikes and heat. Naruto draws more Nine Tails energy, entering into a weaker version of the Nine Tails chakra mode from the anime, as Kurama still hasn't decided to fully help him yet. This boost makes him much quicker than Roshi, and lets him stretch his chakra out to attack from a safer distance. Naruto grabs Roshi with a chakra arm and slams him into a nearby mountain, then sends another huge blast of water at Roshi that again slams him back into the wall. Naruto then uses his shurikens and wind chakra, making them spin faster and extend further. Naruto begins tossing them at Roshi, who is able to mostly dodge them, but is still sliced by some of the wind style shurikens. Naruto also uses a new wind technique he's been practicing, making a wind arrow to shoot from his mouth. This, almost impossible to see jutsu, stabs into Roshi, doing major damage. Roshi decides he has to go full-tailed beast mode to stand a chance against Naruto, and transforms into Son Goku just before the next wind arrow can finish him off. Roshi begins going on a rampage, blasting fireballs and tailed beast bombs at Naruto. But Naruto is fast enough to dodge and get out of sight, as Roshi continues sending as much lava as he can to flesh out Naruto. Karin looks on from a safe distance, just out of reach of the battle, but knows she won't be able to help Naruto, so she silently cheers him on. Kurama also notices how intense the battle is getting, asking Naruto, "Do you need my help for this fight too?" as he laughs to himself. Naruto says, "No, I can do this by myself." Thinking fast, Naruto for the first time tries making as many clones as he can. Although he still underestimates his own strength, he makes 20 clones and sends them after the Four Tails. Roshi quickly notices the clones surrounding him, so he slams his fist on the ground, causing even more lava to pool around him. Then he blasts lava-style fireballs in all directions, trying whatever he can to survive. Naruto's clones counter with water-style shark bombs he watched Kisame use throughout the years. This hardens the lava to stone, giving Naruto an idea. He makes his clones flood the ground with water, hardening the lava around the Four Tails' feet and legs, trapping him in place. As Son Goku struggles to get out, Naruto's clones blast the beast's face with a fire-style attack that has little effect, until Naruto uses his arrows to stir the fire up even hotter, burning the monkey's face and almost blinding him. And now, with the Four Tails unable to move or see, Naruto jumps out and flies towards his opponent, and with the last bit of Nine Tails chakra he stole from Kurama, he lands a huge chakra fist that knocks Roshi out of his tailed beast mode and leaves him unconscious. Naruto stands tall after his fight, proud of winning the battle, as Kurama picks on him saying, "You still needed my chakra to win, even if I didn't give it to you." Naruto ignores Kurama and picks up Roshi to report back to Pain. Karin meets up with Naruto and congratulates him on his win, and as they walk back to Obito and Pain, she asks him about being an Uzumaki, saying, "Obito says we have the same last name, that means our family was from the same clan." Naruto is confused at first, but realizes what she means, and is surprised, saying, "I never had any family, so I don't really know what it even means to be an Uzumaki." So, Karin tells Naruto about their clan's history, with sealing jutsus and even that a few other members of their clan have been Jinchurikis of the Nine Tails. Naruto is fascinated and listens to everything she says until they arrive back in the Rain Village, where he drops Roshi to Obito and Pain's feet. Obito congratulates Naruto for completing the mission and lets him rest, but warns him they will continue preparations for the war in a few days. Naruto nods his head and goes to leave as Karin follows after him, wanting to continue their conversation about the Uzumakis. But, with more important matters to handle, Obito waits for Kabuto and Orochimaru to arrive, where they discuss their next moves. Kabuto explains how he can use the reanimation jutsu and how he will be able to revive lots of dead shinobis to help in Madara's war. This is also where Kabuto tries flexing his muscles, insinuating he can revive the real Madara if he wants, challenging Obito's claims of being Madara himself. Obito says, "It matters not who you revive or who I am, what matters is that I have the will and strength of Madara passed on to me. Now, if you truly want to help, then I'm happy to have you here, but if you just want to play bad guy and act tough, I can win this war without you." Kabuto calms down, saying he was merely testing Obito, and that he is indeed willing to help, as equals in Obito's plan. But secretly, he is already planning on how he can turn the war into his own favor. So, as Obito, Pain, Kabuto, and Orochimaru discuss their plans for the war, Orochimaru can't help but feel that what these men want isn't what's best for him. Orochimaru listens and gathers as much information as he can, as he decides what will be best for his own goals. After successfully capturing the Four Tails and bringing him back to Obito, Naruto goes to train and is followed by Karin, so they can keep talking about the Uzumakis, while Obito, Pain, and Kabuto gather everything they need for the war. But soon Orochimaru slips away, saying he has some special preparations he needs to do before he gets into any serious fights. Obito tells Orochimaru he's free to go, but don't take long, the time for war is almost near. Orochimaru nods and quickly heads off on his own to the Hidden Leaf Village. Obito also sends Konan and Kisame after the Eight Tails, hoping to collect it before the war starts. So, with no leads other than Roshi's path to follow, Konan and Kisame head off to fulfill their mission. Back in the Leaf Village, Sasuke's training with Lee has led to both growing in strength and friendship, developing a rivalry much like Kakashi and Guy. This helps Sasuke become even more skilled with his taijutsu, and gives him a few extra tricks to copy off Lee in battle. But more so, it greatly helps Lee, giving him a chance to train with not only a strong and skilled opponent, but time to train against someone with many ninjutsu techniques that Guy and the other taijutsu users on his team can't train him to deal with. Also, with Sasuke being so strong, Lee is free to train his 8th Gates technique without seriously hurting Sasuke, giving him a much better control and stamina in the gates without destroying his body, bringing him much closer to Sasuke's level than he was in the anime. And with the added help of Kakashi and Might Guy helping train them when they're not working with the Leaf Jonin, both young boys grow exponentially. Sakura also continues her training with Tsunade, becoming one of the best medical ninja in Konoha, and learning to use her massive strength just like in the anime. But as they are training, they are visited by an old foe, Orochimaru. Orochimaru is first seen sneaking inside the village by Jiraiya, who is ready for a fight, but first asks, "What are you planning to do this time?" But he soon realizes Orochimaru isn't here for a fight, as Orochimaru talks to him like the old friend he remembered from all those years ago. He says, "I know I'll never be welcomed back in the village, that's fine, but I have to warn you about the Akatsuki and how strong they have gotten." Jiraiya is definitely suspicious, but promises to listen as long as Orochimaru doesn't make any sudden moves. Orochimaru continues saying, "They have an army of monstrous people who are certainly dead but can fight just as strong as any Jonin without the fear of death. They just captured the Four Tails and only need the 8 to finish whatever they are starting the war for. Also, my old student Kabuto has joined them and is going to revive every strong ninja he can that has died and force them to help in the war." Jiraiya is shocked by Orochimaru's honest pleas, but still asks, "Why are you telling me this? A power-hungry group causing problems for the ninja world sounds like the perfect group for you to join." Orochimaru laughs. That does sound like fun, but even I have to admit they are taking things too far. They want to take over the world, destroy it, and rule it how they see fit. I've always just wanted to live my life free to do as I please, but I doubt they would allow that. I don't see how I fit into their world, so I'm making the play that helps me the most. Same Orochimaru as ever. But how can I know you're not lying? Orochimaru tells Jiraiya, "I'll tell you where they are hiding right now. Maybe you and the Leaf or someone can go and stop them before it gets too far gone." Jiraiya thinks for a moment, then tells Orochimaru to follow him to Tsunade, so they can make a plan. After telling Tsunade the same thing he told Jiraiya, Tsunade is stumped on what to do. "I don't want to fall into a trap, but what Orochimaru is saying seems too outlandish to be a lie. We all assumed we would be fighting a smaller group of incredibly strong ninja and maybe some tailed beast, but a full-scale army and revived ninja? If we do listen to Orochimaru and plan accordingly, we should be in a better position than when we started." Jiraiya then tells her Orochimaru has even offered to help revive the old Kage to fight in the war if needed. Tsunade is shocked, but tells Jiraiya not to allow that to happen. It would be disrespectful to bother the dead with this, she says. "I know," Jiraiya replies. "I just feel like he really is trying to help." Jiraiya tells Tsunade he says Pain is a ninja from the Rain Village with the Rinnegan. If that's true, I know exactly who he is, and I can stop him. Send me to the Rain Village with a little backup, and I'll stop this before it gets started. Tsunade contemplates her decision, but reluctantly agrees. Orochimaru, hearing the news from the other room, also volunteers to join Jiraiya in going to the Rain Village to fight. Tsunade sends a message to the other village about the intel Orochimaru gave them, especially that the Four Tails was captured, and that the war may need to be pushed forward. But with the message needing a few days to reach the other nations, Jiraiya and Orochimaru head off with their team of Jonin to the Rain Village, hoping to stop the Fourth Great Ninja War as soon as they can. So, while they are traveling to the Rain Village, Pain waits while Kabuto readies the Edo Tensei bodies, and Obito travels to the White Zetsu army location. Pain also watches over Naruto, who was able to learn a new special technique from Karin. Pain thinks about Naruto's growth and power since he was a child, being impressed at how well he's learned to use the Nine Tails and all the other jutsus he's learned from various Akatsuki members. But as he watched Naruto, he feels some unknown chakra enter the Rain Village. He then feels Orochimaru is with them. "Orochimaru, you fool," Pain thinks to himself as he monitors the shinobi trying to sneak deeper in the village. So, with Obito already gone, Pain tells Karin to quickly get Kabuto and tells Naruto to get ready for a fight. Naruto straightens up and gets ready, wondering who would be dumb enough to attack the Rain Village. But he is excited to get in a little more practice before the war officially starts. But little does he know that the first major battle of the Fourth Great Ninja War is about to begin as Jiraiya and Orochimaru start their hunt for the Akatsuki leader Pain. Jiraiya and Orochimaru travel deeper into the city on the lookout for Pain and Kabuto, while their subordinates try to stay in the shadows, ready to step in if needed. But quickly Orochimaru feels the chakra of Kabuto sneaking up behind him. Orochimaru turns to Jiraiya saying, "Well, I found my student, I hope you can reach yours soon too." Orochimaru then dashes off with Kabuto hot on his tail. Jiraiya then sends his team of ninjas to help Orochimaru as he pushes forward towards Pain's location. But soon, just like Orochimaru, Jiraiya is also found by a Rain Village ninja informing Jiraiya that Pain is already waiting for him. The ninja then takes Jiraiya to the Akatsuki leader. Jiraiya sees his old student Yahiko. Jiraiya is confused, expecting to see Nagato, but ignores that fact for now, telling his former student, "Either you end this war now, or I'll end it for you." Pain laughs, telling Jiraiya, "This war will be the war to end all wars. You should be happy that after the world feels pain, it'll finally feel peace." Jiraiya tries to focus, despite the fact that he's saddened that he has failed his student and must now kill him. But Pain surprises Jiraiya when he says that he won't be the one fighting. Pain then points to Naruto, who takes off his Akatsuki robes, revealing himself to Jiraiya. Jiraiya is shaken, seeing the young man who looks almost identical to Minato, his other former student. Jiraiya, though, quickly puts the pieces together, remembering the reports that a boy named Naruto attacked the Leaf Village with the Akatsuki members a few years ago. Jiraiya also thinks back to when he met the young man eating at the ramen shop. Jiraiya tries controlling his anger as he thinks to himself, "So, the rumors are true. The fourth son was kidnapped by the Akatsuki. Poor kid, what have you had to go through living with these monsters all these years?" Jiraiya calls out, "No, I won't fight this kid. Does he even know where he comes from, who he really is?" Naruto can hear the sincerity in Jiraiya's voice and looks at Pain for an answer, who simply says, "It matters not who he was before, all that matters is he's one of us who sees the sorry state of the world and wants to fix it. Now, Naruto, finish off this poor old man so the war can finally begin." Naruto reluctantly gathers up the Nine-Tails chakra and begins his attack, quickly rushing towards Jiraiya, who is surprised by Naruto's speed. He readies himself as they collide with each other in the middle of the battlefield. Now face to face, Jiraiya tells Naruto, "Kid, you shouldn't be here. These guys are crazy maniacs. You're better than them." Naruto cuts him off, swinging at Jiraiya while replying, "You don't know me. We're trying to make the world a better place. Our methods may be harsh, but if that's what it takes, then I'm fine with that." Naruto then lands a solid hit that sends Jiraiya back, and starts shooting out blasts of air that again hit Jiraiya, doing decent damage. Naruto rushes forward, trying to predict Jiraiya's next move, but Jiraiya just stands up, saying, "I already said I'm not fighting you. I want to help you, Naruto." Naruto, still wondering what Jiraiya could be trying to set up, continues his attack, pulling out his kunai, but Jiraiya simply dodges, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. Jiraiya tells the frustrated Naruto that his father didn't want this for him, and that he needs to fight this control the Akatsuki have over him. Naruto finally stops his barrage of attacks and asks, "How do you know my father?" Jiraiya tells him, "I'm the one who trained your father, Naruto. He was the Hokage of the Leaf Village. I was even the one who gave him the name Naruto. He named you in my honor." Naruto assumes Jiraiya is lying and begins to attack harder, sending his chakra arms out to grab Jiraiya, who is forced to use his lion mane technique to protect himself. Naruto then sends several clones after Jiraiya, hoping to give him time to talk to Kurama in his head. While Naruto talks to Kurama, Jiraiya can feel Naruto's clones have the same killer intent he has, so he tries to handle them quickly, shooting out fire-style attacks that are put out by Naruto's water-style waves, flooding the already soaking wet roof they are fighting on. But soon, Jiraiya is able to destroy one clone with a powerful Rasengan, leaving only the other one to deal with. While Jiraiya and Naruto's clones battle, Naruto's conversation with Kurama continues as he asks if there's any truth to what Jiraiya is saying. Kurama tells him that this man did know his father and mother, explaining he saw Jiraiya many times while he was sealed inside Naruto's mother. "But what about my father? Was he really a Hokage?" Kurama laughs. "Yes, your father was quite strong. He beat Obito and me in the same day when I was sealed inside you. I've told you many times, Naruto, not to trust that guy Obito, but you never believed me. What about now? Do you believe me this time? Naruto thinks to himself, if they are telling the truth, this just proves even more how people ruin everything when they have the choice. If this Jiraiya guy says he won't fight, I'll put him to the test and prove he's just as bad as everyone else in this world. Naruto snaps back into the battle as his second clone is destroyed. So, he leaps forward, blasting air at Jiraiya. Jiraiya plants his feet, telling Naruto, I'm not leaving here without you listening to what I have to say. But Naruto ignores him and sends his signature fire-style attack at Jiraiya, who is impressed at the size and strength of the fireball, but still believes he can tank the hit and continue the fight. Until Naruto uses his Shadow Clone Jutsu to blast hundreds of more fireballs in a blink of an eye. Jiraiya quickly changes his mind and begins running away, dodging the attacks he can, but he is still slammed by several fireballs. Naruto then sends more Shadow Clones at Jiraiya and starts attacking him from every direction. Naruto can see Jiraiya beginning to worry and hopes that this will be enough to push the old man to the edge. Jiraiya begins fighting off the clones one by one, destroying them with Rashingans and Toad Oil, but when he reaches the real Naruto, he stops and asks again for Naruto to look inside and decide if this is what he really wants, a war against every ninja nation. Do you really think that will bring peace, Naruto? Naruto is shocked that somebody would refuse to fight their enemy, and begins doubting what Obito and Pain have been telling him all these years. But Naruto seems certain that he's made the right choice and tells Jiraiya, if you don't defend yourself, I will kill you. Jiraiya tells him, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but the biggest was not saving you that day at the Ichiraku ramen shop in the Leaf Village. This faintly triggers Naruto's memory of when he and Itachi visited the Leaf when they were younger, and he can picture the old man talking to him and finally realizes it was Jiraiya that day. It doesn't matter, Naruto says as he goes to stab Jiraiya with his kunai. This will prove that everyone is just as bad as all of us in the Akatsuki. But Jiraiya doesn't move or dodge. He just lets Naruto connect as the kunai stabs him deep in his heart, and Naruto is completely shocked as he realizes that Jiraiya let himself be mortally wounded. Naruto pulls the kunai away asking, Why? Why didn't you protect yourself? Jiraiya just smiles. I wanted to show you that people can be good and forgive each other. I don't hate you for what you did, and I trust that somewhere deep down, the will of fire has been passed down from your father to you. I just hope this awakens it for you. As Jiraiya falls, he summons a toad to warn Orochimaru to escape while he can. Naruto can see the frog, but ignores it as he stares at Jiraiya, thinking, I've killed plenty of people before, but this time I feel sick to my stomach. Maybe Obito's been wrong this whole time. I've always been told that people won't change their evil ways, but maybe not everyone is evil. Naruto looks over at the toad and sees it hopping to another fight happening further down the village. He sees Orochimaru fighting Kabuto and wonders, why would he be here? Are we so bad that even he wants to go against us? But as Naruto's mind races, Pain lands beside him and congratulates Naruto on his victory. I wish it would have been a more serious test of your strength, but what our enemies choose is not our problem. Let's go make sure Kabuto is winning his fight. So, without much time to think, Naruto follows after Pain as he always has done, wondering if he's making the right choice in following Obito into war. At this point, Jiraiya has managed to get into the sea under the Rain Village. Jiraiya thinks to himself, I'm sorry Naruto for not saving you sooner, but I have faith that you'll make the right choice one day. I just wish I could have helped you that first day I saw you. After winning his battle with Jiraiya, Naruto is ordered to follow Pain to watch the battle between Kabuto and Orochimaru. Orochimaru is severely outmatched in this battle, only surviving for so long because Kabuto wants to absorb him instead of kill him. Orochimaru desperately creates thousands of snakes hoping to hold off Kabuto, but when he sees Jiraiya's frog rushing towards him, followed by Naruto and Pain, he knows it's time to go. Orochimaru grabs the frog, who tells him Jiraiya is gone and warns him to leave the village as soon as possible. Orochimaru agrees, seeing as he can't win the battle. Orochimaru uses the reverse summoning technique that Sasuke used in his fight with Deidara in the anime and sends himself out of the village as Kabuto laughs at his former master. Poor Orochimaru, too weak to kill me. I guess I've grown even stronger than I thought, Kabuto says. Pain asks Kabuto what happened to Orochimaru. As Kabuto explains, Orochimaru ran away because he was losing. So, now that I embarrassed him, I doubt that I will have to worry about him anymore. Pain then tells Naruto and Kabuto to be ready for any other attacks on the Rain Village, while they wait for Obito's Zetsu army. Kabuto ignores Pain and continues his preparation for the Edo Tensei part of the plan, as Naruto is left to patrol the village and think about his fight with Jiraiya. Why did he let me kill him? Why did he even care about me? Naruto also thinks about how in the fight, Jiraiya seemed to care about him more than anyone he's ever met other than Itachi, and everything said about his parents. Is it true? Does it even change anything if it's true? Naruto thinks as he makes a quick lap around the village, then heads to his room and takes time to meditate on the recent events and speak to Kurama, while Orochimaru rushes back to the Leaf Village to explain the situation. Orochimaru quickly finds Tsunade and breaks the bad news to her. Orochimaru says, "I didn't see what happened, but his frogs told me he was stabbed by Naruto Uzumaki." Tsunade seems confused as she asks, is he truly stronger than Jiraiya? "I'm not sure," Orochimaru says. "From what the frog told me, it seemed like Jiraiya was trying to save Naruto from the Akatsuki. But if the 4th Hokage's son is working with the Akatsuki, he must be treated as a serious threat no matter how old he is." Tsunade tells Orochimaru the time has come and the villages are done preparing. All that is left to do is meet up with the other nations' armies and make sure the Eight Tails isn't captured. The Raikage already has his forces ready and all nations are soon to gather. Orochimaru apologizes to Tsunade for not saving Jiraiya, but Tsunade tells him that wasn't your job. We both know how Jiraiya is, and he made his own choice. Orochimaru nods as they both let the village know it's time to head out. So, from here, the Leaf Village best ninja begin their journey to the battlefield. As they move, the word spreads about Jiraiya's death and reaches Kakashi and Sasuke, who are shocked at Naruto's growth. Kakashi and Sasuke talk about the fight they had with Itachi and Naruto when they were younger, and Sasuke reveals that Itachi asked him to save Naruto when they fought at the Uchiha hideout. Sasuke continues with everything he told me about Danzo. I didn't give much thought to Naruto, but if he's killed Master Jiraiya, I don't know if he's worth saving. Kakashi tells Sasuke not to worry about things like that, because now is the time for war. In all honesty, Sasuke, you're one of the Leaf's strongest ninja, so we'll all be counting on you just as much as you will be counting on us. For all we know, you'll never even see this Naruto guy on the battlefield. I know it's hard not to respect your brother's wishes, but I want you to worry about surviving the war first. Sasuke nods his head as he thinks about why Itachi would have wanted Naruto saved, but for now, Sasuke follows Kakashi's lead and focuses first on the war ahead of them. Back in the Rain Village, Obito has finally arrived and has already sent his Zetsu army in motion. Lucky for him, Kisame has returned with Konan after finding an approximate location of where the Eight Tails is being kept. Obito is pleased with this new information, even though he already had an idea of where to send the army after seeing all the nations converging on one spot, but now he can send a small team more directly at the Eight Tails. Kabuto is also ready to use the Edo Tensei to revive as many ninja as he can, having already stolen their DNA from one of Orochimaru's hideouts weeks ago. So, with all the preparations made, Obito's team of Pain, Kabuto, Kisame, Konan, Zetsu, and Naruto rush to meet the Ninja Alliance army. Naruto keeps a close eye on Obito, constantly trying to ask some questions about the past, but Obito just keeps telling Naruto to pay attention and worry about the plan. We're so close to fixing this world, we can't let little things like our feelings get in the way. So, Naruto keeps his thoughts to himself, but his distrust in Obito only continues to build in the background. He also tries talking to Kabuto, asking him, "Where's Karin?" But Kabuto doesn't know, explaining he hasn't seen her since the fight with Orochimaru. Kabuto laughs, saying, "I hope she didn't follow after him. It would be a shame if we lost her healing ability." Naruto is saddened by the fact that she left. This also leads him to wondering about his place and if what he is doing is the path he chose or the one Obito is forcing him on. But as they get closer to the battlefield, Kabuto stops, telling Obito he will be controlling the Edo Tensei from here, so do what you can to keep me safe. Obito obliges by leaving a group of Zetsu clones guarding the cave entrance, then telling him to save a couple Edo Tensei to keep watch just in case, as the rest of the group push forward. They can see the Ninja Alliance army out in the distance, covering the wasteland as Obito sends the white Zetsus out in front of them to charge the enemy. The Zetsu army is then followed by Kabuto's smaller army of Edo Tensei ninja as Obito and his team wait for the right time to enter the fight. The Ninja Alliance see the Zetsu army and the Fourth Great Ninja War officially begins as ninja and Zetsu clones are killed and destroyed as each side makes their plans for dealing with this largely unknown threat. It takes a while for the ninja nations to figure out the best way to fight the Zetsu clones, but the stronger ninja of the villages are more than able to handle them and have the upper hand until they are forced to fight the Edo Tensei ninja and realize just how powerful they are. This is when the stronger ninja like the Leaf Jonin and the best from every other village start fighting. All the villages seem to be working together very well to Naruto and Pain's surprise, and both ninja comment on how they didn't think the five nations would be able to coexist. Obito ignores them and waits for the former Akatsuki members to be reanimated by Kabuto, and when they are ready, he sends them with Kisame to the Eight Tails location, ordering them to remain unseen until they find the Eight Tails, and only then can they attack. Kisame leads a reanimated Deidara, Sasori, Kakazu, and Itachi. They quickly sneak around the battlefield to find Killer Bee. Pain asks to go with them, but Obito forces him to stay close, saying, "You're too important to go on that mission." But he's really only keeping him close because Obito wants to keep the Rinnegan close. This leaves Obito with Naruto and Pain watching his work unfold, pleased that the war is underway. With the war started and both sides fighting for an advantage, Obito orders Kisame and the rest of the Edo Tensei Akatsuki members to track down and capture the Eight Tails Bee. So, with the teamwork of the Akatsuki, they quickly find the waterfall hideout and begin slowly taking out the guards the five nations staged outside, without being detected. But, as they make their way inside, they run into the final wave of guards, made up of the Cloud Village's Darui, Mist Village Chojuro, and the Leaf Village's Team Guy and Sasuke. The Alliance ninjas ready themselves for a fight, while quickly relaying that the reanimated Akatsuki members have found B's location to the rest of the Ninja Alliance, who are currently too overwhelmed by their own problems to send help. So, with the obvious advantage, the Edo Tensei ninja attack first, leaping into action. Sasuke quickly rushes to take on Itachi, being the only one who can match his genjutsu, as the rest of the ninja try separating the Akatsuki members. Guy instantly goes into the 7th gate and tries destroying the Akatsuki, but even with his amazing strength, they are able to regenerate and keep fighting. Deidara laughs, saying, "I've always wanted to see what it looks like after I do this," and creates his C4 bomb, knowing that only he and the rest of the Akatsuki will survive. Kisame curses Deidara and begins to run for his life, while the Alliance ninja also try getting away. But the Edo Tensei do their best to keep the ninja close to the bomb, that is seconds away from exploding. So, Guy clears a path for Tintin, who uses one of her scrolls to seal the bomb away, like she does with her own weapons. But Kakuzu stretches out his arms to grab Tintin. Luckily, Neji uses his 8 trigram palm rotation to stop Kakuzu, letting Tintin successfully seal the bomb. Now, seeing how strong Deidara's ability is, especially now that he can regenerate, the Alliance ninja focus on sealing Deidara as Sasuke is taking on Itachi. Itachi is telling him about Kabuto controlling and creating the Edo Tensei, while Sasuke tries to survive Itachi's onslaught of attacks. Thinking to himself, is this how strong Itachi really is? Itachi continues trying to help Sasuke, telling him about Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi set up to save Sasuke if he gets into a hard battle, but Sasuke informs him that he already used the eye in his fight with Danzo. But, with his quick thinking, Sasuke reveals that he has taken Shisui's remaining eye back from Danzo and implanted it in the backside of his hand. I was hoping to save this for later, but I don't have much of a choice. Sasuke uses the Kodo of Matsukami to force Itachi to ignore Kabuto's orders, freeing him from Kabuto's control. Itachi thanks Sasuke for saving him this time, as Sasuke wraps his hand back up, covering his 3rd Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi tells Sasuke, "We have to go stop Kabuto as quickly as possible before the Edo Tensei can do more damage." Sasuke agrees, but tells Itachi they need to help the others fighting the Akatsuki first. Itachi nods as they rush back to stop the Akatsuki. Guy, Lee, Neji, Tintin, Chojuro, Darui, and B have been able to hold off the remaining Akatsuki members, but only managed to seal Deidara, seeing him as the biggest threat with his explosives. Guy is also getting tired, having spent much time as his 7th gate already, leading to the Akatsuki getting a slight advantage, until Sasuke and Itachi arrive. Both brothers use their Susanoo to slam the Akatsuki around as more white Zetsu reinforcements arrive. But Itachi quickly uses the Tsuka blade to seal the Zetsus and Kakuzu. Kisame, seeing that the fight is unwinnable, creates a clone to fight just long enough to give him a chance to run away, as Sasori summons all 300 puppets he had before he died. But they do little as Sasuke, Itachi, and B protect the others. Guy can see the real Kisame escaping and wants to go after him, but he is unable to before catching his breath. So, Lee jumps out from behind Itachi's Susanoo and chases after Kisame, dodging and destroying puppets as Guy tries to convince him to stay back and wait for help. But the fight continues as Kisame's water clone is eventually destroyed and Sasori is also sealed by Itachi, who tells the others his plan to take out Kabuto with the help of Sasuke. Neji offers to come with them to help, but Sasuke tells him to take Guy to the medical tent to heal his injuries he got from fighting Deidara and his explosives. After this, Itachi and Sasuke dash off to find Kabuto. While the others plan their next move, B speaks out saying, "My location's already been found, so there's no point in hiding anymore. I need to go to the battlefield and do what I can to win this war." And, with the other ninja knowing they're too weak to stop B, they agree to show him the way to the Alliance army. But, before they leave, Guy tells Neji to find Lee and help him deal with Kisame. Neji follows his sensei's orders and begins following Lee and Kisame's trail, hoping to get there before it's too late. Back in the main battlefield, Pain is getting bored and tells Obito we're wasting time not getting into the fight. Obito relents, saying, "If you really want to waste your energy, go ahead, the outcome will be the same regardless. But I'm telling you, it's better to let the Edo Tensei do the work so you can save your chakra for later." Despite this, Pain enters the battle, sending his 6 paths into the fight, working together to make quick work of several units with his almighty push. This forces the Kage to take notice, as the Raikage leads a charge at Pain with the help of the Mizukage. The Raikage rushes in to save who he can and slams one of the paths of Pain with a lariat, and as the other paths rush towards him, Mizukage blasts them with her acid mist, taking out a second path of Pain. Obito scoffs at the idea of Pain already losing 2 of his paths, even if they are one of the weaker ones. Obito looks back, saying, "That's why you should listen to me, Naruto. There's no point in wasting our potential like that." Naruto nods his head, only half listening, and continues watching the fight. Angered by losing 2 of his bodies, Pain, not wanting to risk another one, begins charging up his planetary devastation to drop on the Shinobi Alliance. A giant meteor builds up as the armies scatter as Inoki flies over trying to lighten the huge mass of Earth. But he is unable to stop it as it continues to build and finally fall. Before it can land, an exhausted Guy leaps into the air, aided by the 8 Tails throwing him as far as he can, allowing him to open the 7th gate and blast the meteor with his Hiridora, finally destroying it before it can crush the 5-nation alliance. Inoki catches Guy and takes his exhausted body to Tsunade to be healed, as the 5 ninja nations cheer on Guy saving them and the fact that the 8 Tails has arrived to join the fight. Pain is furious at this and plans to take out the 8 Tails now, but Obito shows up, quickly telling Pain, "That's enough for now. I told you, we need to weaken them before we go wasting our own chakra. You'll have your chance to fight soon enough," he tells Pain in a mocking tone. Pain silently follows Obito back behind the Zetsu army, but he does release his animal pass summons to keep the pressure on the Alliance army as Kabuto sends more Edo Tensei ninja to attack the enemy. Tsunade, Sakura, and the other medical ninja do their best to heal up any wounded so they can quickly rejoin the fight, and Tsunade personally heals Might Guy, knowing he will be needed later. Orochimaru, though, notices that they're losing lots of people and wonders if they'll even be able to win the fight. He thinks to himself, "We need to turn this around soon, especially since Obito, Pain, and Naruto haven't even started fighting yet." So, without letting anyone know, Orochimaru slips away to fulfill a plan of his own. Also, across the battlefield, Rock Lee has finally met up with Kisame and promises to take him out before he can do any more harm. After failing to capture the Eight Tails bee, Kisame is on his way to report back to Obito, but with Might Guy being healed by Tsunade, Lee volunteers after Kisame, hoping to disrupt the Akatsuki communication. Kisame can feel Lee's presence behind him, so he stops and readies for a fight, but he's surprised when he sees the young man running behind him. Kisame asks, "So they sent a kid like you to fight me? That Might Guy must really have a bad memory, because if he knew who I was, he would have never let you come alone." Lee calls back saying, "I am more than capable of handling myself in a fight, and I won't back down, so there's no point in trying to intimidate me." Kisame's grin turns to a snarl as he screams out, "Have it your way, kid. Water style, shark bomb jutsu." Kisame's sharks shoot out, chasing down Rock Lee, who can barely jump out of the way. But before he can make his next move, Kisame rushes to him and lands a hard punch that sends Rock Lee to the ground. While still trying to catch his breath, Lee narrowly dodges Kisame's sword Samihara, rolling to the side and back to his feet. Kisame laughs. "Huh, you're out of your league, kid. If you don't run now, I'll be picking pieces of you out of my teeth in no time." Lee catches his breath, realizing this will be his hardest fight yet. Lee bursts into the 6th gate with an explosion of power, surprising Kisame. Lee screams out, "I'll show you how strong taijutsu can be," before dashing towards Kisame. Kisame wildly swings his sword, but Lee dances around it, quickly ducking and dodging as he closes in for an attack, and throws a strong strike straight to Kisame's face. But Kisame quickly brings his sword back to block the attack as he mocks Lee. "You're fast, but you won't last long once I drain all your chakra." Lee spins around and lands a sidekick that pushes Kisame back, who is clearly confused, thinking to himself, "Samihara didn't steal hardly any of his chakra, what gives?" Kisame sends out shark bombs, but Lee slams his foot into the ground and kicks a chunk of the ground out, exploding the shark before it can reach him, then goes back on the attack. Kisame is barely able to react fast enough to defend himself, allowing Lee to land several strong hits, until Kisame whacks him again with his sword, hoping to drain more chakra and end Lee's transformation. But again, it doesn't work. Kisame yells out in frustration, "What the hell are you? Why can't I steal your chakra?" Lee says, "You have stolen some chakra from me, but that is fine, I don't need it. My taijutsu is more than enough to handle you. I'll prove that only being able to use taijutsu won't hold me back." Kisame is amazed that Lee has been fighting this whole time without using any chakra or ninjutsu, but this also makes him overconfident, thinking, "If I don't have to worry about ninjutsu, I'll fight him from a distance and end it quick." Kisame sends a wave of water at Rock Lee, pushing him back and letting Kisame spam water-style sharks, giving Lee little time to react or counterattack. "If I finish this kid quick, none of the Alliance ninja will have a chance to save him. I'll just have to be careful not to make enough water that they can see it from the battlefield." Lee continues dodging the shark bombs as he feels his body getting tired from the 6th gate. "I need to stop wasting time and be aggressive," Lee thinks. "The longer I wait, the less time I have to win." Lee takes a deep breath and tells himself, "I will win this, no matter what." Lee rushes forward, punching straight through several shark bombs quicker than they can explode, and then kicks Kisame into the air. Kisame yells out in pain from the strong kick, and tries to block the next hit with his sword as he flies into the air. But Lee smacks the sword out of Kisame's hand, then connects with a punch that sends his opponent back to the ground, leaving a small crater from the force of the impact. Rock Lee, while still in the air, thanks Guy Sensei for teaching him this next move as he calls out Asuka Jaku and punches the air at what looks like light speed to Kisame, who is unable to get up from the strong hit. But Kisame begins to fear for his life when he sees fire forming out of Lee's hands, as every time Lee punches, a fireball is formed that starts sailing towards him. As more fireballs fall around Kisame, creating a smoke cloud, Rock Lee begins to fall as he pulls back a finishing blow for Kisame and crashes down like a meteor, landing on the ground. The smoke clears and Lee can tell he missed, as Kisame is nowhere to be seen, until he hears a voice behind him. "You're pretty strong, kid, but now it's over." Lee looks behind him and sees Kisame in a monstrous state. Kisame was able to survive Lee's attack only because one of his sharks was able to grab Samihara and bring it to him, allowing Kisame to fuse with it and transform into his tailless-tailed beast form. Kisame says, "Now that you pissed me off, I'm gonna finish you off nice and slow. I hope you like swimming." Now uncaring of if he's seen, summons his huge water bubble, flooding the area and trapping Lee inside, hoping to slowly drown him. Kisame smugly laughs until he sees Lee swimming towards him at an incredible speed. "What the hell," Kisame says, as Lee slams into him with a thunderous kick. Then, as Kisame flies backwards, Lee turns around the other way, trying to swim out of the bubble to catch his breath. Kisame quickly regains his balance and swims after Lee, hoping to keep the bubble centered on top of him so Lee can't escape. Lee looks back and can see Kisame gaining on him, and several shark bombs also chasing after him, so he decides he has to go all out or else he will die. Lee opens up the 7th gate, sending shockwaves through the water, and now at full power, swims as fast as he can towards the edge of the water. Kisame is again amazed at Lee's strength, as he sees Lee slowly outspeeding him in the water. How can he be this fast? It's unbelievable. I'll have to drop the water or else he will escape. Kisame releases the water, causing Lee to fall to the ground and struggle to catch his breath, as Kisame slams into him and unleashes a barrage of attacks. Kisame then forms a water prison around Lee, saying, "This smaller bubble is even more dense than the big one, and with me right here controlling it, I can add as much water as I need to crush you inside. I will admit, you are incredibly strong ninja. You really had me worried when I saw how fast you were in the water, but this fight is over now." Lee can feel the weight of the water around him and the pain of the 7th gate. He knows he only has 1, maybe 2 moves left before his body gives up, so he slowly forces his hands up as Kisame rambles on. Lee again thinks of his training with Might Guy and remembers watching him use a strong technique. Lee also remembers asking Guy to teach it to him, but Guy always said, "Later, when the time is right." Lee tells himself, "I hope this works," as he does a hand sign and says, "Hiridora." As Lee punches the water, he pushes out a massive attack, breaking Kisame's water prison with a tiger-like appearance. The attack bites into Kisame, doing major damage. Kisame tries absorbing the attack, but true to Lee's word, this isn't a ninjutsu attack. Kisame thinks, how strong must this kid be to use an attack this strong with pure taijutsu? Lee falls to the ground as his attack explodes on Kisame. Lee thanks Guy Sensei in his head, saying, "It might not be as strong as yours, but it worked." Lee exits the gates as he is barely able to stand, and as he slowly walks over to Kisame. Kisame lays down in the water, unable to move, as Samihada lays next to him, forced out of his body by the attack. Kisame tries catching his breath as Lee says, "Please don't move, I don't want to kill you." Kisame casually asks, knowing he's beaten, "How did you learn to swim so fast anyway?" Lee smiles, I do 500 laps every morning in the lake outside of Konoha to start my training." Kisame laughs as he slowly moves his hand over to Samihada. Lee goes to stop him, but Kisame launches Samihada at Lee, who ducks under it. But with this distraction, Kisame is able to knock Lee off his feet, saying, "You should have killed me when you had the chance, but don't worry, I won't make the same mistake." Kisame charges up a huge shark bomb, as Lee is still struggling to stand up. Kisame seems ready to fire it off, but he stops. Lee sees someone standing behind Kisame. Just in time, Neji has finally arrived, and with Kisame focused on Lee, Neji quickly uses his Byakugan to target a few chakra points and stop Kisame from attacking. Lee gets to his feet and enters the 4th gate to finish off Kisame with a primary lotus, completely knocking him out. Lee thanks Neji as he collapsed from exhaustion. Neji catches Lee and helps him walk, saying, "No problem, that's why Guy Sensei sent me. You know, you could have beaten him yourself if you weren't so easy to trick." Lee laughs as Neji ties up Kisame. Then, Neji sends a message to the Ninja Alliance that they captured an Akatsuki member, telling them his location and asking to be picked up as soon as possible so the Yamanaka clan can interrogate him for any information on the Akatsuki's plan. Neji also tries picking up Kisame's sword, just in case Kisame tried to use it again, but Samihada quickly moves away from Neji and closer to Lee. Lee picks it up, thinking it was still trying to help Kisame, but Samihada happily goes into Lee's hands. Samihada seems to have taken a liking to Lee after his fight with Kisame, and even gives him some of the chakra Kisame had stored inside him to give him the extra energy he needs to walk. Neji warns Lee not to play around with the sword, but Lee seems to have also taken a liking to Samihara and decides to carry it with him to the Alliance base, telling Neji he's only gonna hold it so Kisame won't be able to use it. But as they wait for the Alliance ninja, the battle continues. With little hope, Orochimaru has left the battlefield and despite Tsunade's orders, made preparations to revive the previous 4 Hokage, and anyone else who can change the tide of battle for the 5 great nations. The information the Yamanaka clan steal from Kisame leads to the Ninja Alliance scrambling to figure out who the masked man's true identity is, since they are still unaware of who Obito Uchiha is. But without knowing the exact location of Kabuto, they are unable to send any help to Itachi and Sasuke at the moment. But, lucky for the Alliance, Orochimaru was able to reanimate the former Hokages and is racing back to the fight, hoping to turn the tide of battle. Orochimaru explains the situation of Madara teaming up with several strong ninja and starting a war to capture the tailed beast, and breaks the news to the 4th Hokage about Naruto's involvement. Minato is saddened by the way things turned out for his son, but promises to fix this mess with the help of the other Kage. Orochimaru tells them to head straight for the fight and they will all arrive in a few hours, but apologizes that he must make one more stop before rejoining them. Back with Kabuto, he has finished his preparations to revive Madara Uchiha and is ready to send him to the battlefield. He uses one of the Edo Tensei ninja he is controlling to summon Madara close to Obito and Pain. Obito is surprised at seeing Madara, considering he told Kabuto not to summon him. Obito thinks to himself, I bet this is another power play by Kabuto. He's probably trying his best to make sure he comes out ahead of me. But Obito continues playing his part, greeting Madara and explaining the situation. Welcome Madara, it's been a long time, he says, as Madara asks, why have you brought me back like this? Has the plan gone awry? No Madara, the plan is fine. I guess my followers just couldn't be patient enough and wanted you here now. But we just need one last tailed beast to complete our mission. Madara looks over at Pain, realizing he is the one Obito gave his Rinnegan to, and introduces himself. Then notices Naruto and the Nine Tails chakra inside him. Is this the boy you brought to me all those years ago? He's grown very strong, I see. Obito agrees, praising Naruto's strength and emphasizing how vital he is to the current plan. Obito then hopes Madara won't say anything to possibly ruin the secrets he's been keeping, but lucky for him, Madara is smart enough to play along, saying, I want to see what the young boy can do, and now that I'm here, this war is all but over. So boy, go down there and show me what you can do with that Nine Tails. Naruto is hesitant and looks to Obito for answers, but Obito agrees, despite not wanting any of them to fight. He tells Naruto to be careful, but other than that, he can kill whoever he pleases. We will keep an eye on you and step in if needed. Naruto nods his head and races down to the battlefield as Madara talks to Obito. If your plan is this far ahead, why haven't you sealed the Nine Tails in the Gedo statue? Obito assures him that once the Eight Tails is captured, Naruto will give them the Nine Tails willingly, so there's been no need to kill him before then. But Madara warns him not to get too attached, and says Naruto's not the only loose end that needs to be tied up, as they watch Pain, who is keeping an eye on Naruto for them. I hope you can handle this yourself, Obito, Madara says as he walks away, ready to watch what Naruto can do, and Naruto doesn't disappoint. He makes 10 shadow clones, then enters his Nine Tails chakra mode and starts wreaking havoc on the Ninja Alliance, rushing through waves of ninja as the 5 Kage are busy fighting several reanimated ninja elsewhere. As nobody stands a chance against him, Naruto slashes and tears the Alliance ninja apart and roasts them with huge blasts of fire. While the Ninja Alliance scramble to counter Naruto, a still injured Inoki sees Madara standing on the mountain watching the battle unfold. Inoki tells the rest of the Alliance his location and to watch him carefully, because whenever Madara enters the fight, he could end it faster than we can react. And with Inoki's warning, the 5 Kage try to make their way back to the front line, knowing it may take all of them to deal with the legendary Uchiha. Naruto is then confronted by a ninja with the Sharingan, who promises to stop him before he hurts anyone else. Obito sees the standoff, thinking to himself, I wonder how well Kakashi will do against the kid. I doubt he can match Naruto's sheer strength, but the experience of Kakashi can't be underestimated. Naruto calls back most of his clones, but leaves a few to keep anyone from interfering, as Obito calls out to Naruto, "If you kill that ninja, I'll answer some of the questions you've been asking me." This instantly gets Naruto's attention, as he decides to go all out in order to get the answers he needs from Obito. Naruto sends out a chakra tail to grab Kakashi, but Kakashi quickly summons a couple clones of his own and uses a lightning technique to slice the Nine Tails chakra and rush towards Naruto. Naruto blasts one of the clones with a fire style attack and blasts the other with a strong kick, but the clone explodes into a thunder shock, momentarily stunning him. Kakashi then leaps out of the ground, kicking Naruto into the air before blasting him with a lightning fang attack. Naruto is hurt, but the Nine Tails chakra protects him from most of the damage, and he sends one of his clones to attack Kakashi from behind. But with his Sharingan, Kakashi is easily able to dodge it and crush it with a falling mud wall. Kakashi then surrounds Naruto with a mud wall as well, hoping to trap him until more help arrives. But Naruto easily bursts out of the attack and tries grabbing Kakashi again with his chakra. Kakashi is impressed with the kid's strength and speed, as he is now barely able to dodge Naruto's attacks. Kakashi tries thinking of a plan, but Naruto gives him no room to breathe. Naruto sends out a gust of wind that hits and allows him to grab and slam Kakashi into the ground. Naruto then leaps forward while shooting another huge fireball. Kakashi has no other option than to use Kamui to save himself and hopefully win the fight. Obito sees the attack and warns Naruto to get out of the way, just as Naruto's attack is sucked inside. Naruto uses the Uzumaki clan's adamantine chains he learned from Karin, sending them into the ground and pulling himself away from Kakashi's deadly jutsu. Obito and Madara are impressed Naruto learned to use another powerful jutsu like this, as he once again grabs Kakashi, but this time with his chains. Naruto thinks to himself, "I was hoping to save these for someone else, but that Kamui looked like bad news. It even had Obito worried. But the fight is over. He won't be able to escape now." Naruto walks over to Kakashi and knocks him out with a hard punch, and as he is about to bring Kakashi to Obito, another voice calls out, "Naruto, stop." Naruto is surprised that the voice doesn't seem angry, but concerned, as he turns around and sees a reanimated ninja standing in front of him. "Naruto, I know you don't know who I am, but I'm your father. You need to stop this before it's too late." Naruto is shocked by the man's words as he drops Kakashi. "What? You're lying. Who are you?" Naruto says in a shaky voice. "I'm Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and your father. I'm here to save you." With Naruto face to face with his father for the first time in his life, he scrambles for the words to say, but he's speechless. Minato gently helps Kakashi up, telling him, "Stay back and let me handle this from here." Naruto can tell from his face that Kakashi is happy to see Minato. Obito watches from afar, trying to calculate the next best move to make, as Madara laughs at his struggling apprentice. Minato again introduces himself to Naruto, saying, "I'm sorry we have to meet like this, son, but you need to know I didn't want this life for you. You were supposed to live in the Leaf, become a ninja, maybe be a part of Team Kakashi, and train with Master Jiraiya. But that man ruined it, and I intend to make him pay for what he did to our family." Minato looks at Naruto and asks, "Will you help me?" Naruto still hasn't said a word, as his mind races to make a decision, and Obito steps down to handle the situation. Obito tells Naruto, "You know I haven't lied to you, and I won't now. This man was your father, but look, he's long dead because of the mistakes he made when he was alive. I've seen this man kill hundreds of ninja with his own hands, which is far more than I have. He's the one who put the 9 tails inside of you. Do you think he did that so you could live a happy, carefree life? No, he did it because he knows how horrible this world is. I've told you from the beginning, I just want peace, and when this war is over, the ninja world can finally know peace. I can't change what I did to your father, Naruto, but we can make sure nobody goes through what you did ever again." Minato stops Obito, saying, "You're wrong. What you want isn't peace, it's control. You and your plan may work, but for how long? And when will the cost outweigh the reward? All these people are here to stand against your control because they can see past your lies and false ideas of peace. You can't force peace onto people. You have to show them peace by leading by example. The whole world may never be at peace, but you can at least find peace in yourself and spread it to those around you, Minato says, trying to convince Naruto to join him. As Obito and Minato argue back and forth, Madara calls out from afar as he sees his old rival in the distance, Hashirama. "You came, this is getting exciting." Obito and Pain look back as they see the first 3 Hokage rushing into battle and helping the Alliance ninja take care of several of Kabuto's Edo Tensei ninja. Madara leaps out to meet Hashirama on the battlefield one last time as Obito and Minato look back at Naruto for his answer. But Naruto is gone without a trace. Minato calls out to Naruto, hoping to find him as quickly as possible, but Obito goes straight for Minato, grabbing him and trying to force him into the Kamui dimension. But Minato quickly teleports away with the flying Raijin. Minato warns Obito, "You know you can't beat me, so just let me find my son, and you won't have to die." Obito laughs, "Let's test your theory," as Obito begins sending out weapons and fireballs at Minato, who is fast enough to easily dodge them with or without the flying Raijin technique. Then, Minato tries his own counterattack, with Obito using Kamui to effortlessly avoid Minato. Both men quickly see that this battle is going to be a stalemate, as Obito motions for Pain to join him in his fight. This gives Obito the definitive advantage. Obito continues his attacks on Minato, while the Paths of Pain watch for Minato's seal locations and attack as soon as he appears. But thankfully to his Edo Tensei body, Minato is able to constantly revive and survive the onslaught of attacks as he thinks of a way to find Naruto. And as the Alliance ninja continue their war, the battle between Kabuto, Itachi, and Sasuke is continuing just like in the anime, with a hard-fought battle finally concluding with the 2 brothers stopping Kabuto with Izanami, and with Kabuto no longer being a threat, Itachi is ready to have one last conversation with Sasuke. Itachi thanks Sasuke for his help and tells him how proud he is and of how strong he has become. Then he asks Sasuke to try his best to save Naruto from the Masked Man. Naruto has been forced to fight against his people all his life, and now knows nothing but hate and violence. I don't know what choice Naruto will make, but I hope it will lead to a better life for all ninja. Sasuke promises he will do his best for Naruto, and tells Itachi how he's been clearing his name in the Leaf, and exposing Danzo's corruption. Telling Itachi, "People now see you as a hero in the Leaf." Itachi laughs at the thought of himself being seen as a hero, and tells Sasuke not to burden himself with clearing the Uchiha name, and explains that his actions today in the war will be a great reminder to the ninja world that the Uchiha clan is still one of the great clans of the Leaf. Sasuke then asks Itachi, "Why can't you stay and help in the war?" But Itachi rightly says that if I release Kabuto's jutsu, it'll save much more lives than if I just join the fight. Sasuke nods his head and says his final goodbyes to Itachi, who is about to release Kabuto's jutsu, until he hears a voice call out to him. Naruto has made his way to Kabuto's lair and is now shocked to see his sensei Itachi. Itachi is also shocked and smiles as Naruto rushes into the cave. Sasuke steps back, ready to fight if needed, but gives Naruto the space he needs to reach Itachi. "Itachi-sensei, what are you doing here?" Itachi explains, "I'm here to stop Kabuto and the Edo Tensei. I was working with my brother Sasuke to hopefully stop this war." "You want to stop the war?" Naruto says, slightly confused. Naruto thinks about what Itachi has told him growing up and wonders if Itachi was another person lying and trying to manipulate him, but Itachi touches his head and tells Naruto to take a deep breath. Itachi says, "Just like I have told you to follow what you think is right, that's what I'm doing here. Just like you, I've been forced to do things my whole life I wish I didn't have to, with little control over my own actions. I did what was needed of me, but right now, I can safely say this is my choice, to stand with the Leaf and make sure the people out there fighting aren't killed. That'll be peace for me, and I can be happy passing on after this." Naruto says, "Passing on? But I need to ask you so much more. I don't know what to do. Can't you just tell me what I should do?" Itachi smiles again and says, "I can't tell you what to do. Whatever you think is right is what you should follow full-heartedly. I'll be proud of you no matter what you choose." Itachi then looks at Naruto and Sasuke, saying, "I'm so lucky to have brothers as good as you two. Naruto, you should speak with Sasuke. Maybe sharing each other's struggles will help you overcome them." Itachi finally releases the Edo Tensei Jutsu, saving the Ninja Alliance as the Edo Tensei begin to quickly disappear. Naruto and Sasuke say their final goodbyes as Itachi watches them until he disappears as well, leaving Naruto and Sasuke alone in Kabuto's lair. On the battlefield, the Ninja Alliance cheer for Sasuke, knowing he must have succeeded in taking out Kabuto. Obito looks around as his plan seems to be falling apart, until Madara releases himself from the Edo Tensei just like in the anime. Obito is now relieved that Madara is still able to help him in the war, and begins planning his next move, now that Kabuto is defeated. Minato also retreats back to the Ninja Alliance, having not been able to finish Obito or Pain. Now free, Obito then sends Pain over to Madara to make sure he's okay after being released from Kabuto's jutsu. But Madara is more than fine, as he is enjoying his battle with Hashirama. But, knowing that the Edo Tensei is released, he fears the Ninja Alliance will get in between him and Hashirama's battle, and decides to even the sides a bit, and begins readying a devastating attack to drop on the Ninja Alliance, so his battle isn't interrupted. With all of Kabuto's Edo Tensei ninja defeated by Itachi and Sasuke, Obito scrambles to take back the advantage. But Madara is still 100% confident in his ability to win the war, as he creates his giant meteor to drop on the Ninja Alliance, crushing thousands of ninja and leaving only the strongest alive. The Hokage, revived by Orochimaru, spring out, saving who they can, and rounding up the remaining ninja capable of fighting, hoping to quickly regroup and continue the fight. Hashirama, though, readies himself for a rematch with Madara, promising to keep Madara busy so the remaining ninja can take out the Masked Man and Pain. So, this leads to Madara and Hashirama to have the same battle they did in the anime, while Obito curses Naruto, but still hopes he returns soon to help in the fight. Obito tells Pain it's time to get the 8 tails no matter what. Pain nods his head and follows Obito into enemy lines. Obito and Pain take out any ninja they see who aren't already mortally wounded by Madara's attack as they focus in on B's chakra. Deeper inside the destroyed Ninja Alliance camp, Tsunade uses her slugs to heal as many people as she can before the next attack, using a large amount of her remaining chakra and telling the slugs to send people to the other Hokage's location to help ninja like Kakashi, Lee, Guy, and many others get back on their feet and ready to fight. But, in all the confusion, Kisame is also able to escape captivity and force the slugs to heal his wounds, as he gets ready to take revenge on the ninja who captured and interrogated him. As he attacks the ninja around him, he runs into Pain and Obito, so he joins them in their search for B. They finally find him, helping a group of Cloud Ninja find Tsunade for healing. B knows he has to protect the people of his village, so he springs into action, ready to fight all 3 Akatsuki members by himself, in the hope that the villagers can escape. B turns into the 8 tails and begins slamming his tentacles down, hoping to quickly stop the Akatsuki, who all work together to evade his attacks and close the distance between them. Kisame blasts B with shark bombs as Obito blasts fire to help distract the Jinchuriki. B begins creating small-tailed beast bombs to use against the Akatsuki, careful not to damage any potential survivors around them, but Pain counters them with his almighty push and absorbs some with his Preda path. As his animal summons begin surrounding B. This is too much, he thinks, as he fights off what attacks he can with his massive tentacles. The 2 6-path summons latch onto B, holding him in place long enough for Obito, Pain, and Kisame to slice off a large tentacle from B. B struggles to escape as he throws one of Pain's summons across the battlefield and releases a huge Biju bomb, hitting the second summon, also sending Pain and Kisame back, scrambling for cover. But Obito uses Kamui to avoid the attack and keep the huge tentacle safe until it can be sealed inside the Geto statue. Eventually, A is able to reach B and burst into the fight, landing a strong hit on 2 of the passive Pain, taking them out of the fight. A tells B not to worry, as they will take these guys out together. B thanks A for the assist, as he transforms down to his version 2 chakra form, so he can work better with A as the fight continues. A blitzes Kisame with his lightning chakra mode, blasting him with a strong lariat, badly wounding him, as B takes out the animal path of Pain, forcing his summon to be destroyed. Obito blasts the Raikage with a huge fire tornado that barely hurts him, as the Raikage tries counterattacking but is unable to contend with the Kamui, much like every other ninja who has fought Obito. Kisame is able to stand up and rejoin the fight, catching a distracted Raikage in his water prison jutsu while one of the paths of pain blasts B with a barrage of missiles. This hurts him enough to allow Obito to capture him inside the Kamui as well, finally completing their mission to capture the Eight Tails. But with no time to celebrate, Obito tells Pain to quickly follow him. We need to let Madara know about this as soon as possible, and leaves the Raikage to Kisame as they both run to Madara's location. The fight between Madara and Hashirama is at a stalemate, thanks to the improvements Kabuto did to Madara's Edo Tensei form. Pain sees the Ninja Alliance gathering around Madara and Hashirama's fight, so Obito goes down to distract them so Pain can speak to Madara. Pain sends one of his paths into the intense battle, barely having enough time to tell Madara about the Eight Tails capture before Hashirama destroys it, leaving him with only 2 paths still alive. Madara is excited to get to the next phase of the plan, so he creates a wood clone to fight Hashirama and unleashes his Susanoo so the real Madara can speak to Obito. Madara congratulates him before ordering Nagito to leave his hideout and come to the battlefield as quickly as possible, saying, "We need the power of your Rinnegan to quickly seal the tailed beast. That way we won't have to do the long ritual you all used to seal the other tailed beast." Nagito is concerned, but he agrees and with the help of Konan heads to the battlefield to meet up with Madara and Obito. Madara then calls out to the Ninja Alliance, giving them one last chance to surrender before being killed, saying, "We have the Eight Tails, and soon we will summon the 10 Tails to destroy anyone who stands against us." Madara points to his wood clone fighting Madara with his perfect Susanoo, asking if anyone there truly believes they can stand against him. Everyone is quiet until Minato shouts out, "I don't care what you summon or what you plan. We will not let you win here today. We will do whatever it takes to end this war. You may be stronger than each of us, but together we are stronger than anything you can imagine." All the other ninja begin rallying behind Minato as he channels his Nine Tails power and enters his chakra cloak, much like Naruto did in his fight with Kakashi. Obito and Madara look at each other, not in fear, but understanding, with both knowing that if they can capture Minato, they can summon the 10 Tails without sacrificing Naruto. Now, with the Alliance ready to follow Minato into battle, Obito and Madara ready themselves to finally capture the Nine Tails. After saying goodbye to Itachi, Sasuke and Naruto stand in Kabuto's lair, waiting for the other to speak, until Sasuke tells him, "I'm not much of a talker, so I don't know what Itachi wanted me to tell you. But I assume you're smart enough to see that those guys you're working with are going to destroy the world to get what they want. I don't care what you do after the war, but if you help us now, I'm sure the Leaf will show some mercy and take you in." Naruto laughs. "Show me mercy, huh? Lucky me. I guess I should just go against everyone I've ever known because the Leaf might show me some mercy." Sasuke thinks about his promise to Itachi and tries his best to be nicer to Naruto, saying, "Look, we need your help, okay? You're the only one who knows all about these guys, and anything you could tell us will help. I trust Itachi's judgment, and if he says you're a good guy, then I want you to fight by our side." Naruto replies, "Itachi told me to do what I think is best. I don't really like you guys in the Leaf, but I don't trust the Akatsuki one bit, so for now, I'll fight with you. But no promises once this is all over. And if the Leaf or any of the other nations try double-crossing me, they will be sorry." "Okay, tough guy," Sasuke says. "Now, let's get back to the battlefield, and on the way, tell me everything you can about the Akatsuki. I'm sure the Kage will be more accepting if we bring some information with us." So, with a temporary alliance between Sasuke and Naruto, they rush back to see what the Akatsuki is up to against the Ninja Alliance. But, will they arrive before it's too late? As Madara, Obito, and Pain are doing everything they can to capture Minato, as they still contend with the remaining ninjas still able to fight. Madara has a clone helping Obito and Pain, as he himself is trying to slow down Hashirama. Also, Pain was able to steal a few bodies so he could recreate his stronger paths, like the animal path, forcing the others to again fight his almost unkillable summons. They still focus on Minato, who seems impossible to capture with his constant teleporting and amazing speed. But the Ninja Alliance is slowly cut down to just the 4 remaining Hokage, Kakashi, Guy, Lee, Tsunade, Sakura, Darui, and Onoki, with everyone else being missing or too injured to fight. It gets even worse when Kisame leaps from the shadows, having won his fight with A, and landing a huge shark bomb that absorbs a large amount of chakra from Minato, giving Obito his chance to try and grab Minato with Kamui. But again, Minato is able to escape at the last second. Obito's anger begins to boil over as Madara tells him to keep calm before he makes a mistake, and then points out that Nagato has made it to the battlefield with the help of Konan. Madara tells Obito it's time, and before they can exchange words, he cuts down Nagato and Konan, quickly killing them before they can fight back. Madara takes back his Rinnegan before giving the other to Obito, telling him to quickly use it before we lose our advantage. Obito is barely able to handle its power, but finally is able to control it. Madara tells Obito, no more stalling, we get the Nine Tails no matter what, agreed? Obito agrees as they both turn their attention to the Ninja Alliance. They hear a voice call out, so, you'll do whatever it takes, huh Obito? Obito looks back and sees Naruto. Obito scolds Naruto, asking, where have you been? We needed you. Don't give me that crap, Naruto yells back. Is this what you do to your comrades? Kill them to make yourself stronger, Obito? Obito looks down at Nagato's body and has nothing to say in defense of himself. After all these years, you kill them at the first sign of trouble, Naruto continues as Obito tries to tell him to calm down. We found a way to get the Nine Tails chakra without hurting you. We just need you to help us. Naruto yells back in anger. So, you always knew you would have to sacrifice me for your plan. You've just lied to me up until now. Obito tries talking his way out of this, as he did care about Naruto deep down, despite being willing to sacrifice him for the world peace. But Madara again wastes no time and tries blitzing Naruto. But Sasuke steps in, using the lightning chakra technique he learned from B when he visited the Leaf, and steps between them. Sasuke laughs at Madara, saying, these two have things to talk about, why don't you worry about me for now? Huh, Madara says, it's been so long since I took in a Uchiha's eyes, and yours do look quite nice. I'll play with you for a moment, if you even last that long. Sasuke tries using Amaterasu, but Madara quickly absorbs it with his new Rinnegan abilities, before sending Sasuke back so they can have a quick battle. Obito tries to convince Naruto to stay with him, but as he talks, Minato surprises him with a huge Rasengan, sending him flying. Minato again is face to face with Naruto, who still doesn't know what to say to the parent he never met. Minato says, well, I see you were with the Leaf Ninja, does that mean you want to help us? Naruto angrily shouts back, I told Sasuke I would help you beat Obito, but that's it. I haven't made up my mind after that. Wait, what is the masked man's name you said? Minato asks, almost ignoring everything else Naruto said. Naruto tells him again, Obito Uchiha, what does it matter? Minato is shocked, but seems to quickly put the pieces together before asking Naruto to please follow him to speak with Kakashi. So, as the other ninja hold off Madara's clones, Naruto tells Kakashi everything he knows about Obito, explaining that all he knows is that he was a Leaf Ninja at one point and left. Kakashi tells Minato that means their Sharingan powers may be linked, and they all try to form a plan to save B and take out Obito for good. So, much like in the anime, through trial and error, they find out that the Sharingans are in fact linked, and that Obito can be attacked with the help of Kakashi's Kamui when Obito tries to disappear. With this new information, Naruto, Minato, Guy, and Kakashi begin fighting Obito, taking turns saving each other and throwing around a completely overwhelmed Obito, who is given no chance to react to the barrage of attacks. Naruto again sees Minato using the Rasengan and takes a liking to the move, thinking to himself, that seems like a mini-tailed beast bomb. He can feel Minato mixing the chakra the same way the other tailed beasts did when he fought them, and tells himself, maybe I'll try to learn it if I get a chance. But while Naruto was losing focus, he missed his turn to attack, giving Obito the opening he needed to try and use Kamui on Minato. Seeing this, Kakashi leaps forward and pushes Minato out of the way, leading to him being stuck in Obito's Kamui dimension. Damn, Naruto thinks, I should have been paying attention. Now what do we do? Obito laughs, saying, 1 down, 3 to go, as Might Guy angrily powers up, wanting to save his best friend as soon as possible, almost leading to him also being captured. But thankfully Minato is able to use Flying Raijin to save him. Obito looks back at the battle between Sasuke and the other Kage fighting Madara and starts drawing the fight closer, hoping that together they would be able to quickly end the fight as he feels his chakra getting used up faster and faster. When Obito gets close enough to Madara, Madara uses his Susanoo to attack everyone around them as Obito tries to remain hidden. Madara and his clones create 4 more Susanoo as Madara praises his own power, challenging anyone to stop him. Naruto looks at Sasuke, who already seems exhausted but claims he can still continue as he gets ready to summon his own Susanoo. Kurama tells Naruto to listen up as he tells him, "It's time we get in sync for real. I've watched you grow up from a weakling to someone I think I can trust with my power. So if you're ready, I'll give you full access to all of my chakra if you promise to take out those losers." Naruto agrees as he rips the seal off inside his mind, fully breaking the seal that's been suppressing his full strength. Kurama helps Naruto summon his full body and hopes to stand up against Madara's Susanoo, along with Sasuke and the first Hokage. With Madara showing his full power and unleashing his 5 Susanoo, things seem bleak for the Ninja Alliance. But Naruto and Sasuke stand together with an uneasy alliance against Madara. The first Hokage also quickly rejoins the battle with them, telling Madara, "The next generation of the Leaf is far stronger than you realize, because instead of searching for my own power, I gave my life to them and the will of fire." "Huh, how sweet," Madara calls back. "Too bad you're still outnumbered and stand no chance against me." "I think you're the one who's outnumbered, Madara," a voice calls out from below the massive fighters. They all look down until 3 large animals are summoned in front of them. They see Tsunade has resummoned her slugs. Next to her, Orochimaru rides his massive snake summon, and next to him, a reanimated Jiraiya with his massive toad. Orochimaru tells Tsunade, "Sorry we're late, I had to make a detour to get an old friend." Tsunade is happy and surprised to see Jiraiya again, but can tell Jiraiya is all business and ready to fight as he's already entered his sage mode. Jiraiya calls back, "Now Madara Uchiha, do you see the power of the leaf and why you have no chance of winning?" Naruto looks back at Jiraiya, who gives him a smug head nod, almost as if he was saying, "I told you so." Naruto shouts back to Jiraiya, "I'm not joining the Leaf, I'm just helping them kick these guys' ass, alright?" Jiraiya laughs to himself before the fight begins, as Madara sends out his massive sword, hoping to end the fight quick. Hashirama's wood golem steps up first, blocking the sword, then pushing Madara's main body and Susanoo away from the others. Hashirama tells the others we need to keep them apart as long as possible, and with his strength split between 5 clones, he should be much weaker. Once we destroy the clones, we will all work together to seal him away. So, everyone springs into action, fighting their own Susanoo clone, as Tsunade takes turns helping whoever gets in a tight spot. Sasuke uses his Susanoo arrows to blast Madara from a distance as he desperately tries absorbing the flames of Amaterasu and avoiding Sasuke's powerful electric thunderbolts. Hashirama, now with a strength advantage thanks to Madara splitting his strength among his clones, rushes in with his wood golem, unleashing strong earth-shattering taijutsu, hoping to crush Madara's defenses. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stay close and cover each other's weaknesses, with Orochimaru's snakes tangling up Madara's Susanoo, allowing Jiraiya to land powerful attacks, and starts melting his Susanoo away with his toad oil. Naruto takes some time learning to control his new form with Kurama, and together they learn to further trust each other and work as a team, switching back and forth control for whoever can handle the situation best. Naruto even takes a page out of Madara's book and shadow clones himself with Kurama, giving him some help to deal with Madara's Susanoo. While the clone fights, Kurama tells Naruto the secret of the tailed beast bomb, first showing him how it's done, blasting Madara and damaging his Susanoo's armor, then letting Naruto fire off his own. While not as strong, Naruto can feel the power and starts thinking of all the cool ways he could use his new move. So, one by one, Madara's clones are dealt with, until Madara is again quickly outnumbered and surrounded by his enemy. What the hell is Obito doing? Madara thinks to himself. I can't hold all of them back much longer. But as Madara continues fighting as hard as he can, the remaining Ninja Alliance not fighting him are able to rest and take out Kisame for good. So they are now able to try and turn their attention to Madara and try their best to take him out. But as they are looking for an opening, Obito emerges from the shadows, blindsiding Minato and draining his chakra with the demonic statue chains used to restrain the tailed beast. Obito calls out to Madara, telling him, We're ready to bring out the Ten Tails. Madara smiles and unleashes a huge fire-style attack with his Susanoo before quickly putting it away and falling towards Obito. Sasuke blasts Madara with his arrow, but Madara barely dodges it before reaching Obito, who quickly takes the three of them into the Kamui dimension. Everyone is stunned and silent until Orochimaru asked, "I guess it's over? Did we lose?" Jiraiya tells Orochimaru to keep his head up and just be ready to fight. Madara and Obito will return, and I'm sure stronger than ever, but that doesn't mean we have to stop fighting. Hashirama chimes in saying, "He is right, we just have to get ready and come back stronger as well. Everyone get ready to unleash your strongest attack, find any way you can be useful to the fight." Naruto talks to Kurama and asks what he thinks of the situation. Kurama tells him, "With all these powerful ninja, we might have a chance." Sasuke asks Kakashi if he would be able to send some of us to the Kamui dimension, but Kakashi tells him it's not the best idea since I won't be able to get you out once you're there. Sasuke sighs. Fine. When they try to attack, we counterattack as hard as possible, like the first Hokage said. There's no way they can beat all of us. As everyone else is talking strategy, Jiraiya walks over to Naruto and asks if he's feeling okay. "Yeah, I'm fine," Naruto says, not wanting to have an awkward talk with Jiraiya. But Jiraiya stops him from walking away, saying, "Thank you for helping us. I know you said it's just to stop Madara and Obito, but I can't think of a much better reason than that." Naruto tells him somebody has to stop them. Jiraiya nods his head, then saying, "And don't worry, we'll get your father back, I promise." Naruto turns to Jiraiya and says, "Tch, he's barely my dad, it's not like I even know him." Jiraiya stops Naruto from saying anything else. "Well, that's a shame. He was a great man, incredibly skilled, and even before you were born he loved you more than anything. He would always talk about what he thought you would do in life, what kind of ninja you would become, what jutsus he would teach you. I can't imagine how hard life was for you, Naruto, and what happened to you is completely unfair. But don't forget how hard it must have been for your father, knowing he was going to die and leave you with nothing. And then, after all these years, seeing his son being used by the student he failed all those years ago, he deserves sympathy too, don't you think?" Naruto doesn't say anything, but thinks to himself as Jiraiya walks away, how he's never looked at it that way, and maybe he was too hard on his dad. But as he thinks, a huge explosion happens across the battlefield. Madara and Obito appear on top of the almost complete Ten Tails. Sasuke tells everyone to get ready as they see the Ten Tails begin charging a tailed beast bomb of his own. Madara and Obito force the Ten Tails to send a huge tailed beast bomb at Naruto and the other ninja, who all scramble to defend themselves. Hashirama summons his 5-layered Rashomon, hoping to stop the attack or at least slow it down. Orochimaru tries helping, adding 3 more walls to the first Hokage's 5. The Ten Tails beast bomb starts crashing through their defenses, knocking down each wall with ease. Next, Naruto and Sasuke both leap into action, with Sasuke using his Susanoo arrow and Naruto and Kurama using a tailed beast bomb of their own, both hoping to force the Ten Tails attack to explode before reaching them. The attack collides and barely manages to force an explosion that stops right at the last wall, to everyone's surprise. "I thought we were done for," Orochimaru says, still in complete shock. Hashirama tells him, "Hurry before they can attack again, we need to close the distance." Hashirama leaps onto Sasuke's Susanoo and tells him, "Throw me towards the Ten Tails." Sasuke quickly does as he is told and rockets the first Hokage towards the enemy. Obito laughs. What is this old fool doing? But Madara tells him to stay focused and never underestimate Hashirama. Madara orders the Ten Tails to fire off another tailed beast bomb, so the Ten Tails begins charging up. But as Hashirama closes the distance, he summons his massive wood-style, several thousand hand statue that crashes down in front of the massive Ten Tails and begins raining down fists and attacks, stopping the Ten Tails momentarily. The Ten Tails shrugs off the attacks and tries knocking over the statue with its massive body, but this time it's interrupted by Naruto, landing a tailed beast bomb of his own. Madara and Obito try fighting off Hashirama and avoiding Naruto, but even with the Ten Tails, the battle is harder than they expected. Now Obito scolds Madara, saying, "You said the Ten Tails would crush them easily, but they still are putting up a decent fight. Maybe it's you who is underestimating the opponents, Madara." Madara scoffs. No, because of you, the 10 tails is still incomplete without the other half of the 9 tails. But don't worry, we still have the advantage. The 10 tails lets out a deafening scream and slams Hashirama with one of his tails, then sends hundreds of wood spears out towards Naruto. Naruto and Kurama dodge what they can as Sasuke comes in with his Susanoo to protect Naruto from the attacks. Don't worry, Sasuke says, those splinters aren't enough to break my Susanoo. We can't beat this guy alone, so let's go at him together, Naruto. Fine, Naruto says, but don't try to boss me around. Sasuke laughs, don't worry, just try to keep up. They both rush towards the 10 tails, dodging its massive tail, Sasuke constantly shooting arrows as Naruto keeps blasting away beast bombs. But as they make their way closer, Madara and Obito don't notice the 3 legendary Sani has snuck up behind them. Jiraiya uses his Swamp of the Underworld technique, momentarily trapping the 10 tails as Tsunade slams into the ground, further adding to the massive crater the 10 tails is falling into. Madara quickly summons his Susanoo, bashing the Sani back where they came from. Luckily, Jiraiya was able to take most of it, with his Edo Tensei body quickly recovering. The 10 tails slowly tries climbing out of the hole, as Madara and Obito try fighting off any ninja who try to stop it. But Hashirama is able to once again create his statue and hammer the 10 tails, further slowing it down as it slowly sinks further down. Madara and Obito send out gusts of flames, setting the wood statue on fire, but not stopping the onslaught of attacks. This gives Naruto and Sasuke the time they need to reach the 10 tails. Naruto tells Sasuke, "Don't let them stop me, I got a plan." Sasuke laughs, "Weren't you the one who said we can't boss each other around?" Naruto smiles back, "No, I said you can't boss me around, now go." Sasuke listens to Naruto and sends out a huge Amaterasu fireball at Madara and Obito, who are able to absorb it with their Rinnegan, but are starting to feel overwhelmed. When they finally finish absorbing the black flames, they see the 9 tails leap into the air over the 10 tails, charging up a tailed beast bomb. They both laugh, thinking, a tailed beast bomb won't be enough to scratch the 10 tails. Even Hashirama hasn't heard it with all his attacks, only slowing it down. This will be nothing. Naruto finally finishes charging the beast bomb and fires it off straight for the still struggling 10 tails. And, as it falls, he uses his Shadow Shuriken technique to create hundreds of clones of the beast bomb, pounding into the 10 tails, finally doing some damage to Madara and Obito's surprise. The 9 tail then lands in front of the trapped 10 tails, and Naruto unleashes his adamantine chains, hoping to hold the 10 tails so it can be sealed away. Madara and Obito rush over to stop Naruto, but they are stopped by Sasuke, Hashirama, and Kakashi, who is finally able to reach them since most of the large summons are gone. "We won't let you get to Naruto," Sasuke says as the 5 ninja begin to fight. Naruto is barely able to hold back the 10 tails, with his adamantine chains slowly beginning to lose grip on the massive monster, until Tsunade and Jiraiya arrive to help. Tsunade quickly begins lending Naruto extra chakra to help overpower the 10 tails, as Jiraiya constantly drops powerful attacks on the 10 tails, distracting it from Naruto. The 2nd and 3rd Hokage also rush over to Naruto and start preparing a sealing jutsu strong enough to work on the giant monster. As Naruto's chains are connected to the 10 tails, he can start to feel the chakra he is draining from it, wondering what this strange feeling is, until he is contacted by Kurama, telling him, "This is the chakra from all the other 8-tailed beasts, slowly being added to yours." "What do you mean?" Naruto asks, not fully understanding what's going on. But he and Kurama are suddenly interrupted by another voice, as Naruto can see the 4 tails in his mind, the same way he can Kurama. "What the hell is going on?" Naruto says. The 4 tails replies, "I'm not sure, but it seems like since the 10 tails is just a mix of all the tailed beasts, our chakra is slowly being mixed into yours, because you're absorbing it with your adamantine chains." And, as the 4 tails said, slowly more and more of the tailed beasts appear inside Naruto, all wondering what is going on. Naruto and Kurama explain about the 10 tails and how they are trying to stop it, but the other tailed beasts aren't convinced, saying, "You're the one who sealed most of us away. We don't want anything to do with you or trust anything you say." One of the tailed beasts even says, "Since we're all here, we should go ahead and try taking this kid over and getting out while we still can." But Naruto pleads with them, "No, please, I really messed up, okay? You're right, I did do this to you guys, but I didn't know it would end up like this. The real bad guys here are Madara and Obito. They wanted to use the Ten Tails to destroy the world and turn it into their own idea of perfect. I just want everyone to be able to make their own choices and not be forced to fight other people's battles like I was. Naruto explains what his life has been like to the tailed beast, telling them about him being taken when he was born and forced to fight and train with Obito so he could help them take over the world. And now I have the Ten Tails and I'm trying to hold it back so we can seal it away and stop this war for good. The tailed beast all stop and say, "But if you seal the Ten Tails away, we will all be sealed too and be stuck inside that mindless monster forever." "Really?" Naruto says. Kurama answers him, saying, "Yes, it is true, Naruto, but what choice do you have? We can't let the Ten Tails stay alive any longer." All the tailed beasts argue back and forth about what to do until Naruto yells to them, "I'll be back," as he snaps back to the real world. Naruto sees that the second and third Hokage are almost ready to seal the Ten Tails away when he asks them to stop and wait. "We can't seal the Ten Tails yet. We have to save the tailed beast first." "What?" the two Hokage say. "You're crazy. We have to get rid of this thing now while we still have a chance." Naruto yells back, "No, just listen for a second. Villages like yours have been exploiting and forcing the tailed beast to fight for too long. I understand what it's like to be used like a weapon for people who don't care about you. They have feelings and lives just like we do, so if you don't care about them, you must not care about me," Naruto tells the second and third Hokage. They stop for a minute, but know what Naruto says is right, and ask, "Well, what do you think we should do then?" Naruto tells them, "I'll yank the tailed beast out of the Ten Tails. That should be enough to stop it and turn it back to the Gedo statue. Just make sure nobody stops me." Naruto goes back to Kurama and tells the tailed beast, "Alright, listen up. I stopped them from sealing y'all away, but I need all of us to work together to get you guys out. I'm sure if we all work together it'll be a lot easier. And once you're all out, I'll get rid of your chakra or let you go wherever y'all want, alright?" The tailed beasts are all surprised at Naruto's words and can see that he truly understands what they are going through. They agree and promise to help Naruto as long as he helps them. "Alright," Naruto says, "now, let's get you guys out of here." So from here on, the battle becomes Naruto trying to free the tailed beast as everyone else tries to deal with Madara and Obito. With the nine-tailed beasts now working together with Naruto, he begins pulling them out of the Ten Tails as the massive monster is being held down with the help of Tsunade, the second Hokage, the third Hokage, and Jiraiya. Seeing this, Madara and Obito rush to aid the Ten Tails, but are stopped by Kakashi, Sasuke, and the first Hokage. Sasuke says, "I don't know what Naruto's doing over there, but we can't let you two stop him." Sasuke blasts out a wave of black flames, which are followed by Hashirama sending out several wooden arms to grab and capture Obito and Madara. But Madara didn't come this far to fail. He lifts Obito up and out of danger with his Susanoo and tells Obito to hurry up and kill the Nine-Tails brat. Obito tries slipping away with his Kamui, but is stopped by Kakashi, and just like in the anime, Kakashi and Obito have their amazing fight, while Sasuke and Hashirama fight Madara. Sasuke brings out his Susanoo to challenge Madara, while Hashirama helps with his wood style. Madara tries evading both ninjas' attacks, even landing a few good hits on Sasuke, but eventually the two Leaf Ninjas' teamwork is enough to catch Madara. As Sasuke trades sword attacks, Hashirama grabs Madara's legs and quickly grows a tree up to Susanoo's waist, trapping it in place. Sasuke sees his opening and flies towards Madara with a full-powered Chidori, blasting a hole in Madara's Susanoo. Then follows up with his sword, now covered in black flames, hoping to burn away any trace of his enemy. Madara is forced to unsummon his Susanoo to escape the inferno under him. As he tries escaping his attackers, he carefully calculates his next move, thinking, "If Obito is trapped for now, I'll need all the power I can get to stop the remaining ninja. I must get to the Ten Tails." Madara is interrupted by Hashirama, unleashing a barrage of wood dragons. Madara unleashes a fireball so massive it consumes Hashirama's wood style attacks, as he calls out, "You two are beginning to annoy me. But if this is what you want, so be it." Hashirama rushes in, but is trapped by Madara, who uses a wood dragon of his own. Madara tries sealing Hashirama away, but is stopped by Sasuke, who quickly comes inches away from landing another Chidori, but Madara hops back and continues the fight. Hashirama calls out to Sasuke, "Hey, hold him off and I'll be out of this in no time." Sasuke rolls his eyes, but tries his best to hold off the powerful Madara Uchiha. Madara uses his fan to counter Sasuke's sword as they fight back and forth at a blazing speed. Madara has Sasuke on the defensive, with his many more years of experience showing as he bashes Sasuke before picking up a sword he finds on the battlefield. Sasuke catches his breath while thinking, I need to do something or he'll kill me. It's gonna waste a lot of chakra, but it's better than being dead. Sasuke uses an incomplete version of the Raikage's lightning cloak B taught him after the 5 Kage summit. Sasuke's body gets covered in lightning chakra, making him much faster and his strikes much deadlier as Madara rushes towards him. This won't help you, child. You're just beneath me, Madara says as he swings his sword at Sasuke. Just as Madara thinks he will connect, Sasuke is gone. Madara sees a blue pulse of light coming his way and barely gets his sword in between as Sasuke slams into him, sending him sliding across the ground as he tries stopping Sasuke's momentum. Madara moves trying to counter Sasuke, but again he's gone. He's fast, Madara thinks, as Sasuke blitzes him with a barrage of electric strikes from his sword. Madara calls out one of his Susanoo arms to protect him, saving him from major damage. But Sasuke just continues his assault, never stopping or slowing down his attack, giving Madara no window to counter. If I just keep attacking, it'll force him to defend until Hashirama returns. Sasuke can see Madara's Sharingan scanning his every move as he begins to feel Madara slowly catching up to his speed. Sasuke quickly tries using Amaterasu on his blade, further increasing his killing power, but it's too late. Madara knocks Sasuke's sword in the air, then leaps to grab it, and finally connecting with a strong slash. Thankfully, Sasuke barely dodged the major damage and is still able to fight. Madara, now fighting with 2 swords, rushes at Sasuke, who is still fast enough to evade, begins to worry, with no sign of Hashirama, until he feels Madara connect once more with his sword, stabbing him and badly wounding him. Madara wastes little time after stabbing Sasuke and sends him flying with an attack from his Susanoo. Sasuke can feel how deep the wound is and can feel himself getting dizzy from blood loss. Madara walks over laughing at Sasuke's attempt at defeating him, before raising his sword to finish the young Uchiha off. Sasuke tries defending himself, but he can barely think straight as he sees a flash of light rush towards him. Madara's blade stabs into the ground as Sasuke seems to be gone again. Madara laughs, wondering what trick the boy used to survive this time, but he can't sense Sasuke's chakra close by, so he assumes Sasuke has given up and ran, at least for now. Madara then takes off after the Ten Tails, knowing that Sasuke won't get far with his gruesome injuries. Sasuke opens his eyes and wonders what happens as he sees the spiky blonde hair of who saved him. Naruto, Sasuke says, and the voice replies, no, but close. It's me, the 4th Hokage, Minato. Having barely made his way back to the battlefield after being thrown away by Madara and Obito, he tells Sasuke, I'm taking you to the medic, so just rest until we get there. Sasuke quietly nods, but can tell he lost a lot of blood already. Don't worry, Minato assures Sasuke. The pink-haired girl set up a new medical tent, and I know she can heal you. You just gotta hold on as long as you can. So, as Minato rushes to safety, Madara rushes towards the Ten Tails. He sends a wood clone to fight the 2nd and 3rd Hokages, as he sneaks up on an unsuspecting Naruto, still trying to save all the tailed beasts. Madara silently dashes towards Naruto from behind, hoping to finish him off in one move like he did Sasuke. But Naruto quickly turns around, stopping the blade in between his 2 hands, as he stands eye to eye with Madara. You need better bodyguards, Madara jokes, as he grabs Naruto with his Susanoo arm. Naruto feels himself losing connection to the tailed beast, as Madara starts ripping him away from the Ten Tails. I gotta get out now, Naruto thinks, as he sees the Ten Tails beginning to break free of his adamantine chains. Naruto tries tightening his grip on the beast, but Madara squeezes him, causing too much pain for Naruto to focus. Jiraiya and Tsunade try stopping the Ten Tails from escaping, but are powerless without Naruto's help. Finally, the 2nd and 3rd Hokage realize they were tricked by Madara and rush to try and help Naruto, but it's too late. Madara crushes Naruto and tosses him aside. Madara then says, just for good measure, as he stabs Naruto in the heart, pinning him to the ground. Madara then calls for the Ten Tails to listen to him as he begins sealing it inside his body. Madara screams out, All ninja will fall before me, the new Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As Naruto begins to pass out, he thinks to himself, I used too much of my chakra trying to hold back that monster. Does this mean we're gonna lose? After fatally wounding Naruto and Sasuke, Madara stands before the Ten Tails and forces it inside of him. Madara seals the Ten Tails and becomes its Jinchuriki. Madara feels his new power and now more than ever believes he will win this war. But as he turns around, he sees there are still many ninja who will fight and are ready to stand against him. The first 3 Hokage rush towards Madara, but are easily dealt with. As the first 2 Hokage are struck with a wave of fire, the 3rd Hokage is completely erased by Madara's truth-seeking orbs. Jiraiya and Orochimaru take Naruto's unconscious body away from the battle, hoping to get medical assistance for his life-threatening injuries. Orochimaru takes Naruto's body, telling Jiraiya to help the others. I know someone who can save him. Jiraiya trusts in Orochimaru and thanks him for doing the right thing before heading back to help fight Madara. Orochimaru then heads off to find Karin before it's too late. But with Madara now the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the war seems unwinnable, as Madara effortlessly tosses around the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Jiraiya asks Tsunade if anyone's made a plan yet, and she just shakes her head, no. We can't even seem to hurt him. Guy's the only one who's even managed to touch Madara, and that was with Minato's help. Jiraiya and Tsunade watch the battle and realize that the only way they're gonna take out Madara is with taijutsu. Minato tries his best to attack Madara, but with the 9 Tails chakra taken from him, he can only rely on his Sage mode. This also seems to damage Madara, so Minato quickly finds Guy and tells him that they need to work together to take out Madara. Guy gets ready as Rock Lee asks, "Are you going to do it?" Guy smiles at Lee and tells him not to waste his time being sad. "I'm happy to lay my life on the line, and I hope one day you will be just as ready to do the same." Lee watches as Guy quickly dashes towards Madara with Minato close behind him. Guy unleashes powerful kicks as Minato teleports him in and out of safety. Madara, now annoyed at the 2 enemies in his way, decides to fight seriously and uses his Limbo clones to surprise Minato and take him out of the fight. Guy knows this will be his only chance to do it, so he opens the 8th gate of death and unleashes his full power again in a perfect fight from the anime. As we find out that Obito has defeated Kakashi and taken back his Sharingan. We see Obito step out of his Kamui dimension and absorb his Sharingan into the palm of his Zetsu hand, allowing him to keep his Rinnegan while still having access to both forms of Kamui. Obito looks out at the battlefield and sees the Ten Tails is gone, and what seems like Madara in an intense battle. Obito thinks, if Madara has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the war must be in its closing stages. Now it's time to act. So, Obito heads towards Madara, who has barely survived Guy's onslaught of attacks, and finished praising Guy for his amazing taijutsu ability as he slowly regenerates his body. Minato's body is mostly torn apart by Madara's truth-seeking orbs, leaving him barely able to fight. Jiraiya tries readying himself to fight, but he still needs more time to gather energy. So, Rock Lee steps forward, thanking Guy Sensei for teaching him so much, and apologizing that he wasn't strong enough to help. But Lee doesn't hesitate, as he sees Madara making his way back to his feet. Lee says, "It's time for me to follow my sensei." Lee begins opening the gates. I wonder how long I'll be able to last in the 8th gate. I hope it's at least long enough for Lord Jiraiya or someone else to save the day. And, just as Lee is about to open the 8th gate, a hand lands on his shoulder. Sasuke tells him, "Save that for later and let me handle this guy." Lee looks back, shocked to see Sasuke ready to fight. Sasuke tells Lee, "Take Guy's body to the medical tent." Rock Lee nods and quickly follows Sasuke's orders as Madara calls out, "Hey, you should be dead, and what's that chakra I feel? Seems like you have awakened the Rinnegan." "Well, Sasuke Uchiha, you are full of surprises." Sasuke knows he should be dead, but thanks to the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo, Sasuke and Naruto were saved and given some of his power to hopefully beat Madara. And while Sasuke stands off with Madara, Naruto catches up with Obito, demanding justice for what happened to him and the other tailed beast. Obito laughs at Naruto. What? Do you think you're one of them? Or some kind of kindred spirit with those monsters? The tailed beasts are nothing but chakra and are meant to be used just as such. And as far as what happened to you, you were a pawn in somebody's game, just like Pain was to me and I am to Madara. That's what this world is, everyone just doing whatever it takes to survive. And I haven't survived this long to be stopped by you. Obito blasts out a Kamui straight for Naruto. But he can easily sense the chakra with the sage power the Sage of Six Paths gave him. Naruto rushes forward, easily dodging the attack and slamming Obito with a tailed beast chakra arm. Obito disappears with Kamui, then quickly reappears behind Naruto. Obito wraps his chakra chain around Naruto before smugly telling him, "Don't forget who trained you, kid." But Naruto is unfazed. He brings out his full set of 9 tails, each covered with a separate link of his adamantine chains. Naruto then uses this to escape Obito with ease, then slams him with Kurama's tail, before fully transforming into Kurama. Naruto yells out, "It's over, I've gotten far stronger than you, Obito." Obito stares out at Kurama, admiring its massive size, but counters by summoning his own Susanoo. Madara and Sasuke see this new Susanoo and both rush over to see what's going on, hoping for any type of advantage. They finally arrive and see Naruto and Obito clashing at a standstill, Susanoo versus Tailed Beast. Madara and Sasuke watch as Naruto and Kurama take on Obito and his new Susanoo. Obito laughs as the battle goes back and forth. "I can't believe I went so long without this power. It's a shame after this war is over, there will be nobody left to use it on." Naruto and Kurama seem to have the upper hand in terms of strength and speed, but Obito is more than able to keep up with Naruto thanks to Kamui. As Obito is so skilled, he easily uses it to protect his Susanoo and avoid most of Naruto's attacks. Sasuke and Madara also continue their fight, with Sasuke again using the Raikage's lightning chakra mode to keep up with Madara. Madara notes how Sasuke seems even better at the technique than he was last time he used it. Madara thinks to himself how Sasuke could have been a great ally if it was a different time, but knows now it's the time to fight, not make friends. Madara tries blitzing Sasuke with his Limbo clones, but Sasuke is able to fight them off to Madara's amusement. "Now it's my turn," Sasuke thinks as he rushes in lightning fast towards Madara, who stands his ground, blocking and countering Sasuke to a stalemate. Madara slams Sasuke with his Susanoo's arm, sending him flying, then begins sending his truth-seeking orbs towards Sasuke, when he is hit from behind with the tail of Kurama. Madara stops himself from flying off, with his Susanoo skeleton bracing against a hit. "I was getting too focused on Sasuke, I forgot about the other boy," Madara thinks as he readies his truth-seeking orbs to attack Naruto. But again, he is hit from behind as Sasuke lands a Chidori on the distracted Madara. Madara again tells himself, "These guys barely know each other, but they're working as a great team. I shouldn't have been playing with Sasuke, and I should have ended it as fast as possible. But it's fine, I'll heal this off in a moment." Madara quickly blasts Sasuke with his Light Fang attack, connecting in an instant with Sasuke's headband and dropping him to the floor. Before Madara can celebrate his win, an explosion of electricity blasts below him. Madara sees that he actually killed a shadow clone that Sasuke made with the lightning release. Madara quickly absorbs the chakra, leaving him unharmed as the real Sasuke seems to appear in front of Madara and lands a devastating attack with his sword. Naruto lost a bit of his advantage helping Sasuke, but still has Obito on the defense and relying on Kamui to escape and survive, while landing small hits here and there. But Naruto can feel himself getting closer and closer to landing a finishing blow on Obito. Obito can also feel that Naruto is getting closer and begins spamming his shuriken attacks. Naruto quickly counters with several tailed beast bombs that are absorbed by Kamui and stopped. But he is quickly blasted when Obito opens a second portal to the Kamui dimension and releasing back Naruto's attack and doing huge damage to him. Naruto sees Sasuke is also struggling a bit in his fight and wonders what their next move should be, when Obito calls out to him, "I know you see now that you can't stop this. We have the Ten Tails, and I did it without sacrificing you. So before I kill you, I want to offer you a chance back beside me. We can still be a team, Naruto, and make this world a better place together," Obito says with a very sincere voice. Naruto laughs. "You think I would still work with you after everything that's happened? You think I could trust you to fix this world? I could do a better job than you or anyone else, and I'll prove it after I tear you apart." Obito lunges towards Naruto, not liking his answer, dodging his truth-seeking orbs and even capturing one with his Kamui. Naruto, now back to his Sage of Six Paths mode without Kurama summon, grabs one of his truth-seeking orbs in his hand and runs towards Obito. Naruto knows he needs to find a way to land a hit, so he summons 7 shadow clones and gives each of them a truth-seeking orb and continues dashing towards Obito, who isn't impressed. "I know this kid is desperate, but he must be stupid if he thinks 8 shadow clones are gonna rattle me." "Get ready," Naruto says to his clones, and they all shout back, "Ready, boss," as Naruto summons several hundred more clones in an instant. Now fully surrounded, Obito panics as he starts phasing in and out of a barrage of hundreds of attacks. Obito tries finding the Naruto with the truth-seeking orbs, but in the confusion he cannot, as several clones begin exploding, just like Itachi's explosive clone jutsu, further adding to the chaos. "I can't keep dodging forever," Obito thinks, as he finally sees Naruto with the truth-seeking orb. Naruto throws it towards Obito, who easily dodges it and shoots out a fireball, destroying several clones, but not finding the real Naruto. At this time, Madara quickly dashes in to help Obito, saying, "I can tell the difference between a shadow clone and its user, unlike your untrained eyes," and demands to switch opponents. Sasuke uses this distraction to attack with Indra's arrow. Obito disappears as Madara readies himself to absorb the attack. While Madara is focused on Sasuke, Naruto bursts from the ground, hoping to surprise Madara and kill him with a truth-seeking orb. But he is just not quick enough and is blasted by one of Obito's fireballs again. "What? Another clone?" Obito says under his breath, not even knowing he's already fallen in Sasuke and Naruto's trap. Obito sees that Naruto has wrapped Sasuke up with his adamantine chains. Obito is shocked to see Sasuke trapped by Naruto and asks, "What, did you finally come to your senses?" Sasuke laughs, answering for Naruto, "Not quite." Then uses his new Rinnegan power to swap places with Obito, trapping him inside Naruto's chains, and before he can even realize it, Naruto slams a truth-seeking orb straight into Obito's chest. Obito looks at Naruto, saddened and confused by how the battle turned out, but also slightly proud of how strong Naruto has gotten, and how much this new Naruto is reminding him of his younger self. Naruto knows that he must have destroyed what was left of Obito's heart, and he is surprised that he feels a little sad as he watches Obito slowly pass away. Obito sees Naruto is conflicted in his actions, and with his last words says, "Change the world, Naruto. I believe you can do it." Sasuke looks back at Naruto and tells him to keep his chin up. They still have Madara and the Ten Tails to deal with. Naruto turns away from Obito and wipes his eyes, saying, "Yeah, I know, let's get this over with." Madara slowly walks towards the exhausted ninja, sending out 3 Limbo clones. Sasuke and Naruto defend themselves, but the attack was a fake out, so one of the clones could grab Obito's body and take it back to Madara. Madara sends Black Zetsu to do what he can with Obito's body, but not before taking back his Rinnegan. Madara tells Naruto and Sasuke that Obito's death changes nothing, and that no matter how hard you fight, you both will die here today. So come on, I'll fight you both at the same time. Nobody can defeat the great Madara Uchiha. Sasuke and Naruto run forward as Madara finally activates the Infinite Tsukiyomi, locking any of the surviving ninja in a deep sleep. Naruto and Sasuke were able to escape this fate thanks to Sasuke Susanoo protecting them from the Genjutsu. "Good," Madara says. "I hoped you would find a way to survive. Thorns in my side such as you deserve a special death." Madara begins blasting the 2 ninja with lightning as they quickly escape and decide to counterattack with massive fire style attacks, infused with their 6 paths chakra. Sasuke's a black ball of lightning and fire that crashes next to Madara as Naruto's tailed beast style fireballs land like a barrage of rockets, exploding on impact on and around Madara. Madara erupts out of the smoke with his lightning fang, slicing everything in front of him. Naruto barely dodges the first pass of the attack, but as Madara circles back at an unsuspecting Naruto, Sasuke steps in, teleporting himself with Madara, changing the trajectory of the attack and letting Naruto summon more clones to hopefully distract Madara. But Madara laughs as he effortlessly blows them away with every attack. Sasuke slices Madara from behind with his sword, but the damage isn't enough to stop him, as Madara just heals the damage away and continues his effortless assault. Naruto shouts out to Sasuke as he fights off several Wood Style and Limbo clones with his adamantine chains. "We need more power to knock this guy out. If you have any ideas, I'd love to hear them." Sasuke surrounds Madara with black flames, but nothing seems to slow the ninja down. Still, Sasuke answers Naruto, saying, "Sure, I do, just bring out the 9 tails and I'll do the rest." Naruto quickly turns into the full-size 9 tails, then clears the way with a huge tailed beast bomb so Sasuke is able to reach him. Sasuke stands inside Kurama with Naruto as Naruto explains, "The 9 tails is still my strongest form, but it's so big and slow it's too hard to hit Madara." Sasuke interrupts him, saying, "I know, but I think I can help you with that." Sasuke summons his Susanoo armor around the 9 tails, then adds his lightning release chakra mode. Sasuke explains, "This should give you some extra defense and a lot more speed and power. I need to focus on keeping the lightning release activated while you fight this guy." Naruto agrees and is excited to try out another new form. He starts rushing towards Madara, who can't believe how crafty the children are together, but still refuses to waver in his fight for a peaceful world. Madara stands ready as he powers up and the 9 tails swings a massive sword straight for him. That monstrosity's fast, but no matter. Madara uses the Truth Seeker orbs to block the attack just in time, but is still thrown back by the massive power of Sasuke and Naruto's combined efforts. Madara tries composing himself and launching his Light Fang attack again, but the 9 tails is too fast to land a hit. Madara then begins pulling meteors from space, dropping down several, hoping to stop his enemies, but Sasuke takes over, creating his Susanoo's bow and blasting him out of the sky. Madara begins to worry for the first time about the possibility of losing, just as Black Zetsu has finally gained control over Obito's body. Black Zetsu attacks Naruto and Sasuke with Kamui, completely destroying the Kurama Susanoo's leg, causing it to fall to the ground. What the hell, Sasuke thinks, until he realizes what happened. Naruto sends a truth-seeking orb at Zetsu, but it is completely absorbed by Kamui and lost to Naruto. Madara also takes the chance to attack the 2 ninja by stabbing their creation in the stomach with his truth-seeking orbs. Sasuke tells Naruto, "The next chance that we get, we have to seal Madara. It's the only way we can win." But Naruto refuses, saying, "No way, we have to save the tailed beasts first. It's not fair to leave them stuck in there with him." Sasuke stops Naruto, saying, "I understand that, but look, it's gone too far. If we don't stop him quickly, it's over for everyone." Naruto tries thinking of what to do, but is forced to pay attention to Madara as he sends more truth-seeking orbs their way. Naruto uses his truth-seeking orb to create a shield, then summons his chains. "Come on, Sasuke, let's finish this." They both pump more chakra into the armored 9 tails, fixing its injuries as they send a massive attack at Madara, combining their wind and lightning chakra natures, making a powerful attack that almost connects with Madara. But again, Zetsu uses his stolen Kamui to stop the attack. Sasuke tries zapping Zetsu with a lightning bolt, but he disappears as soon as he's done aiding Madara. Naruto tells Sasuke, "We're too big of a target, let's break apart for now, we got him on the ropes." Sasuke agrees and releases his Susanoo, landing on the ground and going back on the attack. Naruto also rushes towards Madara as the tailed beasts speak to him. "Naruto, Sasuke is right, it's too late for us, you have to stop Madara now or it'll be too late for everyone." But Naruto disagrees, saying, "I can do it, I can kill him and save you all." Naruto shakes his head, snapping back into the fight, dodging Madara's lightning attacks and his deadly truth-seeking orbs. Naruto creates several clones to help Sasuke get closer to Madara. Sasuke dodges Madara's limbo clones, attacking whenever he can as he waits for Madara or Zetsu to make a mistake. Sasuke sees Madara focused on Naruto, so he lunges at Madara, but Madara can see this coming, quickly turning around, thinking, "I'll take out your Rinnegan first, that should slow you guys down." Madara jams a truth-seeking orb in Sasuke's eye, then kicks him away. Madara again thinks, "I had to take my eyes off of Naruto, but it was worth it if I take out Sasuke's Rinnegan." As Madara watches Sasuke fall to the ground, he finally realizes he's been tricked. What? A clone? How could that be? Sasuke disappears and is revealed to be a clone of Naruto's. The real Sasuke emerges from the shadows as Madara sees Naruto's chains wrapped around him. Black Zetsu also shows himself as he shoots Kamui point blank at Naruto. Naruto tries to move but can't as Zetsu has emerged from the ground directly behind him. Zetsu laughs. "I got you, kid. Say hi to Hagoromo for me." But Zetsu is hit by a flash of red light almost too fast for Naruto to see. What? Naruto thinks, as he realizes how close he came to dying. Naruto can tell that Zetsu was almost completely destroyed as he finally sees who saved him. Sasuke's friend Rock Lee has rushed in to save Naruto and stop Black Zetsu with the help of the 8th Gate of Death. Naruto sees Sasuke closing in on Madara, and since Madara is still trapped in his adamantine chains, Naruto is confident he was not going anywhere. So, he tries taking back as much ten-tailed chakra as he can, as Sasuke tells him to finish sealing Madara. Naruto asks Sasuke to wait as he tries saving the tailed beast, but this gives Madara just enough time to start freeing himself. Rock Lee dashes in to subdue Madara, but even in the 8th gate, he's not as strong as Guy, and is still no match for Madara, who sends a Limbo clone out to stop him, with a single stab to the stomach. Sasuke tried saving Lee, but the Limbo clone was too fast. And as Lee falls to the ground, the 8th gate slowly begins to wear off. Again, the tailed beast tells Naruto, "It's now or never, stop Madara and we'll be okay." Naruto protests, saying, "No, it's not fair, you all didn't ask for this, you shouldn't be the ones to sacrifice yourself." But the tailed beasts tell him, "That's true, but we're not the only ones sacrificing ourselves. Every ninja who died here sacrificed himself to save the world. Plus, we can all still live on in you. We trust you way more than any of the other ninja or nations anyway," another tailed beast chimes in. "So Naruto, go ahead and end this." Naruto snaps back and sees that Madara has almost escaped. So, he rushes forward and uses the seal given to him by Hagoromo, as him and Sasuke are finally able to seal Madara inside the moon, like Hagoromo and Hamaru did to Kaguya all those years ago. Madara begins to call out, "How could this be? Stopped by mere children like you?" until he is silent and the fight is over. Sasuke runs over to Lee and tries helping him as he is about to fade away, saying, "Thank you, Lee, but how did you escape the infinite Tsukiyomi?" Lee points to the Edo Tensei Hokage, who have finally arrived, saying, "They got a few people together, and Lord 2nd and 4th used Flying Raijin to teleport us to the Kamui dimension. Once we thought it was safe, we came back to help you guys. I guess I was the only one fast enough to make it in time." Naruto walks over and wants to give Lee his thanks as well, saying, "You didn't have to help me out, so I'm glad you did." Naruto then places his hand on Rock Lee, using his 6 paths power to save Lee the way he did for Guy in the anime. Naruto begins walking away, silently after helping Rock Lee. Sasuke can tell Naruto did something to save his friend, so he asks, "What are you gonna do now?" Naruto thanks Sasuke for helping him finish off Madara and Obito, but Sasuke can tell that Naruto has much more to say. The last of the Edo Tensei ninja Orochimaru made arrive and congratulate Sasuke and Naruto on the battle won. The ninjas surround them and shower them with praise. Minato places his hand on Naruto's shoulder, saying, "I'm proud of you, son, really," before picking up Lee's body. "I'll be right back, guys. Naruto, I'm gonna take this kid back to Lady Tsunade and see if she can do anything else for him." Minato then teleports away. Sasuke sees that Naruto is the only one not smiling, so he stands, asking, "What's wrong, Naruto?" Naruto is silent before saying, "I'm sorry." In a flash, Naruto uses his truth-seeking orbs to take out the reanimated Leaf Ninja. Sasuke barely dodges the attack and gets to safety before asking, "What the hell's going on, Naruto?" Naruto sighs. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, but the Hokage can't be left alive. Not just the Hokage, any of the Kage. I don't know how long they have been ruining things, but all they do is force the hidden villages to hate each other and start endless wars. If all the nations were one, we would have no reason to fight and we could finally live in peace." Sasuke stops Naruto saying, "You're right, the Hokage and the hidden villages aren't perfect, but they're much better than some random ninja coming and telling everyone to follow or else. Naruto, you're Itachi's student, you know he would never want this." Naruto wipes a tear from his eye before taking a deep breath. "You're right, Sasuke, but he also told me to do what I think is right, no matter what. I know the Kage must fall before we can all start over and build a world better than this one." Sasuke looks at Naruto. "Well, if you won't listen to what I have to say, then maybe you'll understand after I beat some sense into you." Sasuke uses his Susanoo's bow, shooting a barrage of long-range attacks at Naruto, who invades and counters with a series of tailed beast bombs of his own. Both ninjas see that there's little point in a ranged battle, so they both instantly begin running towards the other, ready to do what they think is right. Naruto sends out Kurama's long chakra arms, hoping to quickly grab Sasuke, but Sasuke teleports and is suddenly in front of Naruto, then lands a huge combo that sends him flying. Sasuke walks forward saying, "I'm the strongest ninja left in the world, and I will defend it." Naruto gets back to his feet with a smile, thinking to himself, "Sasuke's quick, but he's just not strong enough to kill me." Naruto forms a small beast bomb in each hand and runs towards Sasuke at an amazing speed. Then summons shadow clones, hoping to overwhelm his rival. The tailed beast bombs crash into the ground as Sasuke barely escapes the attack, thinking, "I know we've both been fighting for hours, but Naruto still seems to have a lot of chakra." Sasuke activates his Susanoo and tries charging another arrow blast, but Naruto creates thousands of clones to attack Sasuke, all working together, climbing the massive armored Susanoo so they can slam it with powerful attacks and eventually trip its legs to take it down. Naruto is impressed with how far he can stretch his chakra, especially now aided by the chakra remaining of the eight-tailed beast. Naruto turns into Kurama and pounces on Sasuke. Naruto tells him, "Listen, I know you probably think I'm crazy, just like Obito or Madara, but really, I am trying to help everyone. I know from what Itachi told me that the Leaf in every other village has been ruined by bad Kage, and I just want to start again with one great village under not only me, but you too. Like I said, I'm not a bad guy. I trust you, and from what I've seen, you're not a bad guy either. We could work together, learn and listen to make a place for everyone in this world." Sasuke thinks for a moment, genuinely wondering if that would be so bad. Sasuke finally finds an answer. "Well, you're right. I wish it was as simple as let's be nice to each other. But I know that's not how this world is. There's always going to be someone thinking they're doing what's right, when in reality, they're the one ruining it for everyone else. Whether it's Obito, Madara, or you, this war started because some madmen wanted to control the world, and as far as I'm concerned, I haven't stopped them all yet." Sasuke unleashes his lightning cloak, forcing Naruto to leap off his Susanoo. Sasuke then uses his wings to fly in the air and drop down a lightning bolt, hurting Naruto and putting him on the defensive. Sasuke charges forward with his Susanoo sword, slashing Kurama, then blocking Naruto's adamantine chains. Sasuke then slams a wave of black flames on Kurama, covering his body, badly damaging him. Naruto unsummons Kurama to save him from Amaterasu, and Sasuke then uses his Rinnegan to switch places with Naruto's truth-seeking orb. "I got him now," Sasuke thinks as he tries landing a Chidori covered in Amaterasu. But Naruto grabs Sasuke with his chains, stopping him completely. Naruto slowly turns to Sasuke saying, "I loved Itachi like an older brother, so it truly pains me to kill someone he loved, but I know what needs to be done, and if you're not with me, you're against me, Sasuke. I'm sorry." Naruto readies his truth-seeking orb to finish Sasuke off, but a familiar voice calls out, "Naruto, what are you doing?" Naruto turns around to see Minato has come back and is deeply confused by what's going on. Naruto tells Minato to stay out of this fight, it doesn't concern him. Minato places his hand on Naruto's shoulder, telling him, "Son, it's okay, I'm here, we can talk about this and find out the best way to handle the situation." Naruto looks at his father and Minato for a moment, then makes his choice. Naruto slams a truth-seeking orb into Minato, who is almost fast enough to dodge the attack, but he is still heavily damaged and loses about half of his Edo Tensei body. Naruto sees the shock and sadness in Minato's face and apologizes as he finishes off the 4th Hokage and turns his attention to Sasuke. "Now, I hope you see how serious I am about fixing this world, Sasuke. Even my own father needs to go before I can rebuild. Now, Sasuke, it's time this war ends." Naruto goes to finish Sasuke, but with just enough chakra left, he uses his Rinnegan to escape for the last time and readies for his last shot at victory. Sasuke takes a deep breath and yells out, "I won't let a monster like you decide the fate of the world. Too many people have given up their lives for us to lose." Sasuke watches as Naruto runs towards him in almost slow motion. Sasuke thinks back to watching Kakashi and Might Guy sparring and thinks about his own training with Lee. Sasuke decides he may have to give up his life like those three did to win this fight and begins focusing and readying his body. Sasuke opens the first gate he learned from Lee, then, despite never learning, he forces the second gate open, giving Sasuke a large power boost. Sasuke dashes at Naruto, now outspeeding him by an even larger margin, as he slams Naruto with a kick, launching him into the air. What the hell, Naruto thinks, as he can feel Sasuke's power building up more and more. As Sasuke lands strike after strike, slamming Naruto back and forth. Still, Naruto is able to use his sage senses to predict Sasuke's movements and use his change to slash the battlefield and batter Sasuke. Sasuke makes separation by throwing hundreds of shurikens laced with lightning chakra, shocking and burning Naruto as he tries closing in on Sasuke. Sasuke throws all his strength into his next punch, hoping to knock Naruto out, but Naruto catches the punch with little effort, then blasts Sasuke with a huge wind bullet, discharging all of the remaining lightning chakra in Sasuke's body and dropping him to his knees. "You're the best fighter I've ever seen," Naruto tells him. "I wish things could have been different. Who knows, maybe we could have even been friends." Naruto then places his hand on an exhausted Sasuke's head and finally stabs him with his truth-seeking orb, killing him and officially ending the 4th Great Ninja War. From here, Naruto does exactly as he said. Naruto travels to each village, telling them, "Please join me in my new worldwide village, united together under my protection." And of course, various villages refuse, but with nobody even close to his level, Naruto goes unchallenged, making the ninja world in his image as the self-proclaimed second coming of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Naruto continues ruling this world for years, leaving most people alone, but stepping in with a heavy hand, stopping anything he disagrees with, an iron fist. And that's the end of my What If Naruto Was Raised by the Akatsuki series. I hope you enjoyed it. It was so fun to make, and I really appreciate anyone who watched an episode, let alone watched all the way to the end. I'm not 100% sure what's next for the channel, but don't worry, there's still tons of videos for me to make, and I plan to. But remember to let me know any ideas you have for a video, or any questions you have about this story. But that's it from WhatTheiF. Don't forget to like, comment, or subscribe, and I'll talk to you all next time.